Ladies and gentlemen, from Executive Development Systems, please welcome to our Dawn Show, Mr. Patrick O'Dooley. Hey, hey. Hello, Patrick.
Hey,
nice to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Great to have you back on Dawn.
It's good to be here.
Thank you. Here he is, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you, Ty, and thank you, everybody. Welcome to Dawn. And before you get too comfortable out there, everybody please just stand up. That's right. Now, everybody, think of a particular professional athlete that you admire. Maybe it's someone you'd like to have some of their traits or characteristics. Maybe it's someone you'd like your son or daughter to grow up and emulate. But think of a particular professional athlete. When you thought of that person, be seated. All right, everybody down. Who are we thinking of? Martina, Arnold, Roger Staubach. You know, Roger Staubach is almost always named one of the first three people as they go all around the country, even though he hadn't thrown a football in over 4 years. That says something about the man and how much quality he demands. And if you don't believe me, the next time you know how to spell relief, you just think about it. Who else are we thinking of?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth, Jack Nicklaus. Man, we've got them from all over today. Whether it's golf, baseball, football, think about all these particular professional athletes that you just named. What do each and every one of them have in common? They're committed, exactly. They're disciplined. What else? They're dedicated. Yeah, they're disciplined, they're dedicated. They have all the traits. It doesn't matter which sport it is. They all have these same traits in common. Now, as you think about these same professional athletes from Babe Ruth and Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer and Roger Staubach, think about them. What do each and every one of them do regularly? They train, they practice, exactly. They practice over and over again until they do what they do so well, they don't even have to think about it. Whether it's hitting a golf ball or throwing one or catching one, they have practiced so much that they don't even have to think about it. See, medical experts say there's no such thing as a natural-born athlete. Now, there are people with more natural athletic ability, but there's no such thing as a natural-born athlete, and there's such thing as a natural-born doctor. How would you like to be laying on the operating table and have a natural-born doctor kind of ad-libbing on your insides? Or how about a natural-born pilot? How'd you like to be up about 35,000 feet going along about 600 miles an hour with some natural-born pilot at the controls? You see, you want somebody that has done that operation so many times they could do it almost blindfolded. You want somebody flying that jet airplane that has made all those approaches. They practice all kinds of situations. They've averted the weather. They know what they're doing. They have practice until it has become second nature. In fact, I ask you here, how many people in here learn to drive on a stick shift automobile? Okay, just about all the way around. All right, I tell you what, go back to that day and age in your life when you learned to drive on that stick shift car. You're out there with your father, your mother, or a boyfriend or girlfriend out on some deserted road somewhere, and they got you out there and said, now this is going to be easy. You don't have to do much. You've seen me drive quite a bit. All you have to do is to put that clutch in just like this. You see. Put the clutch in, and then all you have to do is get it down in first gear. Get it down there in first gear. Now it's simple. All you have to do is let that clutch out and give it some gas at the same time. And what happened? You went over, you killed the car, you stopped it, you bounced it off a curb a couple of times. You say, I could never learn to do this. I only have 2 hands, 2 arms. What am I going to do? What happens today when you get in that car? I know you put it in drive. What happens today when you get in that stick shift car automobile, though? It's just like you're not even thinking about it, isn't it? You get in there, put it down in gear, and you start off, you're carrying on a conversation, hand out the window, you're having a good time, not even thinking about it. Why are you doing it now? The reason being you have practiced driving that stick shift car so much, it has become automatic with you. And that's the thing. You do something so many times, your subconscious picks up on it, you don't even have to think about it anymore. And I'll point this out. When I was in Ireland, just about a year ago, I was invited to go over there to speak. I had to go out and rent a car. Now, I have great pride in my driving abilities. I've got trophies that said I've won races in driving. And I know I'm a good driver. Well, I went and landed in Dublin, went out, rented my car, went out to the car, and the steering wheel's on the opposite side. The gear shift is on the opposite side. They drive on the opposite side over there. And you should have seen me coming out of the Dublin airport. You'd have thought I was in a demolition derby driving that car. I was having a hard time shifting and driving and steering and staying on the right side of the road. But after I practiced a few times, it became simple to me. I got it down. And that's what it takes in life. You have to practice those habits you want to acquire over and over again. If you learn to practice and do things that way, it will become simple. In fact, like a good friend of mine, Raphael Septien of the Dallas Cowboys, was talking about how he was playing soccer down in Mexico City. And he got a call from a friend of his that said, if you can come up here, Raphael, and kick a 45-yard field goal, they'll give you a scholarship in America and you can get to your college for free in America. He'd never even seen an American football. But he went out and for 2 days he practiced with that American football, and he went up to Louisiana and kicked that field goal, 28 out of 30 of them from 45 yards out. He had learned to practice over and over again. And that's what it takes for all of us to do, practicing the things we want to get better at. In fact, right now, you and I can all think of a person that may have all the natural attributes to be a success in life. They have everything going for them, yet they never quite make it. You can turn it around 180 degrees, and you can think of that individual that had to overcome a lot of disappointments in life, had to come over a lot of obstacles, yet they became that success in life. In fact, another professional kicker that comes to mind is a fellow named Tom Dempsey of the New Orleans Saints. He held the record for the longest field goal in National Football League history, in spite of the fact he only had half of one hand and half of his kicking foot. You see, he practiced, did the best with what he could, and he became a winner in life. There was a survey taken some time ago that went all across the country. It asked 3,000 people, business leaders of business, government, sports, and education. It asked them, what enabled you to rise up and be the outstanding success in your particular industry, in spite of the fact that everybody had the same basic opportunities, the same basic chances in life. I had the same backgrounds basically. What enabled you to rise up and be that outstanding success and leader? And after considerable study, they found there's one little thread that seemed to weave in between all these leaders, all these successful people that enabled them to rise up. And that was this. They found out that winners, or these successful people, develop the habit of doing things losers don't like to do. And for many of you, that'll be one of the most important statements you'll hear all day long. I invite you to write it down. Winners develop the habit of doing things losers don't like to do. When I was in college at Oklahoma University, we had a great team. It was during the 70s, the winningest major college team of the 1970s decade. When I was there, freshmen could not be on the varsity team. In other words, we had our own team. We were what's known as live bait team, or the suicide squad, in other words. Because what we did, you see, is we ran plays against the varsity of whoever they were going to play the next week. And when we were there, we have a great rivalry between Oklahoma University and Texas University. And we always at Oklahoma have an open week before that. That means we have 2 weeks of hard practicing during that time that you really got to get out there and make it tough. It's the hardest 2 weeks we have all year long, getting everybody ready. Well, when I was a freshman, we had a great big All-American linebacker from White Deer, Texas, named Carl McAdams, a great big monster of a guy. And the other All-American that year was a fellow that many of you remember named Tommy Nobis from the University of Texas. The man with no neck. He just stuck a head down on a pair of shoulders. I mean, this guy was mean and tough. Well, I was playing a fellow named Cotton Spryer, who was a split end at the University of Texas. I played split end. I had his number and name on. And the coach came out there. He gave us this play. I looked at the play, and I didn't want to run it. You see, because it showed little old me blocking down on that great big All-American linebacker, Carl McAdams. But the coach got us in there and said, all right, guys, let's make it tough. All right, we get out there. Quarterback said it'd be on one. He said, Hut, I made a great fake. I went out there just like I was going for a pass. And then I made my turn when they released me. And here I came, right down the line, faster, quicker, faster, quicker, right at Carl McAdams, and he didn't see me coming. In other words, I was going to hit him blindside. Man, I came down there, I gave Carl McAdams a lick, pow! I knocked him over, we both rolled on the grass a couple of times. I picked myself up and kind of strutted back to the huddle. Here's a little freshman done knocked over the great big All-American linebacker. As I was strutting back to the huddle, I looked over my corner of my shoulder, then I saw him. Coach Mad Dog James. We called him Mad Dog because when he got excited, his mouth foamed up. And it was really foaming at this time. I went over there, here came Mad Dog, grabbed McAdams right by the helmet and the face mask, yanked him up in there, held him up there, and said, "What are you going to do, McAdams? Let some freshman knock you on your can? What are you going to do in front of 30 million people? Now run it again." You see, there's times in your life you got to do things you just don't want to do. And as soon as we get back right after this message, we're going to tell you exactly how to handle that situation. Thank you. We had talked about no matter what you do in life, you got to do things you just don't want to do periodically. Whether it's going back out there and giving that extra lick to that person, whether it's becoming an ATS person, I say, that's becoming an ATS. Do what's expected of you and then a little bit more. You got to get out there no matter what it is, whether it's your job, your marriage, your friendships, you got to give that little bit extra. You got to do the things that losers don't like to do. The statement you'll hear again and again, winners develop the habit of doing things losers don't like to do. Well, let's talk about this a minute. What are the things losers don't like to do? What are they? Practice? Get up early? Keep records? Exactly. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, just think about that. But what are the things that winners don't like to do? Lose? Practice? Keep records? Get up early? Exactly the very same things that other successful people just like you and I don't like to do. But you have to recognize right from the start that winning in any endeavor is something that is achieved by a minority of people. And you cannot follow your natural likes and dislikes and become that winning personality. You've got to get out there and do that little bit. And a lot of times people say, "Oh, he's always been liking to get up early. He's always been an organized person. He's always liked to do this or that." Then why does a winner do them? A winner will do the things they don't like to do today so they can have, be, do, and accomplish the things they want to do in the future. And that's what we're all talking about from here on, today and the future, not looking back. And it all goes back to that magic word, habit. And I'll demonstrate how important it is to you. Everybody just fold your arms just like this. I can see several of you already there. All right, now then fold your arms the other way. Yeah, it'll go. It's kind of hard. Now, how does that feel? A little weird, strange? All right, here's one to demonstrate even better. Everybody just fold your hands together just like this. All right? Now then, look and see which hand is on top. And the way you do that is you wiggle the index finger that's on top. The top one there, anyway. All right? Everybody's wiggling their right index finger. Therefore, their right hand is on top. Let's see your hands. 142. All right? Everybody's wiggling their left index finger. Therefore, their left hand is on top. Let's see your hands. 137. You know, it's incredible. As I've gone all over the country, all around the world, done this little test, and it's almost always a 50-50 split, left hand as to right hand. But you know what I've done? I've done a little study of my own. I have found out that those people who have their right hand on top are slightly more intelligent. No, I just lost half the audience there. No, no, no. It doesn't matter if you're left-handed or you're right-handed. You're male or female. You're from the East Coast or the West Coast. What matters is this. When you were just a baby, you put your hands together and it felt good. So you did it again and again and again. That became the comfortable way to you. In fact, a lot of people didn't even realize probably that you fold your hands the other way. I tell you what, let's all just fold our hands the other way now. Now, if you have a little challenge with it like you are, just move your hand down a notch. There you go. Now then, how does that feel? A little weird, different, almost like you have somebody else's hand, doesn't it? All right, rub your hands together just a little bit. Rub them together. Now then, this is it. Think about this. If every day for the next 30 days, you stop, you have just a few minutes, you're at a light, you think the thought, I'm now going to fold my hands together the new way. You take the action of folding them together the new way, which may not feel comfortable for you. At the end of 30 days, what do you think is going to happen? It'll become, exactly, it will become a habit to you. It will become the comfortable way. And a lot of people say, well, so what? Here's the so what behind it. If every day for the next 30 days, you have a habit that you want to acquire or get rid of, you have to recognize, you have to think the thought first, take the action, and perform the habit the new way, which may feel uncomfortable. You may be so used to sleeping in late. You may be so used to eating too much. You may be so used to not doing the paperwork that needs to be done. But if you do them for 30 days, even though you don't want to, and it will feel uncomfortable, you'll develop the new habit. Recognize this. Habits feel comfortable whether they're good or bad. You see, smoking to me would feel uncomfortable, but smoking to a smoker feels comfortable. So what you need to do, these habits that you want to acquire or get rid of, recognize it only takes 30 days because we are all creatures of habit. We're the sum product or total of all our habits. First we make our habits, then our habits make us. And if you don't consciously form new good habits, unconsciously you'll form bad habits. You see, you're the type person you are because you have formed the habit of being that type person. And if you want to change, the only way you're going to be able to do it is through habits. And recognize any habit that you want to acquire or get rid of only takes 30 days. And see, these habits that you want to acquire or get rid of, the thing about them, they're not going to be worth a flip to you until you're able to make them an automatic part of you, just like we talked about the driving. Unless it's become part of your subconscious mind where you don't have to think about it at all. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is you are able to link that habit you want to acquire or get rid of with a definite purpose. The purpose you have, the end result. For the people that are joggers, when you start off jogging, what do you think about? The stretching and the straining and the pain when you start jogging? No, you think about the end result. You think about how good you feel when you're over. That tired feeling that picks you up. Those endorphins flowing through your brain. The energy you use. The weight you lose. So the thing about it, think about the end result. The same thing for any of the habits you want to acquire. If they feel comfortable, you might ought to take a look at them again. So if you're able to link that habit that you want to acquire with the definite purpose, you're going to be far better off. And then one day you're going to wake up and feel like a different person in a different world. And here's what's happened. Because that day that you got up, you didn't have to consciously make that decision. It had become an automatic part of you, just like folding your hands together. And you do that, I guarantee you're going to be changing some ways of your life. That's why behind every habit, there has to be a purpose. That's why purpose is so important into your life. And if you maximize that purpose, I guarantee you're going to get more laughing, loving, and living, enjoying life a whole lot more. Everybody now, just think about that athlete. Think about the habits that you want to acquire. Think about today, how you want to change your life and get it better. Recognizing it may feel uncomfortable, but if you do it 30 days in a row, I guarantee you, you will enjoy it a whole lot more. Everybody now, just repeat with me one time. Winners develop the habit of doing things losers don't like to do. Everybody? Winners develop the habit of doing the things losers don't like to do. Y'all are fantastic. Now just fold your hands together. How many people folded them the new way? You're on your way to health, wealth, and happiness. God bless you, and thank you all for a fantastic morning. Thank you. Hey.
Patrick, that's fabulous.
Thank you, Paul.
Now listen, I expect a lot of people here have spent a weekend with you on some of your executive development courses.
Exactly right. They have. Many of them have here.
Lots of people who are watching us today on Dawn are old friends of Patrick O'Dooley. He comes from Dallas, Texas. Thanks very much, Patrick. Great to have you on Dawn. We'll be back in just a moment. Stick around. Services to a number of firms. It's hardly the role someone who knew her back when would have expected to find her in. A broken home, divorced, 2 children, not even a high school education. At 19, she was at best a very rough-cut diamond. But today, she shines. Today, the luster is ours to enjoy on Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Ann Sadowski to Dawn, right here. Come on down, as they say on television. Ann, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
You are terrific.
Thank you.
We waited a long time for this,
Good.
and they are also terrific. Say hello.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you. You know, nothing is more exciting than being introduced by someone you've admired for a long time. I was standing back there thinking that being introduced by Ty Boyd makes you feel kind of like Mickey Rooney's 8th wife. You know what you're supposed to do, but you're not sure they're going to appreciate you out there. I wanted to kind of reverse the order of telling my history and my story. You got a little bit of a background from Ty as he was introducing me. I want to start talking about my life from 10 or 15 years ago and not from when I was 19 or from when I was a child. I'm going to talk about that at the end of my session today. About 15, 16 years ago, I had a job that was kind of unsatisfactory. I was a single parent with 2 little boys, and I was doing something that I thought was kind of a dead-end street, and I knew I had to make more money to support my children and to excel and to succeed. So I looked in the newspaper for an ad for employment. Never had thought about looking in the classified ads before. I was sitting there thumbing through one day, and I saw a job for a personnel recruiter for a major developer in the Dallas area. So I thought, well, I could do that. I've done some of that in my background. I was in the cosmetic business, and I bet I could do that. So I went down, and with my very best sales techniques, I sold myself into that job, and I got a great job for $900 a month. It was a lot of money back then, $900 a month. So I started off in that part of my career, personnel recruiting, and then finally the developer said, we need somebody to train our people. We're not doing any training. I said, well, I bet I could do that. So I sold him on that too. And I went in there and started training the people. It began to evolve, and I started speaking at Southern Methodist University in Dallas in their adult education classes. And people began to hear that I was a good speaker, thank goodness. Thank God for a God-given talent, so I'm buried under there somewhere. And it just began to evolve. 2 weeks before my 40th birthday, I found out I was losing my job. The company that I was working for was having some financial problems, and they said, hey, you can't afford to pay everybody these big salaries anymore. So I decided I'd strike it on my own. It was like God kicking me out of my nest so I would fly. I'd kind of hung on to that paycheck for years, and all of a sudden I had the opportunity to do it. How in the world could I do that? I had no earthly idea how to start my own business. So I got me a yellow pad. I sat down and I wrote down everybody I knew, all the names and the phone numbers of everybody I could think of that I'd ever worked with in business, that I knew that heard me speak in the past. And I started calling everybody. I said, I'm thinking about doing this on my own. Would you hire me? They said, well, tell us you're going to do it, and we'll tell you yes. So I finally got brave, and sure enough, 3.5 years ago, started my own business. Being in public speaking is a real fun job if you don't mind living in an airplane and sleeping in a strange hotel room by yourself every night. I throw in the by yourself just to put that gets a little lonely sometimes too. But it's a real fun business because you meet so many neat people all across the country. My very favorite subject is my very most popular subject that probably is linked in some way. I talk to people about apathy in business in America today. All the material that I have written based on my personal experiences. Because I figure I'm a person, and if those things have happened to me, they've probably happened to you, and they've probably happened to you. And so I just share with people what's going on out there today in the real world. We get our marketing degrees, and we get prepared to start a business, and we go in, and we forget about that most important key ingredient, and that's the customer and the way the customer's treated. Just today, I spoke to a group of people who are opening a brand new restaurant in the Dallas market, and I went and spoke to all the employees. We're going to start that grand opening event on Friday of this week, and I said to them, you are the face of the restaurant. You're the personality. You are the reputation. It all falls on you. Your total responsibility. And people don't think about that very often. Now, I want to share some things with you that happened to me that helped me put together that seminar material. These were personal experiences that I believe the good Lord must have sent me for a lesson, because basically I'm a nice person. I didn't deserve all this treatment. But these are things that really happened to me. I took my son and his wife to an expensive restaurant for lunch one day. It was the week of their wedding anniversary. They'd been married for several years, and we had to do lunch because Mom's out of town a lot in the evenings, and so they picked the restaurant. Now, the background is it was a very expensive, lovely restaurant in Dallas, and that restaurant probably needed our business because the way Americans are living today, we don't sit for 2 or 3 hours for lunch, and we don't spend $60 or $70 for lunch. We don't have time to do that. We don't have the money to do that. You and I are driving behind the steering wheel, eating a hamburger or swallowing a cup of yogurt locked in the bathroom, so we'll have time to get our lunch down real fast. So they probably needed our business. Scott and Sharon and I parked in the parking lot of the restaurant at 11:20 in the morning, and I said to the kids, they probably don't serve until 11:30. Let's go on in and we'll wait. So we got out of the car and we walked through these beautiful unlocked leaded glass front doors and walked inside, and there was a hostess station, kind of like a podium. Pretty little girl sitting there, a little fluffy blonde hairdo, a little tight t-shirt, and we walked in the door and she stepped out and said, "We don't open until 11:30. And I said, "Well, gee, that's only about 9 or 10 minutes. She said, "Okay, if we come on in and wait." And she said, "You can wait in the bar. We don't serve drinks till 11:30 either." So Scott and Sharon and I walked in and sat down, and I said to Scott and Sharon, here's another one of life's wonderful experiences. They're paying her to be mean to us, right? This person is getting paid to be mean to the customers. Well, that was one thing that happened to me. About the same time, I bought myself a new wristwatch. Now, my old wristwatch was a Seiko, and it was a good wristwatch, and I loved it, and finally I'd worn it for years, and it quit, and I said, okay, I'm getting older. As I get older, I get gaudier. My personality is gaudier, my clothes are gaudier, my taste is gaudier. I would like to have a gaudy wristwatch. So I called my friends in the wholesale jewelry business, and I made an appointment, and I gave them my budget, and I drove downtown, and they opened up 6 or 8 boxes of wristwatches, and I tried on 30 or 40 wristwatches, and I said, nothing's gaudy enough. I want something really flashy, really gaudy. Now, being a good salesman, the young man said to me, "I have the perfect watch for you, but it's way too expensive for you." And I said, "Get me the watch." Right? Bring it. So he brings out the wristwatch, and I opened up the box, and I looked at it, and I said, I've fallen in love fast a few times in my life, but this is really love at first sight. I love this watch. And they took out 15 links to make it fit my wrist because it was a big, heavy, gaudy European, big diamonds on the top, 18-karat gold. I loved it. I said, "Lawrence, this is the perfect watch. How much is it?" He told me, and I fainted right there, right? And when I recovered, I said, "Lawrence, people all over the world are starving, and I can't pay that much money for a stupid wristwatch." He said, "Fine. Don't buy the watch. You don't send the money to them, they're still going to starve, but that's okay. Don't buy the watch." And I drove away. For 3 weeks, I grieved over this wristwatch. This is not just thinking and wishing. I'm grieving I want it. The nights I slept, I dreamed about it. The other nights, I laid awake and I thought about it. And I thought, gee, I really want that watch. And I woke up one morning, and it was the 95th birthday of my grandfather, but he'd been gone for 5 years, and he raised me after I was 6, and we were real close, and he left me a little money. Not much, but a little. And I rolled over that morning, and I thought about the watch, and I thought about Papa, and I thought Papa would want me to have the watch, right? Of course, I rationalized my way into that, and I moved the money from savings to checking, and I drove downtown with a trembling hand. I wrote a check for this investment timepiece. No longer is it just a gaudy wristwatch. Now it's an investment timepiece. And I drove away, and I was so excited, and I almost wrecked my car looking. And the first day I wore the watch, it quit twice, and I missed 2 very important appointments because the watch wouldn't keep time. I thought to myself, anything this expensive is bound to be self-repairing. I'm sure it'll fix itself overnight. I'll give it one more night and see how it does, right? So I took it off that night, and I laid it on the dresser. The next morning, I got up and I wound it. And as I was placing it on my wrist and fastening it here, the band broke right here, and the watch fell off into the floor in 2 pieces. Now, I have a bag of 15 links that nobody wants. Now I have 2 other pieces that won't keep time, so I called up the people, and I said, "Have you deposited my check?" And they said, "No." "Good, don't, because I got to bring your watch back." And I explained to them what was going on, and the young man said to me, "You're making a big deal out of nothing." "This is no big deal. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." I said, "But you don't understand. I run through airports every day carrying briefcases, and it can fly off." And he'd say, "So what? It's insured. You're making a big deal out of nothing." Okay? Of course, I have to admit that I said to him, "You've lived in gold and diamonds all your life, and you have no idea what a big decision this was for me because you're kind of a rich little boy, but let me explain to you, this was a big decision to me. If that watch had been $50, I would have been upset. If it only been $500, I would have been upset. If I told you what I paid for it, we'd all be upset, right? I mean, that was pretty upsetting. Okay, so I drove away, and I went to buy myself a new coat. Went over and they put the coats on sale. I found the perfect coat. I go up to New York and Chicago where it's cold a lot, so I got to have a nice warm coat. Rationalization again. And I bought a beautiful fur coat, and the sleeves came down to here. And I said, "Okay, we've got to shorten the sleeves." And I went back in 3 days, and this sleeve fell right to my wrist, and the other one came right here. And I said, gee, we got the sleeve too short, fellas. Is there anything we can do? And they said, we'll fix it for you. We'll fix it for you. Went back in a few more days, put it on, still too short. So the man said, take it and wear it till it's time to put it in storage, and then we'll fix it for you. So I went around for 2 or 3 weeks with his arm hanging out like this, longer than the other arm. Okay? When we get back, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened about the coat.
The beautiful SS Independence, site of the 1986 Cruise to Success, sponsored by Dawn, the Dynamic Achievers World Network. Hello, I'm Ty Boyd. Beginning January 18th, this will be the setting for one of the most exciting success seminars ever held. For 7 days, we'll cruise the beautiful Hawaiian Islands. Seminar and sailing schedules allow for island excursions at 5 fascinating ports of call. Each day, America's most dynamic personalities will lead seminars on success, sharing powerful insights into personal and professional relationships and achievement. Hear the motivational experts that are sought after by America's top corporations. In-depth presentations from the nation's most qualified trainers. People like Mark Victor Hansen, Ed Foreman, Jane Warford, and Don Hudson will join me for a great week. You can fly to the islands on Delta Airlines. Delta gets you there. Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success promises life-changing insights on professional success and personal fulfillment, but space is limited. To place your reservation, call 1-800-942-3445 today. Learn how your Dawn cruise can be a qualified tax deduction. Call toll-free 1-800-942-3445. Join us for an unforgettable experience in one of the most gorgeous spots on Earth. For more information on making your reservation for Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success, call 1-800-942-3445 now.
There's plenty of hard-hitting action as Super Sports America takes you to the Wrangler Pro Rodeo. It's competition that's as serious as it is spirited. As the best of the best, cowboys and cowgirls who rely on their roping and riding for a living provide the excitement of fast rodeo action, competing for all important points and cash prizes. It's rough and tumble from start to finish on Super Sports America.
Well, Ann Sadowski is our special guest on Dawn. Now, Ann, tell us what happened.
All right. I drove off with the coat. I drove around for 2 or 3 weeks and wore it with this arm hanging out longer than the other arm. And I went back and I put it in storage. I said, don't forget. And they measured and it's okay. I put it in storage and they had it for over 6 months. I went back the following November the 1st to pick up the coat. Said, I've got to go up north. It's real cold up there. Let me pick up my coat. I put the coat on. This sleeve was right here and this one was still way up there. Got to fix the sleeve. We'll fix it for you. It'll only take us a few days. Well, and that afternoon, the man who owns the furrier at the store called up and said, Miss Sadowski, come over here and pick your coat up. There's nothing wrong with this coat. Sleeves both measure 28 inches. Get this coat out of my way. I need you to get this coat out of the showroom. Excuse me, sir. I am 43 years old, and this arm's never been longer than this arm before. It's got to be something wrong with the coat, you know. Could I please show you the problem at 1:30 today? And he said, fine. I drove over there at 1:30 that day, and I said, Mr. So-and-so here? And they said, he's gone home for the day. I said, may I please show someone that I need some help? This sleeve is too short. And they went to the back and they got a little alterations lady. Darling little lady, 110 years old. She came waddling out. She said, let me see, honey. And I showed it to her. And she said, you know, both the sleeves. I said, I know. Measure 28 inches. But I think it's a little too short. Can't you see more wrist here? And she said, yes, I can. Thank goodness. She took it to the back. About 5 minutes, she came back out. I put the coat on. The sleeve fell perfectly to my wrist. I said, how in the world did you fix the fur coat in 5 minutes? She said, honey, you had enough fur. You just didn't have enough lining. We'd accidentally gotten it all hung, and we let the lining down. It fell perfectly into place. And she said, honey, I don't think it's a good sale until the customer is happy. And I said, you need to tell that to your boss. Right? Okay. All right. About the same time, I had a date. You know, you look at me kind of funny. How many of you gals are single? Eh? Okay? Dates are few and far between when you get my age. You just wait and see, okay? So I was so excited I had a date, and he called me up and he said, guess what? I have bought us some tickets to the country dinner to see Waylon Jennings. And I went, oh my goodness. But when you don't get to go very often, you go where they want to go. So I said, fine, I'll have my boots out and be ready about 6 o'clock. So that evening, about 4:45, he called my office. He said, Ann, listen, we got an emergency in my family. My daughter's in the emergency room at the hospital, and she's going to be fine, but I have to stay with her for a while. And so would you please move the tickets to tomorrow night? So I thought that was a reasonable request. He said, you are available, aren't you? And I said, silly boy, of course I'm available. So I called up the dinner theater at 4:45, and they said, dinner theater. They put me on hold. I held for 12 1/2 minutes. You ever held that long? Your toenails grow. I mean, that's a long time to hold on the phone. Well, fine, the little girl came back, and she said, dinner theater. And I said, listen, I have tickets for tonight with a friend, but we have an emergency in his family, and we'd like to see if we could please move the tickets tomorrow night. She said, lady, when you want to move the tickets, you got to call before 5 o'clock. I said, well, if she'd told us she was going to be sick before 5 o'clock, we would have told you, but we didn't know. I was trying to be kind of clever. And I said, besides, I've been on hold for a long time. Can't you please help me out? She said, can't help you. And I said, fine. May I speak to the manager? Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you ask for the manager, don't you expect to get someone who's been placed in that position because of their wisdom, because of their human relations and customer relation skills? You think you're going to get someone that's been placed in that responsible position because they're so good with customers as well as for the company? That's what you're going to get? Well, he picks up the phone. He says, manager. And I said, sir, I'm not trying to get the money back. We won't leave the money on the charge. We just have tickets for him tonight. We'd like to move him tomorrow night. It's real important to my friend. He really will sit anywhere. Could you just please see if you could move him? He said, I'm so tired of you rich broads calling here trying to tell me how to run this business. True story. I said, I beg your pardon. He said it to me again, so I knew he really meant it. He said it twice. And I said, sir, there are a few things I want to tell you. First thing I want to tell you is I may be a broad, but I'm not a rich broad. Second thing I want to tell you is I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business. I don't know anything about the dinner theater business. The third thing I want to tell you is you lost a customer today because I was asking you a favor and it was unnecessary for you to be rude to me. What do you think he did? Hung up the phone. True story. Okay. All of those things happen to me when I'm trying to drive on Central Expressway in Dallas, Texas, right? You want to see suffering? Drive on. You get on Central Expressway, you're in the left lane, you want to get off on the right. You put your signal light on and everybody moves up a little, right? So you put your signal light on again and you say, listen, I'm really late, and they give you a dirty look, move up a little bit more. You hang your head out of your car, throw up down the side of your window, and they still move up a little bit more. More dirty looks. We live in a sick society. We don't just have apathy, we have a sickness. Let me make it personally to your advantage to let people off the freeway. It leaves more room for you. Yeah? So let people off. So all these things happened to me, and I got conditioned. This is what happens to people. All of a sudden, I'm saying the world's out to get me. Everybody's mean to me. Everybody's really being mean to me lately, and I know the world's going to always treat me bad, okay? Well, one afternoon with this conditioning, I went over to get me some pantyhose. Now, you guys will have to think socks. I know you can't relate to pantyhose, but so I drove over to the store that afternoon, and I said, okay, I'm going to get me some. I ran in there, and I just had 5 minutes, and I found my color and my size. I was so excited. I bought 6 pairs, and I put them in a paper bag, and they stapled the receipt, and I paid and drove off, and I got home and I opened up the paper bag, and I had bought size queen tall. Now, so that you guys can relate to that, tall would come to here on me. You know, it's like I'm going to rob the bank in these pantyhose, and queen would fall down around my ankles because I walk so fast, so this is not going to work. I just take these pantyhose back. I get the paper bag, get the receipt, unopened packages, package it all up, and I go out and I get in the car, and I'm driving along thinking, if they're not going to let me get these pantyhose back. I'll bet you they're going to give me a bad time. Well, I walk up in there with my meanest walk. I've been practicing dirty words, and I stomp into the store, and I say, I want to bring back these pantyhose, and the little girl said, oh, I'd be happy to help you with that, ma'am. Did you get the wrong color or the wrong size? And I went, and she said, is there something wrong? I said, well, yeah, I was practicing on how I was going to be mean to you. I was practicing some dirty words, and I knew you were going to be mean. The rest of the world's been mean to me. And she said, there's a lot of crazy people that shop in this store. Right? And I said, you're right, I'm acting a little crazy. And I exchanged the pantyhose, and I drove away, and I said to myself, look what happens when people get conditioned. I, of all people, standing up talking to people at their attitude, was practicing how to be mean because the rest of them had been mean to me. That's how I base my seminars, on my personal experiences, because I know they're happening to you too. I know that they are. Now, I want to wrap up sharing with you, expanding upon what Ty told you about my background in my life. My father was an alcoholic, a very bad person. I spent the first 6 years of my life under the bed and in the closet, hiding from my dad. When I was 6 years old, my mother sent me to live with his parents because I had been born in their home, and they wanted me. And I lived there with them and did real good till I was about 13, and my mother divorced my father and we came back to live with me. All that negative experience started all over again. So the logical thing to do was run off and get married. It's called out of the frying pan into the fire. But that's what I thought was the right thing to do, so I did that. When I was 19 years old, my children's father was in an automobile accident. He's been in a mental institution since we were kids. And I had 2 little boys, and I had a 9th grade education. I am writing a book trying to tell people about that experience to say this paragraph in a whole book. Your success and your happiness have absolutely no relationship to your family background. You can grow up on the wrong side of the tracks with an alcoholic parent. You can be poor. You can be abused. Or you can be like David Kennedy. David Kennedy had everything, and he died with a dope problem in his 20s last year. A wealthy family has nothing. You can stop blaming mother. Okay? Your success and your happiness have absolutely no relationship to your education. There are PhDs in the gutter. People with master's degrees drive me in cabs all over this country. And there are people who got to the 3rd or the 6th or the 9th or the 12th grade who are happy and successful and glad to be alive and contributing to our society today. Your success and your happiness have absolutely no relationship to the job that you hold today. Because if you're a winner, and if your attitude's right, you bloom where you're planted. Whatever you choose to do. If you're going to be a weight person, be the best weight person they ever had. If you're going to be a cameraman, be the best cameraman they ever had. If you're going to drive a truck, drive it better, dig ditches, dig them deeper. If you're going to be a housewife, be the best housewife that America's ever seen. If you're going to be a parent, be the best parent. Understand, it's 100% related to your attitude. Our little business did almost $1 million last year. I'm going to be in the April issue of Money Magazine in the Money Makers column. Let me guarantee you, 100% related to my attitude. And I tell that story to share with you and with every listening audience, everybody I can get to talk to me, everybody I can get to hear me. That's what I'm going to say in the book. Nothing can hold you back in this country. If I can do it, you can do it. There's absolutely no excuse. So I encourage you to think about that. When you're out there in the business world, or you're out there in your private life, and you get treated that way, don't let them pull your strings. Smile back, or smile even if they don't, and think to yourself, I'm not going to let them change my attitude. You're not going to ever meet anybody that's probably any happier than I am. With that kind of background, what's happened in my life, I want to say, God bless you, God bless America. It's been good to me.
Oh, what a message. What a message.
Thank you.
You are terrific.
Thank you, sir.
Woo.
What a wonderful audience. Thank you.
I cannot wait for the book. When's the book coming, Ann?
Probably be the end of the year, if not January of '86. It takes a long, it's a long haul.
Got to have a copy of the book. Ann Sadowski, special guest today on Dawn. We'll be back right after this. Wow. Good. All the schooling that we give the youngsters is this. The youngster, by the time he or she is in the 10th grade or the 12th grade or in college, they no longer are they're just a... You see, what they're saying is, just give me the answer. Just give me the answer to the question. Don't make me think. Don't make me be creative. Help me be like everybody else. And you see, what we do in our schools is we teach people to lose their creativity. We don't reward creativity. We reward sameness too often. And what I am suggesting to those of you here in the audience today, and those of you who may be watching on television from some distant place, if you're watching Dawn today, try today to be one of those people who in your job, in your life, look at everything you do as from as many different angles as you can. Be a and not just a... Isn't there a difference? A couple of, 3-4 weeks ago, we were in New Orleans after a big meeting. This is true story. We were going to the meeting with 400 people there and having a great time. After the meeting is over, we decide to go down to New Orleans for down to Bourbon Street for one more dozen oysters. How many people in this hall love oysters? Let me see your hands. How many of the rest of you ain't ever going to put one of them slimy things down your gullet, right? Well, now, the oysters are wonderful in the season of the year when I'm telling you the story. And several of us headed down Bourbon Street to get our last dozen oysters. We'd already had 3-4 dozen during the last 2-3 days. We got our last dozen oysters. We were heading back up Bourbon Street. Now, if you remember, if you've been to New Orleans before, Bourbon Street ain't for driving. Bourbon Street is for walking, and not necessarily in a straight line, right? People use Bourbon Street as a convivial gathering place, and there's all kinds of wonder on both sides of the street. Well, we are walking up Bourbon Street, and these 3 streetwise kids run up to me. I don't know why they single me out. 3 of them, couldn't have one of them been over 12 years of age. They ran up to me, tapped me on the shoulder, said, "Hey, young fella." Now, would that grab my attention right away? What gives it away? He said, "Hey, young fella." Hey, young fella, bet you I can tell you where you got them shoes, what city, what state. I said, no, wait a minute. You don't know who I am, and incidentally, I did not buy the shoes in the same state I bought the shoes. He said, Mr. Bet me. I'll tell you exactly where you got them shoes, what city, what state. $5. I said, listen, I'm not going to take your money. He said, how about $1? I said, okay, brother, you asked for it. Here's $1. Here's a shake for $1. Tell me where I got them shoes, what city, what state. He said, I'll tell you right now, you got them shoes on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, Louisiana. And I looked down there, and sure enough, there they were. That's where them shoes were. You see, the guy was creative. He had looked at the idea from more than one angle. Another story, not a funny story, but a real story. Anybody here familiar with the name Martha Berry? Martha Berry? Martha Berry, about the turn of the century, lived in Rome, Georgia. And there were a lot of youngsters in her town, Rome, Georgia, that weren't getting an education, not because they didn't deserve the education, but because they didn't have the wherewithal to get the education. And Martha Berry started what was known then as Martha Berry Academy. Martha Berry Academy helped youngsters, though it had no substance in which to build a library or have a faculty or that sort of thing. And so Martha Berry taught the youngsters. Somewhere in the depths of the Depression, maybe 1930, 31, someone, a student or one of the faculty or Martha Berry or someone, saw written in the paper that Henry Ford was giving away $8 million to institutions of higher learning. And so Martha Berry and the youngsters sat down and wrote a letter to Henry Ford. When he received the letter, Henry Ford had long since given away all the dollars that he had earmarked for education institutions. But he did something that Henry Ford was always known to do. He always gave people dimes, shiny little dimes, to give them some hope, some courage, to let them know he cared. And he sent Martha Berry a lovely letter and a dime. Now, Martha Berry could have taken the dime and spent it or put it in some fund or given it to a child. She decided to use the dime creatively. She slipped it in her drawer, and when the springtime came in Rome, Georgia, Martha Berry took the dime and went down to the seed store and bought 10 cents worth of seed peanuts. Follow me? Now, I'm not saying that she didn't get an ample portion, even a large portion for her dime investment, but she made the investment of a dime and bought the seed peanuts. She and the students planted the peanuts, and they cultivated them during the year, and at the harvest time, they harvested those peanuts, and then they sold them. And the peanuts brought $1,500 return. Now, that is a lot of money. And Martha Berry could have hired faculty, bought books, helped some youngsters, given some scholarships. But she decided to be creative in the use of that $1,500. She wrote another letter to Henry Ford. So, Mr. Ford, several months ago, less than a year, you invested 10 cents in Martha Berry College. You will find enclosed a check to your order for $1,500 to show you how we marshal the funds that are invested in this great school. They say when Henry Ford received the letter, he did not wait until nightfall to book passage to Rome. And as you know, all roads do not lead to Rome, Georgia. Well, he got there, and before he left, Henry Ford had endowed that school for better than $3 million. Martha Berry had thought creatively about an entirely negative event in the school's history at Martha Berry College. She'd taken 10 cents and in less than a year had made that 10 cents worth $3 million. What's going to happen in your life today? What's going to happen in your life today, or your life today, that would become a huge return for you if you only looked at that idea or that happening creatively? I don't think there's been a guest on Dawn who hasn't talked about dream your dreams. I don't think there's been a one who hadn't said, listen, be what you can be, look at the opportunity and adversity. And that's kind of what we're talking about right here. Dream your dreams. Look for opportunity. Be creative in the things that happen in your life. I love the word that's the current buzzword in every program in America and all the publications. The word is excellence, and Tom Peters and Bob Waterman have done such an incredible job. I suppose the Bible of many companies and industry today is a wonderful volume called In Search of Excellence. I love the word, and I think about excellence. And I love one of the things that Peters says. If you remember, he's talking about excellence. He said, obviously, the obvious ain't so obvious. He's saying that the little things that would make your company just enormously good, like answering the telephone when it rings the first time, or the second time, or writing people little notes, or being able to give people quality and service regardless, or the customer's always right. Those are the things that make companies and people great at what they do. Excellence is a powerful word. I believe one of the words that go hand in hand with excellence is the following word. And I don't believe there's a speaker who hasn't mentioned it, and yet it must be mentioned on our program today. The word is responsibility. It's a powerful word. Look at a friend named Don Tony. First met Don about 15 years ago, and when I met him, he had his head under the hood of my automobile. He had just washed my windshields. He had put gas in my automobile. He worked in an Esso station. And Mr. Cheek owned the station, and Don was just working for him. He was a salaried employee, and I tipped him $1. I'll never forget that. I felt so important. I just had my car, you know, worked on, and I tipped that dude who was working on it $1. I wanted to help that guy in service. And interesting thing happened. That year, Mr. Cheek retired, and Don bought that Esso station from Mr. Cheek. And the next year, he bought another one. The next year, another one. The next year, another one. Today, 15 years later, Don Tony owns 15 Exxon stations. He pumps well over 1 million gallons of gasoline a month. His wife loves the wonderful solid baubles he brings home to her, and they sparkle. And today the bankers love Don Tony, and I go back and I still tip him $1 because he still washes my windshields. And he still pumps my automobile full of gasoline. And I said, Don, what's your secret? How have you been able to put together 15 different stations, pump over 1 million gallons of gasoline a month, and I'm still trying to make it to the end of the month? And here's what he said. He's talking about responsibility. He's talking about excellence. He's talking about creativity. Listen carefully. He said, Boyd, I learned a long time ago that Saturday ain't no holiday. You notice how often I use ain't? You remember Will Rogers said, damn it, ain't saying ain't eating? You remember that? And I believe there may be some truth to that. Don Tony said, Saturday ain't no holiday. What he was saying to me was this, Boyd, you may have a listen carefully to this, 9 to 5 job. You may work Monday through Friday. You may be paid only for those hours. But if you are to achieve excellence, if you are to accept responsibility, if you are to be all you can be, then it's important for you to understand what you do on Saturday and Sunday, and between 5 and 9 determines how well you perform Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. It's called responsibility. Drucker says there's a difference between efficiency and effectiveness. This is what he's talking about. Efficiency is what? Doing a thing right. Effectiveness is doing the right thing right. Now, let me give you a practical little example. In western North Carolina, which is my state, of course, we still have bears. Grizzly bears. Grizzly bears are wonderful if they are not hungry. If they are hungry, they are mean. Now, we also have the Appalachian Trail. 2 guys are walking the Appalachian Trail. They, in the second afternoon of a long walk, they smelling pretty good. And they are making it down a trail, and the wind is to their back. They make it to a clearing, and in the clearing, they see on the other side of the clearing a big fuzzy ball. But by the time the fuzzy ball is unraveled, it is no longer a fun fuzzy ball. It is a big grizzly, and the grizzly is hungry, and the grizzly is mean. And one of them is just fixed like this. He can't move. He just scared to death because he sees the grizzly. The second guy, very calmly and comfortably, walks over to a stump, sits down, and begins to pull his Adidas out of his knapsack and lace his Adidas on. The first guy said, man, don't you know you can't outrun that bear with them Adidas? To which the second guy said, don't have to outrun the bear. He ain't gonna catch but one of us. You see, what the guy was doing was learning the difference between effectiveness and efficiency, and he was effective. What we're talking about is the little things that make a difference. We're talking about excellence. We're talking about creativity. And we're going to talk about some more how-tos in just a moment after this time out on Dawn.
I only play with winners. That's why I teamed up with Century Ford and Delran, the A-team for great truck deals in South Jersey. At Century Ford, we offer the greatest lineup for 86 in Ford history at 8.8 or 10.9% APR financing. Choose this rugged 1985 Ranger pickup for only $59.88, or this sporty 1985 Bronco 2. Century Ford's price just $10,788. Century Ford, Route 130 South in Delran, New Jersey.
Dawn can make it possible for you to hear Ty Boyd's ideas over and over, Ty has put some of his best thoughts on cassette so that you can listen wherever you are. The two albums that we have are The Skill Builder Volume 1 and The Skill Builder Volume 2. In Volume 1, some of Ty's subjects are ideas that will make you more money now, 24 ways to stop wasting time and start making money, and selling yourself better. Ty calls Volume 2 of The Skill Builder The Success Seeker's Master Plan. Some of Ty's subjects in this 6-tape package are The Master Plan for You, How to Become a Winning Public Speaker, and many more dynamic subjects. Thousands of these courses have been sold for $60 each. But as a special service to Dawn viewers, you may have either of these powerful tools for just $29.95. That's right. If you'll call right now, you may have either of these for just $29.95. Or to get the complete 2-volume set, you pay only $49.95. To place your order, send check or money order for either $29.95 or $49.95 to Dawn, Post Office Box 612486, Dallas, Texas 75261. Or call 1-800-345-DAWN. If you wish to call, you can have these dynamic tapes charged to a major credit card. Be sure your order is placed today for either Volume 1 or 2 of The Skill Builders, or both volumes for the special Dawn price of $49.95.
Soon these streets will be teeming with people, all going after the American dream of success, just like you. Perhaps you should subscribe to the Wall Street Journal before they get here.
Call 800-453-3776 for this new Journal offer. 13 weeks for just $28 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $28. Phone 800-453-3776.
Modicum of difference in a person's life. 90%, I'm just guessing, this is not somebody else's figures, I'd say 90% of our growth is personal development. Personal development, not something that the boss does, not something that someone else does to me or for me or vaccinates me for, but it's what I objectively say I am going to learn and I'm going to grow from. I have a group that studies development, and we call them the survival skill group. And we decided that most of us are impeded by our own self-imposed hurdles, that those who make it are the ones who recognize those hurdles and then are able to move beyond them. And I wish I had an hour to tell you some of the conclusions that this group has come on, but let me give you a couple of the ideas. One, the ones who make it, the ones who reach excellence, are the ones who expect to win. Now, that sounds so easy for me to say. It's a bromide answer almost, a Band-Aid answer. But it's true. Those who make it it doesn't mean they're smarter than anyone else. Doesn't mean that they have more. Earlene Vining talked the other day on one of our Dawn shows about picking cotton, wearing cotton feed sack dresses, for heaven's sakes. And yet she won the local pageant when they selected the queen of her city, and she became one of the great international speakers. You see, she expects to win. It was something on the inside, not on the outside. And so we found that the winners expect to win, too. The winners have a plan. They know where they're going. I remember talking to someone once, well, not someone, Mr. H.L. Hunt, and he was on a television show, which I was doing, and I had occasion to interview him, and won't give you all the attendant emotions that were going on when I get to interview one of the richest men in America. But I said, Mr. Hunt, what's your secret? And he said 4 very simple things. He said, 1, decide what you want. 2, what you will give up to get it. 3, be able to set priorities. And 4, be about your work. He said, have a plan. Understand where you're going. That's simple stuff. But how many of you began your day-to-day with a plan? Know exactly what you're going to do. At least have some objectives that you're going to attain. 3rd thing was that we believe that the people who make it are those, it sounds like a high school coach's pep talk. But listen to this. I recently, well, for the last 2 years, I've done the High School Hall of Fame. And in Indianapolis, the same conclusion. In Orlando, Florida, the same conclusion. We had 1,300 people in the audience. And we took in 5 great athletes for the High School Hall of Fame. Oscar Robertson. I'm not sure I can remember all. Dink Edelman. Bill Bradley. Anybody recognize any of these names? Jim Ryan. Oh, yeah, and a guy named Jesse Owens. Would anybody know who those people were? Well, we concluded that the reason they were so terrific at what they did was not because they had more sinew, more muscle, more bone, that they were blessed with greater bodies, that they were just great natural-born athletes. We decided that the reason they were so terrific was because they wanted to be the best they could be. They could have stopped at almost any plateau. In high school with their great performance, they could have stopped achieving and still been on any major college team in America, but they kept on growing. And every one of them did. High school, whole thing. Fourth thing we decided was the how-to and how to be all you can be. The fourth thing was action. Action. You can go to all the seminars, listen to all the cassettes, read all the books, and I do all those things. But until I accept the responsibility and decide it's going to take my action to make it happen, nothing happens. So we're going to have action. The fifth thing, we decided maybe the most important thing for many of us was to have a good perspective on failure. Make sense to you? I get to speak to lots of high school audiences, and one of the first things I try to say to them is they've been in an environment in which the questions are in the front of the book and the answers in the back of the book, and it seems to me that that's not real world. Real world is that we don't know what's going to happen. So we have to understand that if we fail, it's okay. It isn't okay to quit. It isn't okay to be mediocre. It isn't okay to be average. At least I hope it's not okay in your book. But it's okay to fail if we, you know the whole bromide, if we don't try hard enough that we sometimes fail, we haven't, you know, the rest of that. Sixth thing was that we were able to, high achievers are able to move outside their comfort zones. And the seventh was that great performers, whether they're great salesmen or managers, whether they're great husbands or wives or parents, have vivid imaginations. They're able to imagine new objectives which they've never had before. Great salespeople learn how to sell in their heads. They imagine making successful sales. Great managers manage in their head. Great painters paint in their heads, right? Great sculptors chisel in their heads. They have great imaginations. That's a how-to, a list of how-tos and how to be more creative and how to be more excellent at what you do. What I'm simply saying to you is that the responsibility is yours. The opportunity is yours. And you're no different from me. And we're no different from anyone else. And yet, if we use some of the simple, mundane little ideas that we already know and make them work for us, good things happen. Listen to this, my close. The master in the art of living makes little distinction between his work and his play, his labor and his leisure, his mind and his body, his information and his recreation, his love and his religion. He hardly knows which is which. He simply pursues his vision of excellence at whatever he does, leaving others to decide whether he is working or playing. To him, he is always doing both. Is that good? That's you. Take it, use it today, and good luck. Nice to be with you. Thanks very much for letting me come. Hey, that's fun. Now listen, I get to host the show and every once in a while be a part of the inside. We'll be right back after these words on Dawn. Books which made the New York Times bestseller list. Her other two books aren't far behind. A total, listen to this, of 800,000 hardbacks sold. Must be something on the inside. 67 colleges have chosen The Power of Money Dynamics as a textbook. She has her own weekly television show, 20 years experience as a certified financial planner, and probably the financial independence to make her worth listening to. Her stated goal in life is to help everyone she comes in contact with to become financially independent. A very worthy goal, because she's going to contact me next. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to Dawn the author of The Power of Money Dynamics, Ms. Vanita Van Caspel, right here. My goodness. Vanita, let's make contact. Wonderful. How are you? I have been a follower of this lady for years. She is my guru, and today we share her on Dawn. Thank you for coming. Thanks for sharing.
Oh, we live in a dynamic world of change, but it's never changed but our reaction to change that will determine where we'll be a few years from now. Actually, change gives you marvelous opportunities. And we're moving now, we've moved from the agricultural society to the industrial society, and now we're moving on to the communication society. And any time between two moves, you have a little parenthesis and you have marvelous opportunities to make money. And so this is an exciting time to be a certified financial planner. Every morning I get up, it's a new day, a new approach. And anything I may have been doing yesterday probably was wrong, and now we've got to change to a new era. So if you're doing anything with your money today the way you did it a few years ago, it's probably wrong, but the exciting thing money is that there are a lot of wonderful things to do with money today. And looking back, though, of every 100 of our people who reach the age of 65, only 4% are financially independent. 23 must continue to work, and 73 are dependent on friends, charity, or relatives. Of every 100 of our people who are reaching 65, only 93% of them are flat broke. And this is a tragedy. I learned this very startling statistic at a time in my life when I was searching what to do with what was left of my life. I was very happily married to a very wonderful man, and all I really wanted was a home and children and a happy husband and all these good things that every woman wants. And suddenly I lost my husband in a tragic plane accident. And here I was left, and I thought, well, what shall I do with my life? I received a little bit of insurance money. And even though I had a degree in economics and finance from having worked my way through college, they had not taught me what to do with the money. And so I went back to school, and I learned what to do with my own money because I had a very strong sense of stewardship about this money. I just couldn't make a mistake. And I learned a very startling statistic, though, while I was there, and that was the one that I just gave you. And I thought, this is something worthwhile I can do with my life. I'll teach others how to become financially independent. I won't go into how difficult it was for a woman to get a job and as a stockbroker at that time. But I've devoted my life since then, the last 20 years, to helping others become financially independent. Now, there are 3 financial periods in each of our lives. The first one is a learning period when we learn a vocation, and a college education is still a very good investment. It'll probably add another $350,000 to a young person's earning power during their lifetime. The second period is the earning period. Most of you are in the earning period of your life right now, and the decisions you make in this period will determine how you'll spend the third period of your life. So many people get in the habit of investing everything in today's goods and services, and they forget to reserve just a little for tomorrow's goods and services. Now, the decisions you make in this earning period will determine this third period of your life. It'll either be your yearning years or your golden years, depending on the decisions you made in your earning years. Now, if you make the right decisions and put your money to work, it can be a very golden period of your life. If not, it can be a very sad period of financial insecurity and lack of dignity. In my many years of trying to help people become financially independent, I've asked, why do so many fail? And I've found that there are 6 reasons that they fail. The first reason is procrastination. People just wait too long. Time is a very valuable element in becoming financially independent. The second reason that people fail is failure to establish a goal. I used to have a television show called Successful Texans, and in that show I interviewed a lot of successful people, and I determined that each one of them had a goal, and they just aimed right toward it. I've also found that in working with those in the Horatio Alger Award of Distinguished Americans. And in this period, also I found that they all had a goal and they aimed toward it. You aim at nothing in life, you're just liable to hit it. The third reason that people fail is ignorance of what money must do to accomplish that goal. We are raising a nation of financial illiterates, spending millions of dollars teaching them what to do, how to earn a dollar, but not what to do with it once they get it. The fourth reason that people fail is failure to understand and apply our tax laws. The only money you're going to spend at the grocery store is what the government lets you keep. The fifth reason is that someone sold them the wrong kind of life insurance. In my opinion, one of the great consumer frauds today is still cash surrender value life insurance. I'm happy to say that my 4 books have done a lot to change this industry, and I do believe that a lot of widows and orphans can now live in financial dignity because of the changes that have been made. And then the sixth reason that people fail is failure to develop a winning mental attitude about money. I have found that prepared optimists always make money, and those who are not, do not. So many people think it's luck. There's no such thing as luck. It's when preparedness and opportunity get together. If you are prepared, you will have the opportunity. I've always found that I've always been rewarded, and all the people I've ever known, in direct relationship to the need for what you do, your ability to do it, and the difficulty of replacing you. We all want to be winners, and we can be winners. So many people are afraid to try, afraid that they will fail. No, you don't want a life of no hits, no runs, no errors. Not to try is the tragedy here that we have. So a positive mental attitude. Now, these are the 3 financial periods of your life. There are 4 basic reasons that you must learn to invest. The first one is a hedge against inflation. Sometimes we have inflation at an increasing rate and sometimes at a decreasing rate, but we still have inflation. So we have to put our money to work as hard as inflation and taxes. The most common mistake I see most people make is confusing 2 very similar words, stability and safety. Stability is a return of the same number of dollars at a point of time in the future. Safety is a return of the same amount of food, clothing, and shelter. You can be stable today and not be safe. Actually, a certificate of deposit is stable, but it may not be safe because it can't grow along with the cost of living. So you have to have your money working for you as hard as inflation and taxes. The second reason is for tax advantage. You certainly want to invest your money so the assets can grow. So someday when you sell it, it comes out as a capital gains. And the most you can ever lose to taxes is 20%. So it's very important to learn our tax laws and to invest for tax advantage. The third reason that you must learn to invest is for increasing income. If they keep increasing the cost of living, we certainly have to increase our income or reduce our intake. So we want to keep increasing our income. The fourth reason that you must learn to invest is for growth of capital. To become financially independent, you must save and let your money grow. Many people save and let savings institutions grow, and we build magnificent buildings of marble and glass and steel. Now, there are only 3 things that you can do with $1. First of all, you can spend it. If you make that decision, I hope you had a good time, but you've cut off our conversation. The only other 2 things that you can do with this $1, if you decide not to spend it now, but just to spend it later, is to loan or to own. What difference does it make whether you loan or own? Let me share with you the rule of 72. The rule of 72 tells you how long it takes to double your money at various rates of return. For instance, if you get 1% on your money, it'll take you 72 years to double your money. If you get 1.3 and you said, oh, nobody would loan money at 1.3 in this enlightened society, yes, everyone who has cash surrender value life insurance probably is averaging 1.3. It means it takes you 55.4 years for $1 to become 2. If you move up to 4%, which is really about all that people have averaged over the last 20 years, it's going to take you 18 years for $1 to become 2. If you can move up, though, to 6%, it will take you 12 years. If you can move up to 12%, it will take you 6. If you can move up to 18, it will take you 4. If you can move up to 24, it will take you 3. So it makes a great deal of difference what you do with your money. When we come back, I'm going to share with you the formula for financial independence and give you a diagram for financial independence.
The beautiful SS Independence, site of the 1986 Cruise to Success, sponsored by Dawn, the Dynamic Achievers World Network. Hello, I'm Ty Boyd. Beginning January 18th, this will be the setting for one of the most exciting success seminars ever held. For 7 days, we'll cruise the beautiful Hawaiian Islands. Seminar and sailing schedules allow for island excursions at 5 fascinating ports of call. Each day, America's most dynamic personalities will lead seminars on success, sharing powerful insights into personal and professional relationships and achievement. Hear the motivational experts that are sought after by America's top corporations. In-depth presentations from the nation's most qualified trainers. People like Mark Victor Hansen, Ed Foreman, Jane Warford, and Don Hudson will join me for a great week. You can fly to the islands on Delta Airlines. Delta gets you there. Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success promises life-changing insights on professional success and personal fulfillment, but space is limited. To place your reservation, call 1-800-942-3445 today. Learn how your Dawn cruise can be a qualified tax deduction. Call toll-free 1-800-942-3445. Join us for an unforgettable experience in one of the most gorgeous spots on Earth. For more information on making your reservation for Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success, call 1-800-942-3445 now.
Weekdays at 5:30, join TV 65 for The Millionaire.
My name is Michael Anthony. The dictionary defines tycoon as a businessman of extraordinary wealth, power, and influence.
Come with TV 65 and see how a gift of $1 million can affect the lives of otherwise ordinary people.
Now, hold on just a minute. Who gives away $1 million? My employer.
So remember,
Hold everything, Alma.
for The Millionaire, weekdays at 5:30 on TV 65.
Now let's return to Dawn, the financial counselor and the author of The Power of Money Dynamics, Vanita Van Caspel.
Formula for financial independence: time plus money plus American free enterprise equals an opportunity to become financially independent. We all have some time, and the more time we have, the less money it takes. We all have some money. We have it every payday. And we also have a privilege in this country to invest in American industry and energy and real estate. I've been so concerned about the free enterprise system. It's not a perfect system, but it's the best system anyone has devised to date. It's brought the greatest good to the greatest number of people. But I've been worried that enough people didn't own a part of it. But today, they can own a part of American industry and energy and real estate with very small amounts of money. And I feel that this will be a preservation of our system. See, we're against anything we do not own a part of. But today, everyone can own a part of American industry. What can you reasonably hope to do if you invest your money? Let's say you save $25 a month, and that you can do that, let's say, for half of your working years. Most of us work for 40 years. $25 a month, that's $3,000 in 10 years. It would be $4,500 in 15, and $6,000 in 20. According to a study made by Professor Eitman and Professor Smith, you should double the amount you invest if you invest monthly on a monthly basis in a 10-year period, triple in a 15-year period, and grow 5 times in a 20-year period. And then a lump sum should grow 3, 5, and 9. So if you can do nothing but save $25 a month for one half of your working years and leave it the other half, that should be $270,000. And if you continue to save your $25, that should be $300,000. All right, now let's take a look at the diagram for financial independence. I'll have people walk up to me and they'll say, I have $10,000 or I have $100,000. What should I do with the money? I said, I haven't the vaguest idea. Tell me about you. We have to tie it into what assets that you have now, what is the amount of time that we have to accomplish this in. We have to know something about your temperament, which is not an exact art and science. We have to know all of these things. Once we know this, then we can determine what you should do with the money. But the very first thing we need to tie it into is your tax bracket. If we don't, we're making the wrong investment. So over on the left-hand side, I will have my diagram, your tax bracket, so we need to tie it into that. Then in the next column, I have the guaranteed dollars. Now, all of us need some guaranteed dollars, and keep as much money idle as it takes there to give you peace of mind. Some people need a lot of money there. They need padding money. They got to run padded every once in a while. We never try to disturb your peace of mind. We just try to educate you to such a point you don't have any peace of mind if you leave too much of it idle. Only 2 places to have it: in a checking account and in a money market mutual fund, or in a money market fund at a bank. Now, these are your guaranteed dollars. You will not win in this position. You have to realize that lenders never win. You have to learn to own the thing that owns the thing in order to win. Now, once you have your cash reserves over there and your padding money, then you need to get the rest of it working for you. The next little column is American industry. How do you do that? For most people, it will be in a very good, high-quality growth mutual fund. Choose a family of funds that has a growth fund and a money market fund. Then you can move it back and forth as you feel that you should in the market. But have a good portion of your money invested in shares of American industry. And you can do it with a very small amount of money. You don't have to have a lot of money. Now, once you've got that in your cash reserve and your liquidity, then you need to move over into another thing called the registered limited partnership. Now, in a registered limited partnership, you'll have a general partner that has the expertise, willing to take the liability, and then you will be the limited partner. You don't have any expertise, you don't want any liability, but you have some money and you can put it to work. Today, do you know that you can own a part of 500 to 1,000 pumping oil wells with as small amount as $2,500? You can own a part of apartment buildings, of shopping centers, of office buildings, of many warehouses. You can own a part of all these, of equipment that is used in a bakery or a jet airplane that a corporation uses. You can own a part of it with a small amount as $2,500 and participate in all this. Now, let's say that you go into real estate, which is by far my very favorite investment. You can do it in many ways. If you want something extremely conservative, you can invest in one that pays all cash for the properties. When they pay all cash, they usually can buy it at a discount when you come in with all cash, maybe as much as 30%. They only have to sell the property for market value, and you made 42% on your money right there. Or you can have one that will probably do the best job for you is where they have leverage, where they have borrowed money. You put in $1, they borrowed $3 from the rock, you've got $4 working for you. Now you have all the tax benefits because you get to depreciate on the whole $4. You get to subtract the interest against your taxes, and you get a cash flow that is tax sheltered and some excess deductions that can save you taxes on your other money. If you have some money that you can leave for maybe 5 to 7 years, probably the finest investment that you can make today is in multifamily housing, because there's going to be a tremendous shortage of this because of the middle age group, the 25 to 45. Those are the ones that will be renting apartments. Also, rents are not high enough yet in order to encourage builders to build. So there's going to be a tremendous need because a lot of people can't qualify for a home loan. So if you have some money that you can leave alone for a while, this is, in my opinion, one of the finest ways that you can invest money. We have some real success stories now. I think this is probably the best time since 1973. Some of the investments that were made and then a little bit later, we've averaged over 40% a year per annum gain on our money. We don't know the future. I think it will be even better. So this is another area that you can invest in. Now this is for your hard after-tax dollars. This is what you put to work there. If you have some what we call cash, you put it there. If you have some tax cash, then you look at tax incentive investments, and there are a number of those that are out that are available to you. So what we do in doing a whole plan for a person, we put a little umbrella over your head through life insurance. Not everybody needs life insurance. You only need life insurance to protect those dependent upon you in the event you don't live long enough to accumulate an estate. It is never a good investment. It is a waste. You want to get rid of it just as soon as you can. But we put the little umbrella over your head, and then we start substituting living for death until when you're finished, you're self-insured, and nobody has to die for someone to benefit. You can both sit on the veranda and rock together. Then we also put a fail-safe plan under you. I'm not a gold bug, but there is some merit to having some of your money in hard assets. And we use that as your fail-safe plan. And then we pray for a crop failure, because if those do well, the other things will not do very well. You know, there's so many possibilities today to become financially independent, and everyone can. I am convinced that every person can become financially independent if they have a reasonable ability to earn, just a little discipline to save, apply average intelligence, and are granted enough time. Now you have control over the first three, and I can buy you the fourth. So everyone can participate in this marvelous economy that we have. See, what you need to do, if you probably don't know what a certified financial planner is, you need to seek out someone that will sit down with you and take a look. Here's where you are now. Here's where you want to go. How do you get there? They're dedicated to helping you build a living estate, helping you buy the time to accumulate that estate at the very lowest possible cost. We also teach you how to avoid taxes both now and later. Now, we do teach tax avoidance, not tax evasion. There's a difference of a few years there, as you know. So you don't want to get into tax evasion. In looking at all the things that you need to know, one of the things you need to do is to sit down and take an inventory of where you are right now. That's the first thing that you need to do. Take a look at every asset that you have. You list all what you have in a checking account, all of your loan dollars. Then you list all of your working dollars. And then you list what is your financial objective. And then you sit down and you say, how can I accomplish what I want to accomplish? Now, nothing is ever static. You can't just buy a so-called blue chip stock and throw it in the drawer and forget about it, because the blue chips of today may be the red chips of tomorrow, or the white chips, or the buffalo chips, or whatever kind of chips you might have. It's a dynamic world of change, so you've got to be changing all the time. But that makes it exciting, and it's always this change that you'll always be looking for. See, the whole key to investing is to get your money where demand is greater than supply. You learn that in Basic Economics 101, and it's never changed. You all have the most marvelous opportunity today to be owners of shares of American industry and energy and real estate. It is an exciting world out there. All you have to do is to reach out and to grasp it. Approach it with enthusiasm, with knowledge, with preparedness, and with gusto. The world can be your oyster. And I hope you'll say to me, I'm glad that Bonita passed my way. Thank you.
Now listen, you made that half-hour fly. Told me more about my financial picture than I've been able to see in half a century. Benita Van Cascade, you were terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to
Don't
be
we have fun on Dawn? And you profited greatly just by investing your time with this lady. And we'll have another investment for you right after this. Stay around for Dawn. Thank you. It was an opportunity to hear the late Will Rogers share a bit of his personal philosophy. But that's only part of what Cavett Robert will be sharing with us today on Dawn. He's a recognized expert in human engineering and personal development and management. He's the effective communicator I've known for years, one of my mentors, founder of the National Speakers Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Cavett Robert to our stage on Dawn. My goodness. Cavett, how are you? May I take 1 second and say one more thing? Let me tell you one more thing about this guy. I have known Cavett Robert for years and years and years, and I can tell you this about him. Years ago, he boxed the late Jack Dempsey. They went 3 rounds. Cavett won the first 2. Dempsey won the 3rd. There was no need for a 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, on Dawn, Mr. Cavett Robert. Great to have you here, Cav.
Thank you, Ty Boyd. You know, everybody loves a beautiful introduction. There's only one thing wrong about it, Ty. It helps the guy only up until the time he opens his mouth. Then he becomes a lonesome soul. Hope the good Lord in his infinite mercy will forgive us both. You for your exaggerations. Me for being such a ham for loving it so. You know, I always did like to hear other people read the introduction that I wrote about myself. But as long as his conscience was going to let him read it, I don't know why he didn't read it all. I wanted you people to know just a few of my small accomplishments. I at least wanted you to know that I'm ghostwriter for Ronald Reagan, I'm gag writer for Bob Hope, romantic advisor for Elizabeth Taylor. I'm the only authentic executor of the will of Howard Hughes, and sometimes I'm the spiritual consultant for both the Pope and the Ecumenical Council. My friend, in addition to all those things, you're going to hear a very modest person. You know, there's an Irish legend that may or may not be true. There were 4 people: everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Very important job to be done. It was everybody's responsibility. But everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Now, anybody could have done it, but nobody did. Ended up everybody blamed somebody because nobody did what anybody could have done. When you burn the brush, sift the ashes, reduce things to the lowest common denominator, you know what it amounts to. If it's to be, it's up to me. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you about it, and I'm not trying to preach to you, but I'm as sure as I'm standing here that everyone in this audience right now, you possess everything in life that you really want, or you're getting it so fast you are soon going to have it. Wait a minute. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I did not say we have everything we wish for, dream about, stand by the revolving door of life, wanting to go through on somebody else's push. Oh, no. I said we have everything we truly W-A-N-T want. Because believe you me, if we have the passion of a lover, the fire of a crusader, the dedication of a saint, the perseverance of a martyr, if we truly want something enough, that one divine quality will generate and create all the other qualities that are necessary to success. It's got a bad note to it. Nobody can give it to us. All people can give us opportunities. They can give us tools to work with, territory, everything. But unless we have the kind of desire that brought you here tonight, nobody can help. We know that every one of us have within ourselves the seeds of greatness or the virus of failure. It all depends on us. Do we want to gratify our immediate impulse or accomplish our ultimate purpose? You know, I love the story of the fellow picked up his envelope and he had a paycheck in it and he had a letter. You're about to receive a substantial raise. Oh, he got all excited. ran to the telephone, called his wife. Hey, honey, got good news. We can get that new car after all. I'm going to get a raise. But then he looked, and the check was the same size. He read a little further. It said the raise is to become effective when you do. Now, just by virtue of the fact that you came here today shows you want to become effective. My friend, you could have found any reason in the world not to come here. You see, in the courtroom of our conscience, we only have witnesses for the defense. You do not have anything today, believe you me, of any value that you didn't give up something in order to get it. There's a law of life as strong as the law of gravity. I mean, it's bad English, but it's good philosophy. There ain't no such thing as a free meal. If you think you're going to get something for nothing, you know who gets something. You know who gets something. You know who gets nothing. Oh, no. I mean, let me give you an example. In my case, think about yours. It wasn't very many years ago. I weighed 235 pounds. I decided I wanted to reduce. I thought I did. Gee, I just couldn't seem to give up. Pile mode, strawberry short. I can't even say those things about my mouth watering. I even put little signs around to help me. A moment on the lips, forever on the hips. I even had a little thing, little prayers. Tell me now with French cuisine, make me blind to candy machine. If it tastes yummy, it goes to the tummy. Even my wife tried to help me, but she couldn't watch me 24 hours a day. I remember very well a little prayer she put there. Dear Lord, please do not let the light of my life be the bulb in the refrigerator. Amen. I swear, my friends, I put on 10 more pounds. Then I got a little help inside out. I was speaking in St. Louis to the international architects. I had on a tuxedo. Oh, boy, I was strutting around. Was I trying to make a difference in their lives? Oh, no. Will they like me? Will they give me a standing ovation? Will they have me back? I wasn't looking for fulfillment. I was looking for recognition. My friend, I fainted. I had a heart attack right on the stage before 2,800 people. My friend, that's embarrassing. I tell you, I don't recommend that to anybody. 1 week later, my son, who's a neurosurgeon, was leaning over me and says, Dad, do you want to live? I said, how's that? He said, do you want to live? I said, what kind of half-wit kids did I raise? I said, of course I want to live. That's not it, Dad. Do you want to live enough to lose 65 pounds? I said, how much? 65. Now, that's a different proposition. I didn't want to give up strawberry shortcake and pile-on mode just to reduce, but do what I'm doing today. Be on this great Dawn program, which I think is the greatest thing that's happened to professionalizing speaking in the last 20 or 30 years. You never saw a guy lose 65 pounds as quickly. I'll never put on an ounce. You know why? I found something I wanted more than something else. My friend, you wanted to come here. You could have found 50 reasons not to come here. That's why we're all so happy to be here, to be speakers, because you wanted to come. Oh, my friend. You know, I guess we all have certain things that happen in our lives that give an impact that we never forget. A good many years ago, I was invited to speak in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to the American steel industry. On the same program, he was the executive vice president of U.S. Steel. I said, oh, boy, how lucky can I be? Here's the Grand Bouree, High Cockalorum, Bodacious, Mogul, the man who has more sales going across his desk than any man alive. I said, oh, boy, I'm going to hear from the horse's mouth today. I expected some big, tall, good-looking guy like our friend here to come in with a lot of tact and finesse. I looked down the aisle. Here came a little baggy pants fellow with some buckets. I thought it was a janitor. Thought, what a devil of time to mop the floor while I'm talking. Oh, no, it was Charlie. Oh, it was the main speaker. He walked up and he put those buckets up on the stage. Then he started walking out. And he got all the way back to the door. He once said, hey, folks, whatever happened to the old oaken bucket? I'm going to tell you. It's in the Smithsonian Institute. But he said, I'm concerned with what happened to the bucket company. They went bankrupt. Why? He said, I'll tell you why. Too long they thought they were in the bucket business. Oh, no. They were in the people business, solving people's problems. He said, I don't care what is your line of endeavor. Real estate, insurance, banking, pots and pans, battleships, computers. If we don't remember that first and foremost we're in the people business, we too will go the way of the buggy whip seal and the Surrey with the fringe on top. My friends, I go around this country, I find people so wealthy in technical knowledge. I think they're poverty-stricken in people knowledge. Technology is a poor substitute for the human equation. I sometimes think in these days of Sputniks, Mudniks, and intercontinental missiles, in these days of radar, Telstar, and computers, we have drugs that can cure diseases that haven't yet happened. We got machines that can talk with nothing to say. We have computers that can solve problems we hadn't been smart enough to recognize. All about as useless as a sundial in the shade if we can't relate them to people problems. The Stanford Research Institute asked me years ago to go out and do some research with 15 other people. We came back with facts and figures that I swear were correct. We said when you get to the bottom line, the success we have, the money we make, because the money we make is just a measure of our service to others. Only 12.5% is due to our technical knowledge. 87.5% is due to our ability to deal with people. And if you doubt those facts and figures, those are the read the Wall Street Journal saw the Carnegie Foundation finally came out with its report verifying ours. They said when you get to the bottom line, only 15% of your success is due to your technical knowledge. The other is your ability to deal with people. And so right after this break, I am going to tell you about the greatest people specialist, I say, of this century. I can't wait to tell you about it.
Somebody wants your car, but he doesn't want to buy it. He just needs a little time. Slow him down. Lock your wheels facing the curb and set the emergency brake so the car can't be towed. Lock the doors. Install a hidden ignition kill switch and a steering wheel lock. Police say if it takes more than a minute to get your car, a thief will leave it alone. There's always another one he can steal more quickly. Don't give a thief the time of day he needs.
Since the wisdom and wit of Danny Cox with his Passport to Potential, a proven step-by-step course showing how anyone can develop barrier block potential. Danny used the ideas in this in-depth program to break down his own barriers when he was frustrated and seemingly at a dead end. You'll be breaking down barriers and setting records of your own once you've mastered the simple steps Danny shares in this exciting album. Topics include the genesis of a high-achievement life, developing a plan for accomplishment, and using untapped potential to break barriers. This exciting Danny Cox album normally sells for $50, but Passport to Potential is available through this exclusive TV offer for only $39.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling. Place your credit card or COD order by calling toll-free 1-800-345-DAWN. That's 1-800-345-DAWN. Or send check or money order for $39.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling to Dawn, Box 612486, Dallas 75261. Call now, 1-800-345-DAWN.
The competition's heavy with the pedal to the metal as over-the-road truckers put their 7-ton machines through the paces in an all-out test of the best among the big rigs. Ed Bruce, Brock Gates, and Steve Evans take you through all the action events in a spectacular gear jamming showdown on Super Sports America.
It's your lucky day to be with us today on Dawn. Once again, Mr. Cavett Robert.
Many years ago, when I was practicing law in New York City, I was with Tom Dewey in the racket investigation. Just before my health broke down, they sent me to Arizona to die. I loved old Tom Dewey. He only wanted us to work a half a day. He didn't care which 12 hours it was. Anyway, once a month, he'd take each one of us out to lunch. I'll never forget the first time Tom Dewey took me out to lunch. August 4th, 1935, he took me down to 120 Broadway, the Bankers Club, and there I heard the greatest people specialist, the greatest human engineer, I say, of this century. I heard this great man make the last talk he ever made on this earth. Because exactly 11 days later, he and Wiley Post started around the world. They went out in that great tragedy up in Alaska. Who was that guy? Will Rogers. Oh, thank you. The person who never met a person he didn't love. Will Rogers. Bless his heart. Every stranger was just a friend he had. And I never forgot how Will Rogers got up, put his hand in his back pocket, turned his head on the side, had a little limp, broke his hip as a kid, never he walked around, looked everybody over, didn't say anything for about 30 seconds. I said, my gosh, the man's forgotten his speech. Then he smiles in and says, folks, I don't know what you do for a living. And frankly, I couldn't care less, but I'm going to tell you one thing. If you want to be successful at it, you better know what you're doing. You better love what you're doing. You better believe in what you're doing. He says, don't try to heat an oven with snowballs. My friend, I have heard literally thousands of speeches in my lifetime. But if Will Rogers were here today and wanted to give us a directional compass for this great, great dawn, oh my gracious, we feel so enthused about this. I don't believe he would vary one word from the last piece of advice he ever gave. You better know what you're doing, love it, believe in it. But the knowledge he referred to is knowledge of people. And he asked this simple question: do you know how to get your message through to the other person? He said, I don't care how smart you are, how great your service, your product, it means nothing if you can't break down the walls of resistance. Keeping open the channels of communication, no better way than let people know their problem is important to you. Oh, I got a big sign around me and so have you. Make me feel important. Don't rain on my parade. Don't blow out my candle. I don't want to be a number. I don't want to be a digit. I don't want to be a perforation on somebody's punch card. Oh, Matt, don't come up to me and stick your finger in mine and try to dial a number. Look, I'm not a machine. How I want to feel important. I know the great philosophy of Dawn. This wonderful, wonderful, great national showcase has been and always has been. They ask the questions. Listen, do you know how to help people solve their problem? Well, Roger said, you got to love what you're doing. Don't think I'm preaching to you, but you know who I think is the richest person in this room? I think it's the guy or gal who's having a love affair with your job. Why? I'll tell you why. You never work another day as long as you live. You look forward to Mondays as much as Fridays. You like the old tramp with the beat-up tin can. Here's to the holidays, all 365 of them. I would tolerate anyone in my organization with anything out of dishonesty before I'd have the guy or gal on the wrecking crew. Always bad-mouthing things. Every organization seems to have at least one. Gee, they just, you've seen the type, walk around with a little recession between the ears. You think they were the cruise director for the Titanic? They just brighten up a whole room when they walk out of it. If they stop for a drink on the way home at the bar, if 5 o'clock comes, they ask them to please leave so they can start the happy hour. My friend, listen. Will Rogers, I wish I could repeat the whole thing. I can't. I'm going to give you just 4 sentences. Listen. He said this. He said, it is as difficult to separate the love of your work from the love of people you work with as it is to separate the sun from the sunshine. He said, there's a law of life as strong as the law of gravity. If you want to live a happy, a successful, and a fulfilled life, you got to learn to love people and use things. Don't use people and love things. He said, what do you think would happen right now if everybody in the world knew they had only 10 minutes to live? He said, I don't know either, but I know one thing. Every telephone booth in America would be jammed with people fighting to get that telephone just to call somebody and say, I love you. He said, why do we try to hide the most divine impulse God gave us? Do we think it's sissy? Do we think it's effeminate? Maybe he jumped in the jug and he flexed his muscle. His arms like yours, Danny, not like mine. He said, do I look sissy? He said, you better not think so, brother. I can lick any man in the house. And I think he could. He was a boxer before he became a coward. Then he smiled and said, I'm not afraid to say, never met a person in my life I didn't love. Every stranger just a friend I haven't met. Then he made the greatest remark I've ever heard in my life, and I've never heard it repeated. He said, the Bible says love your enemies. He says, just for practice, why don't you try it out on your friends for a while? I love O'Kettern's statement, I don't want a person who's got a job. I want a person whom a job has. And finding his conclusion and mine, too, he made the greatest remark of all. You got to in what you're doing. Oh, my friends, listen. Do we know that people are persuaded more by the depth of our own conviction than the height of our logic? More by our own enthusiasm than anything we can say? If I wanted to give you the art of persuasion, a good it is converting people. No! Not our way of thinking, our way of feeling and believing. And if we feel deeply, we are a walking climate of positive acceptance. They say that words are the fingers that mold the mind of man. People can refuse words, but they can't refuse an attitude. My Christmas card for 10 years has been the same thing. An old tramp lying on a bench, knees out, need to shave. Hell, I've been combed with an egg beater. Here goes a Rolls Royce going by with a man with a tall silk hat being driven by a chauffeur. And that old tramp philosophically says, there, except for me, go I. My friends, the only chains and shackles that hold us back for anything in the world we want to do are the chains and shackles which we ourselves forge in the fires of doubt and hammer out on the anvil of lack of belief. I just spoke to New York at the keynote for a national organization, and they had that afternoon 7 seminars going on. And I looked them all over, and I had one I wanted to go, said the greatest sale I ever made. I thought there was a sale, maybe where the insurance guy sold the guy 90 years old a 20-year policy, or you know the old cliche, the farmer had 1 cow, and the salesman sold him 2 milking machines and took the cow as a down payment. Oh, no. Listen to what he said. He said, the greatest sale I ever made in my life was the day I bought my own profession, when I began believing with my heart in what I was doing. Oh, my friend, look, please, don't be afraid to listen to the message of your heart. Your heart has reasoning that reasons do not know. He said, you better know what you're doing. You better love what you're doing. You better believe in what you're doing. You know, I steal ideas from everybody. The great Ken McFarland passed away. He said you can steal an idea, all right, if you give the person credit the first time. For instance, I might say, well, you know, tell a story. I'll say, you know, as Ty Boyd said. Then the next time I use it, I say, as someone said. The next time I use it, as I've always said. Well, now, Shannon Barnett, who lives right here in Dallas, one of the greatest speakers I know, she tells about the guy, she tells about the guy that gets up in the morning and sings in the shower and he feels happy. And on this great speech of hers, Wings and Roots, tell about that, sings and he goes and gives himself a big pep talk and then the bum goes back to bed. No, you've got to not only have wings, you've got to have roots. I think one of the greatest definitions I ever heard of character, a man gave me one time, my professor, English. He said, character is the ability to carry out a good resolution long after the mood in which you've made it has left you. My friend, let me tell you something. We all come to meetings and we get all hipped up, we're going to do this and do the other. But have we got the roots to carry out the self-discipline? I'm sure we do. I'll leave you with this little toast. I really mean it. As long as you live, I hope and pray, you'll always drink, swear, steal, and lie. I mean it. Hope every day we'll drink from the fountain of love and friendship of our fellow man. Hope we'll swear that we're going to do the very best we can the rest of our life and follow the instructions of Dawn. Steal a little time, do something nice for someone, not expecting in return. Yes, and the lies will lie down at night. Let's thank God, in spite of the frightened critics, the prophets of doom, we still live in the greatest country on the face of this earth, wherein we are free to live by our own beliefs, to worship, disagree, love, build as free men, so help us God. Good luck. God bless you, my friend.
Goodness. Oh, Cabot, we waited for that for the longest kind of time.
Oh, thank you.
You were just fabulous.
What an audience. What an audience.
The incredible Cabot Robert, our special guest today on Dawn. Now listen, we got lots of things happening for you on this great program. Back in 1 minute with more Dawn.
Supply and child rearing. It also has a tremendous impact on your love relationship. I get more letters about what I've done for marriage almost than anything. And so as you listen to the concepts I'm going to share with you, think about yourself as a manager, as a parent, and as a lover or a spouse. Now, there's 3 secrets of the 1 Minute Manager. The first secret is 1 minute goal setting. All that really means is that if you want people to perform well that are working with you or living with you, the first thing you got to be clear with them is what are you asking them to do? And there's 2 parts of 1 minute goal setting. The first part is the people have to be clear on what they're being held accountable for. What is the performance area? And it's interesting, when we ask people what they do, they'll tell us, and then when we ask their boss, very often we have 2 different lists. What happens to people very often is they get punished for not doing what they didn't know they were supposed to do in the first place. So the first thing is, am I clear on what I'm being asked to do? I was working with a chain of restaurants recently, and they wanted us to increase the per customer check. And I said to them, well, who's responsible for sales? And they said the waiters and waitresses. And then we went to talk to the waiters and waitresses. So what's your job? And they said, taking orders, serving food. We said, what about sales? They said, what about sales? I mean, they didn't know that was part of their job. In fact, I was in a restaurant the other day, and it said soup of the day on the menu. And I said to the waiter, what's the soup of the day? He said, lentil, but it looks awful. And I was in Houston, and I ordered a large orange juice. And the waitress said, to be honest with you, there's only that much difference between a large and a small orange juice. And they charge you 95 cents more. I would recommend small. I said, how long have you been working for me? So that the first thing you got to be with people is clear on what they're being asked to do. The second part of 1 minute goal setting happens to be about performance standards. When you ask somebody, how do you know whether you're doing a good job? Unfortunately, the most common response we get is I don't know, or I haven't been chewed out lately by my boss. as if no news is good news is the way to manage people. And that's not very helpful. Unfortunately, what we found is the most common way to manage and parent people is that when they do something right, nobody says anything. When they screw up, they get hit. We call it the leave alone zap. Leave alone zap. I was working in a seminar recently, and an Englishman came up to me and he said, Ken, in England, he had this beautiful accent. He says, we call the leave alone zap management seagull management. I said, seagull management? I've never heard of that. What is that? He said, a seagull manager flies in, makes a lot of noise, dumps on everybody, and then flies out. So that's not a very good way to manage people. Now, so that's the first secret, is how you got to be clear with people on what you want them to do. Now, the second secret of the one-minute manager is once they're clear on what you like them to do, then what you got to do is sneak around and see if you can catch them doing anything right. Because the second secret is one-minute praising. And one-minute praising has three basic parts to it. The first part is, when do you tell somebody they've done something right? As soon as possible. Don't save it up for a holiday. The second thing is you got to be real specific with them about what they did wrong, what they did right. You tell them, you got your report in on time on Friday, and I used it with a group today, and it really made you and I look super, and I wanted to thank you. So you tell them exactly what they did. And the third part of the praising is you tell them how you feel. Let me tell you how I feel about the report. I feel super. I'm proud. I'm glad you're part of this. Does that take very long? Not very long at all. And yet it's probably the most powerful thing that you can do. And praisings apply in everybody's life and every one of their interactions. Take marriage as an institution. I was reading recently, do you know that second marriages are busting up at a faster rate than first? When I read that, I laughed and cried. The reason I laughed is that was always the con job, that it was just a selection problem. That if you only could get a second shot at the ball, you could make that relationship work. The reality is that if you were a jerk in your first relationship, you'd probably be a jerk in your second one too, unless you learn something about human interaction. And have you ever seen a couple in a restaurant in love? While one is speaking, what is the other one doing? They're on the edge of their seat. They're smiling, they're listening, they're pawing. Have you ever seen a married couple in a restaurant, obviously been married a while, couldn't find anybody else to eat with them? They look like they got nothing to say to each other. My wife Marge and I were in a really good French restaurant recently, and on one side was a couple obviously in love. They could care less that the meal ever came. On the other side was this couple, been married a while. I don't think they said 4 sentences to each other in 3 hours. I think he finally said, how's your meat? And she said, fine, how's yours? And in between the appetizer and the entree, they both went and got something to read. I said to Marge, that marriage is dead. Nobody's buried it. Now, how do you get from on the edge of your seat to having nothing to say? It's just the frequency with which you catch each other doing something right. When you first fall in love, people say love is blind. What does that mean in terms of catching each other doing things right? It means that all you see is what? The positive. Love is blind. So everything in the beginning is just great until you get married or live with a person. And all of a sudden, when you add some permanency to the relationship, you start to see things wrong. You say, that's kind of interesting. I didn't know about that. That's a really good one. I can't believe that. The final demise of a love relationship is when you do something right, you get yelled at because you didn't do it right enough. You had to ask me. You should have done it on Wednesday. People ask me if I do marriage counseling. I say, no, I don't do any marriage counseling. But I'll just ask you one question about your love relationship. Do you want it to work? It's the only question to ask. And if the answer is yes, then what you got to do is start catching each other doing things right. If the answer is no, then I would end it because you're going to catch them doing things wrong anyway and nickel and dime them together with your yes buts, and no matter what they do, it's not quite right. And so that's really powerful stuff. I get kind of sad when I hear that Neil Diamond, Barbra Streisand song, you don't bring me flowers anymore, you don't sing me love songs. And he says, you don't even look up when I come in at the end of the day. And all that is about not catching each other doing things right, not listening, not being with each other. And so the whole concept of the second secret, 1 minute praising, is a key to human interaction. People love for you to recognize what they do. They love for you to tell them what they did and notice that they are important. So the second secret is all important. One other thing I want to mention about praising is don't wait until somebody does something exactly right before you pat them on the back. Because remember that good performance is a journey, not just an announced destination. Therefore, sometimes what you have to do is catch people doing things approximately right, not exactly right, and pat them on the back for progress. Now, we know that with little kids, and we know that with animals. We just forget with big people. Like in San Diego, we got a great zoo there where we have Shamu, this great whale. And Shamu ends his show jumping over this rope that's got to be 15, 25 feet out of the water. And then when he lands, he just drenches the whole place. People who have never seen Shamu's show go out of there mumbling to themselves. They say, how could he do that? That is absolutely incredible. What do you think they did? Go out in an ocean in a boat with a megaphone yelling, up, 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 and all of a sudden some whale jumps out of the water over the rope they got hanging over the boat? No, that's what we call hiring a winner. But when they got Shamu, he didn't know squat about jumping over ropes. So where do you think they started the rope? Under the water, high enough that he could swim under it. Every time he swam under it, he got nothing to eat. When he swims over it, they feed him. Now, Shamu's no idiot. He said, seems to be an interesting relationship going on here between this rope and eating. So he starts to swim across the rope. Then what do? They start to raise the rope. Why do they do that? It's not a very interesting show if the trainer says, Shamu did it again, and everybody says, where is he? I haven't seen him. And so what they do is they gradually catch him doing things approximately right as he moves from a beginning knowledge to where he can move and do the kind of things. The same way with young kids. How do you teach a kid to walk? Can you imagine standing a kid up and say walk, and the kid falls down and you go, boom, what the hell's wrong with you? I told you to walk. No, we don't do that. What you do is you stand the kid up, and the first time the kid goes, whoa, and you say, oh my God, he stood. You know, the next day the kid's like this, oh, it's his first time. And after a while, the kid's like this, candy, ice cream, you know. And so what we need to do is recognize that people progress over time and don't sit around with your arms folded waiting for exactly right behavior. What you need to do is praise progress. And so that's the second secret of the 1 Minute Manager, which is 1 minute praising, and it's all important in terms of catching people doing things right and motivating them to good performance.
In the 1980s, it's a new world for women. Women are riding in rodeos, serving in the military.
When I was born, I was so ugly the doctor slapped everybody.
Making America laugh. Running for important political office. Famous actresses like Joanne Woodward. Child stars like Shirley Temple Black grow up to be U.S. ambassadors. Good housekeeping, a better way. A salute to changing American women.
What do all of these organizations have in common? They and hundreds more are benefiting today from techniques and principles learned from the national bestseller, The 1 Minute Manager. This single publication has had more impact on management practices in American business than any how-to book in history. The 1 Minute Manager teaches how to avoid misunderstandings, relieve stress, and improve performance. Here is a short, readable, practical guide to effective management that works. These same techniques are equally effective in family or social situations. This best-selling hardback edition of the 1 Minute Manager plus this 2-cassette album and action guide have sold thousands at $27, but you can have all three for only $24.95. Place your credit card or COD order today by calling 1-800-345-DAWN. That's 1-800-345-DAWN. Or send check or money order for $24.95 plus $2.50 shipping and handling to Dawn, Box 612486, Dallas, Texas 75261. Call today, 1-800-345-DAWN.
Don't touch that dial, partner. The Marshal wants to talk to you. Travel back as the Old West comes alive on TV 65 with Marshall Dillon, weeknights at 6.
I don't understand what you mean.
I mean, you can catch one of television's classic programs right here on TV 65 at 6 p.m.
I'm not going to waste words with you.
Okay, then just watch for Marshall Dillon, weeknights on TV 65.
Dawn's special guest, Ken Blanchard, the 1 Minute Manager. Let's return for step 3.
Okay, the third secret of the 1 Minute Manager is the 1 minute reprimand. That's when you have to give people some bad news, because sometimes people who know better don't perform up to their capabilities. There's 4 things to remember about the 1 minute reprimand. The first thing is, when do you deliver it? as soon as possible. You don't save it up for a holiday. You know, a lot of people are great gunny sackers. You know, they get angry about something, they won't say anything, boom, and they store it up, only to deliver it later on when they're out of control and they got tens of things in there. So you do it immediately. The second key thing about the 1-minute reprimand is that it's got to be specific. Don't use that great marital technique. Has this ever happened to you? You know, your spouse says, I'm really angry at you. And you say, well, what did I do, honey? If you don't know, I mean, that's a real setup. What I don't recommend you doing is guessing because they're out to beat you up. So what you got to do is you got to tell the person exactly what they did wrong. So I say, you didn't get your report in on time on Friday. You know, very specifically, what happened? The third part of the 1-minute reprimand is you then tell the person how you feel. Let me tell you how I feel about that report. I'm angry. Everybody else got their report in. Yours was the only one that wasn't. Screwed up my whole analysis, and I'm damn angry about that. So if you're angry, say you're angry. If you're frustrated, if you're annoyed, whatever you're feeling about that person. Then you kind of take a deep breath, and then you deliver the fourth part of the reprimand, which is probably the most important. You reaffirm them. You say to them, let me tell you one other thing. You're good. You're one of my best people. That's why I'm angry about that late report. You're better than that, and I'm not going to put up with it because I count on you. You're one of my best people. A lot of people can't understand, why would you reaffirm somebody, you know, when you've just been angry with them? For two very important reasons. The first reason is you want to separate out them as a person from what they did wrong. You want to keep the person but get rid of the behavior. So I'm angry, I'm annoyed, I'm frustrated at the late report, but you're okay. And that's very important that you understand that. So people are okay, it's just their behavior is a problem sometimes. The second key thing about why you want to end with an affirmation and reaffirming them is that when you walk away from the person you reprimand, what do you want them thinking about? What they did wrong or how you treated them? What you want them thinking about is what they did wrong, but most of the time people are thinking about how you treated them. Why? Because you treated them so poorly. Because most of the time, not only do we not reaffirm them at the end of a reprimand, but we usually say, and let me tell you one other thing, and we give them one last shot in the head. You know, you think you're up for promotion, you got another damn thing coming. And we hit them in the head. Now when we walk away, when they turn to a co-worker, what do you think they're talking about? The late report of that person or how you treated them? They're talking all about you. And they're going, nice to see you too. And now they're completely off the hook. It's you that are the bad person because, you know, you treated them that way. And so what you're trying to do with a reprimand is get rid of the behavior, but not the person. See, and the other thing that I want you to be clear about a reprimand is that you do not use it with somebody who's learning. If you are teaching or training a learner, there's 5 key steps. The first one is you tell them what to do. The second is you show them what to do, the old show and tell. The third is what you do is you let them try. You delegate. Here's where most people make a mistake in training people, is that after they show and tell, they disappear. And they forget the 4th step. And the 4th step is to observe progress. Why do you want to observe what they're doing in terms of their performance? So you can catch them doing something right, because the 5th step is to praise progress. To praise progress. You notice there's no mention at all in those 5 steps, anything about punishment, anything about reprimand. If you reprimand or punish a learner, what will you do is immobilize them. What they really learn is how to avoid the punisher. So that you only use the reprimand when you're dealing with winners, with people who know better. If the person is a learner and they don't even make progress, you don't praise them, you don't ignore them, you don't punish them. What you do is you go back to show and tell and redirect them and start again. Now, if you keep on having to redirect after going through the steps, after a while you talk to the person about career planning because I think they got the wrong spot. So the 3 secrets of the 1-minute manager are very simple but powerful secrets, because what they say is, what do you got to do first before you can expect good performance? You got to be clear on goals and objectives. People got to know what they're being asked to do and what good behavior looks like. Secondly, once they're clear on that, what you need to do is sneak around and see if you can find somebody doing something right, so you can pat them on the back and give them a little praising. And then if a person makes a mistake and doesn't perform at the level they can, then you can deliver a 1-minute reprimand, which is negative feedback, but you don't beat the person up. You tell them how good they are in the end, because they're better than that. And so these basic concepts apply in your role as a manager, they apply in your role as a parent, they apply in your role as a lover, as a spouse, because those are the kind of things that are basic ingredients for interaction. Being clear with people on what you expect, trying to catch them doing things right, and being honest with them when they're doing things that are destructive to them and your relationship, that you will deliver swiftly that bad news, but in a way that they can hear the feedback and not get angry with you. So remember the 3 secrets. They're not complicated, they're very powerful. The big issue for most people, though, is, are you going to do anything with those? We have so many people around the world that all think the 1-minute manager concepts and the 3 secrets are terrific. And I ask people, do you think they're common sense? Everybody says they're absolutely common sense. Then I say, do you think it's common practice? And nobody puts their hands up. So the issue is, are you going to use these concepts, not just intellectualize them? And if you do, they will really be powerful. In fact, our company right now is giving companies money-back guarantees that if we work with them and implement these 3 secrets in their operation, in a year, if we don't return to their bottom line 2 to 3 to 4 times the amount they pay us, we make up the difference. And people say, how do you get so cocky? It's real easy. Nobody ever follows anything up. And so what we do is just follow in a tenacious way and show them how to use these concepts in a way that make difference. We straighten out their accountability system, which is, who's accountable for what. So if we ask somebody what they do and they ask their boss, we get the same answer. We work on their data system so that they know that they have information on performance. We look at their feedback system so that people get information about performance in a frequent, useful way. And then finally, what do you do around recognition? And it's these kinds of concepts that we used in putting the 1-minute manager to work that Bob Lauber worked with me on, and Bob and his productivity improvement company are implementing these concepts too around the world. So it's common sense into common practice to try to help people in an environment of winning.
Ken Blanchard, terrific. We waited for you a long time on Dawn. It's just great to have you. A couple of questions I want to ask you quickly. One, easy to talk about, tough to implement, right?
Right, absolutely.
Very tough. How about even in personal lives, tough to implement?
Yeah, and that's why one of the things that helps the toughness is if you share it with the people around you.
Yes.
See, 1-minute manager is not concepts that you do to people, you do with them. Yeah. And what makes it tough, people think I got to figure it out all myself. Share it with your family, share it with the people that you work with, and they'll help you figure it out.
Now listen, you figured out a concept that has sold, I don't know, 1 million copies. I don't know how many copies of your book you've sold, but how did it come to you? How did Ken Blanchard come upon such an incredible philosophy? Trial and error?
Well, I was training managers for 20 years, and Spencer Johnson was working with parents and kids for many years, and it was so creative. We met at a cocktail party, like all great ideas, and my wife met Marge. Marge met Spencer first, and she hand-carried him over and said, you guys got to get together. Wow. She said, because you're talking about the same things in different media, and it was just chemistry. And I think successful people, Ty, in life are the people who know when to move.
Really?
Some people sit around there contemplating and all, and what I've been able to do in my life is I see an opportunity and I go for it, and that was what happened.
Well, our opportunity was to have you on Dawn today. Will you come back?
Sure, nice to see you.
You bet. Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Blanchard will return. That's a promise. We'll talk about leadership next. Our special guest on Dawn, Ken Blanchard, back in 1 minute. And one of the most effective. Now, how many times have you seen this?
Hello. I like this Remington microscreen rechargeable shaver so much, I bought the company. It shaves as close as a blade, or I'll give you your money back.
The enthusiasm of Victor Kayyem, who bought the company, is infectious. His story is true. His genius reversed the fortunes of the Remington Company. The shaver is doing great. His employees love him. He is a man dedicated to personal, individual success. Their success, his success, your success. He created a program of challenge grants for college students who develop innovative business ideas. I guarantee you that he'll have some insights to start your wheels turning. Get out your pads, and please help me welcome Mr. Victor Kayam to Dawn. Good heavens! Victor, how are you?
Just great.
Now listen, I've always wanted to ask you a question. You mind?
No.
Are you ready for this? Have you ever wondered who did the voices? Did you see the Japanese commercials for Remington? Did you see them on 60 Minutes? I saw them. Who does the voices?
I do.
You do?
I do.
You got to prove it to me.
All right, give me the shaver. You ready? Konnichiwa, watashi ga Remington microscreen shaver da taien kiniri. Kaichiro kaitorai machita.
Here's Victor Kayam, everybody.
You know, Ty just said something about commercials, and I know that, at least I hope, with all the advertising we do, that you folks have all seen the commercials. And you probably say to yourself, that's what makes the company successful. But in my career, there are really two things that makes a successful company, that makes a successful society. One is the product, and the other are people. Now, we do have a superior product, and in my business career, I've never been ashamed of anything I've been associated with. If I were, I would not have become involved with it. But people make the difference. And then the peripheral factors of advertising, distribution, manufacturing, all the various segments that you have heard mentioned in discussing companies or corporations, they are there, they are important. But people are what they are. They're just names that refer to the individuals who are working in a particular situation. Now, I've been asked to discuss success. And what is success? Many, many people think success is money. I don't believe that. I think that most of you in the audience today, if you went to your local bank and you were asked to write a check, you could write a check for more than I could. The reason is that I keep reinvesting, because I believe I don't want to be a spectator in life. I want to grab every brass ring on the merry-go-round. Now, you just don't do it by sitting on a beach and waiting for the merry-go-round to be driven down to the beach so you can grab it. You've got to be committed and dedicated to accomplishment. The satisfaction that you get is that of a feeling of accomplishment, of success. Sure, you have the feeling once you've achieved enough so that you have your own subsistence, so that you are not in any way deprived of helping others to do the same thing. And to me, that's what life is all about. No man is an island. You've heard that expression. You can't just exist by yourself. So you first start off with your family, and then just like when you throw a rock into a lake, you see the rings of water expand. You should try to expand your horizons so that you bring more people into the pattern, that they can enjoy the success that you have had, and that their lives will be better because of you. That's where you get your feeling of accomplishment, of doing. It's not the money in the bank. Now, the biggest problem you have in doing that is to motivate other people to have that commitment, to have that dedication, to have that desire to achieve. Now, my toughest job, my toughest position was when I became a manager for the first time. I was a salesman selling Pepsodent toothpaste in Miami, Florida, and I got promoted, and I don't have to tell you when. I was sent down to Miami in the summer. I was sent down in July, and I worked right through till January or December. And in December, they said to me, "You've done a great job. Now you're going to be rewarded. You're a manager." Where are you a manager? Well, obviously, it was a soft touch. I was sent to North and South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nebraska, and I had 8 people that worked for me. One of the 8 had been with the company 4 months. Another of the 8 had been with the company almost 30 years. So I had a great variety of people, all of whom had different goals, different desires. Some were married, some were single. The one that was with the company almost 30 years was a grandfather. Now, it was my job to have success. It was my job, therefore, to motivate these people for success. So if you come to management and you say, what is management? It's the ability to be able to translate the desire and the motivation from yourself to others. You can't operate by yourself. Yes, you can. If you want to have a hot dog stand and push it down the street and work that business by yourself, you can. But if you want to build any kind of an organization that includes someone else, then they have got to have the same goals, the same desires, the same drive that you have. And you do that in many ways. But the simplest way, and it's a very trite phrase, many of you have heard it, do as I do, not as I say. That's a reversal of do as I say, not as I do. And I mean by that if you're willing to commit yourself, you then inspire the other people to commit. When I was that supervisor operating out of Minneapolis, I never arrived in somebody else's territory at 10 o'clock in the morning so that he came out, picked me up at the airport, and gave up a half a day selling, and then we'd go to work at 11, 11:30, make our first call probably after lunch, and then I'd look at my watch, and I wouldn't say, I have to go to catch the 4:30 flight out of here. I would get in that guy's territory the night before. Even if I had to drive all night, I might get there at 5 o'clock in the morning. But at 8 o'clock in the morning, when he was ready to go, I was ready to go. And we worked until the last store closed, which was 9 o'clock at night. Now, maybe he didn't get out to work at 8 o'clock in the morning when I wasn't there, but he certainly got out by 9, and maybe he didn't work till 9 o'clock at night, but he certainly worked till 6 or 7. So I had built up a work ethic by example, and I had made the work a game. I told them that we were there to win. We weren't just existing. We weren't just going out to do a job because we had to. We wanted to do the best job we could. We wanted to be the winners in our company, and we wanted to beat our competition. I was able, through my own expression, my own willingness to put out, to translate that to 8 other people. That was the beginning of my management experience, because I never could have done the job all by myself. Look at the geography that was involved. It was impossible. But by being able to demonstrate to these people that there was somebody that was willing to work for them, that they were working for, they then said, we will not be loafers. We will not hold the ship back. We will all pitch in for this accomplishment. And as I went through my career, from that first level of management, that has been the one major factor that I think has allowed the properties that I've been connected with to be successful. Because if you can win the people so that they believe in what they're doing, it's a belief, it's a desire, then you've created not one of you, not 8 of you, maybe 100, maybe 200, and today we have about 3,000 people around the world who I hope are as dedicated as I am to achieving the success. And without those people, we never could have grown the way we have or been as successful as we are. When I come back, which I will in a minute, I'm going to tell you how we built something at Remington that is very, very rare.
Our world keeps keeps on changing, and so does the way we see it. That's why we produce New Wilderness, our Emmy Award-winning nature series. It's an adventure in nature, wonderful animals from the wild side of the world we live in and the world we're creating. Join me every week for the fast-changing world of nature on Lorne Greene's New Wilderness. True stories from our fantastic planet. What do you say? Do you like the show? Oh, I'm glad.
Dawn presents the wisdom and wit of Danny Cox with his Passport to Potential, a proven step-by-step course showing how anyone can develop barrier block potential. Danny used the ideas in this in-depth program to break down his own barriers when he was frustrated and seemingly at a dead end. You'll be breaking down barriers and setting records of your own once you've mastered the simple steps Danny shares in this exciting album. Topics include the genesis of a high achievement life, developing a plan for accomplishment, and using untapped potential to break barriers. This exciting Danny Cox album normally sells for $50, but Passport to Potential is available through this exclusive TV offer for only $39.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling. Place your credit card or COD order by calling toll-free 1-800-345-DAWN. That's 1-800-345-DAWN. Or send check or money order for $39.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling to Dawn, Box 612486, Dallas 75261. Call now, 1-800-345-DAWN.
It's hard driving and rough riding, and it's never dull. You'll see it all when Ed Bruce, Brock Gates, and Steve Evans introduce you to the people who make it happen and take you to some of the fastest, most competitive, and unusual sports happenings in the country on Super Sports America.
Now, let's return to the man who liked the shaver so much he bought the company, Mr. Victor Kayyem on Dawn.
Thanks, Ty. When I went into Remington, after having made what many people would think is a high-risk decision, because I had really mortgaged my soul to acquire the company because I fell in love with the product, I found people who were working there whose morale was absolutely at ground zero. They had known that the company was not successful. It had lost $30 million in 4 years. They had been in a major corporation, the Sperry Corporation, that had sales of $5 billion and was financially successful. And whenever the company, the division, ran out of money, the Remington division, they had called up Uncle Sperry, and he shipped them some more money to keep them going. Now, when I walked in, I said to them, the buck stops there. The money that I put into the company, that's it. We've got to live on what we have got because there is no more. Well, if you were an employee of Remington at that point, and you had lived with 3 or 4 years of losses of the magnitude they had, you would have scratched your head and said, gee, Sperry couldn't make it with this company, and here an individual is coming in and telling us that we're going to be successful. I think he's singing the siren song, and we're all going to go down in the abyss if we stick with this. And the problem was that the good people, the ones that could find other jobs quickly, those are the ones I wanted to keep, and those are the ones who felt they needed the security of some other company because they had children that were going to go to school, they had a mother they had to support for whatever reason. So I recognized that I had a morale problem. The other problems I thought I could solve. The fact of cash, because that was a problem. We came out with a $19.95 shaver within 4 weeks of the time I joined the company. That's another thing. Decisions are so important. Make them. Anyway, I came out with a $19.95 shaver, and that first year we sold 500,000 of those, and that was enough enough sales so that we were never worried about cash or profits. But the single largest worry I had was people, because they were leaving. I also thought about my past experience, and the expression that I had is do as I do. And I also looked at many other companies around the country and saw how they operated, and I decided that if we could, we ought to have a different type of company. So I went down to the factory floor, and I took everybody out of the offices, all the accounting offices, the executive offices, everybody, we all met there, and I said to the whole organization, I said, I know that in the past there's been a factory group, and there's been a so-called office group, and there's been an executive group. And I said, from now on, there are no groups. There is no blue collar in our company. There is no white collar. We only have one collar, the Remington collar. And I feel that we are like the settlers going out to the western plains. And when they got in trouble, what did they do? They circled the wagons. And it didn't matter whether you had a blue collar or a white collar or an executive collar, you were responsible for a part of the protection of that wagon train. And I said, we are like that. We are the only U.S. shaver manufacturer. We have the best product, but they've all gone down the drain because of foreign competition. The foreign competition has really beaten us because of domestic management. We have not pulled together. We have not been inspired to fight. So now we're going to pull the wagons around, and all of us are going to fight together. And nobody's going to be any different from anybody else. There's not going to be a key to the executive washroom. You know why? There ain't going to be an executive washroom. We're all going to wash in the same place. There's not going to be first-class travel because, as I once said, which has been quoted, the back of the plane arrives at the same time as the front end. We did away with all the visible differences. That didn't mean that there wasn't various pay levels. People got paid differently for different levels of job. But we did something else. We said, you know, if the company does very well, the people at the top always seem to share in the benefits. But in our company, everybody's going to share in the benefits. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a profit-sharing program so that everybody shares in the profits. It's not going to be just for an elitist group. And secondly, we're going to put in an incentive program so that everybody can also earn on their own initiative. And more than that, who is it to say, I used to work 12 hours a day. If you had a sick wife and a couple of children and needed more money, and you were manufacturing on the floor, and we told you you worked 8 hours a day, that's it, you would like to say, maybe I'd like to work more because I need it more now. So we said, if you want to work more, and we limited it to 4 hours more, or 12 hours, because after that, we felt people would be too tired, you could come back and work a half of a second shift if you needed the money. We are going to make a company that is for the people in the company. Now, we were very blessed. We were a private company. We didn't have to worry about the public sphere. That's one of our problems. Our free enterprise system is great. In the old days, investors in companies were investors. They didn't buy it today to sell it tomorrow or to arbitrage or to wait till a corporate raider came along. They actually invested in the company for the future of the company. Today, that's not the case. So that company management has to look at two things. How well the company does and how well the company is perceived in the marketplace, because that affects the stock price. And the stock price for the shareholders is the key ingredient. Well, we didn't have to worry about that. So all we had to serve was one master. That master was the business. We got an organization that was committed to one goal, which was the success of the company, and they had the opportunity to share in that success two ways. One, through the profits of the company as a whole, and two, based on their performance. Now, there's some areas you can't measure, like a bookkeeper. Does he turn out more paper? But you can measure the factory, you can measure the sales, you can measure the profits. So, in some cases, it's arbitrary bonuses. But because of this program, we have developed a cohesive company. And the person who cleans up the parking lot, if he does a good job, gets just as much respect from other people in the company as the chief financial officer or the sales manager who makes a great sale. Because he did something that the company, that was good for the company, it stood out as an extra effort, and it's rewarded. Now, in the society of ours, you can either let people exist or you can try to band together like the old wagon trains. And in our case, we had to do it. We still have to do it because with the policies of our government right now, you know the strength of the dollar, we have terrible, terrible difficulties in selling products overseas, even though the price of our shaver in 6 years has not gone up 1 penny. But the price of the dollar has. As a result of it, everybody in our company still knows that we are fighting for survival. We do 160 million. Our nearest competitor is 20 times our size. They do $3 billion total corporately, and our biggest competitor does $50 billion. We're the little guy on the block, but we're winning. And the reason we're winning, 2 reasons: the product, and most importantly, once you have the product, the people. And if we can instill this into all areas of our society will be much better off, because it doesn't matter whether you're blue, black, red, or green. Everybody can enjoy the fruits of success.
Fabulous. I have an idea you're having more fun than anybody I've ever met.
Well, that guy over there, he really liked it.
Victor Kiam, one of America's great entrepreneurs. We'll be back in just a moment. Stick around. Celebrates life with vibrance and style. She's the mother of 3 children. She's an author, a management consultant working with Fortune 500 companies worldwide, and an instructor in the successful life course presented by the Executive Development Systems. She's dedicated to helping others develop a very special faith in themselves to turn their dreams into realities. She doesn't just recite a litany, a success philosophy. She lives it. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to Dawn, Miss Earlene Vining, right here. Earlene! Oh, great to see you. Oh, we've been waiting. Listen to all that energy, will you? Been waiting for you. You bet.
Thank you. Well, how very special it is for me to have some of my very special friends here today and a beautiful audience to share another dream come true, and that's being on the Dawn Show to share with you some of the principles and techniques that I feel like are most important when you talk about dreaming big dreams and how to make those dreams come true. Now, I've got a lot of mentors who've touched my life in a very special way. Some of these are living people like yourselves, and others are characters whom I admire greatly. How many of you have ever watched The Muppet Show on television? Let me see your hands. Oh, wow, I knew this was a fun audience when I came in here today. Who is your favorite character on that show? Miss Piggy, Kermit, always hear Animal. Several of the characters are always, but my favorite character is Miss Piggy, and I've brought her along today just in case some of you might have never met her before. And I've got her all veiled here for her introduction here, so you can see how beautiful she is. Isn't she fantastic? They like you, Miss Piggy. Do you know that she's been one of my favorite characters and a mentor ever since the first time I saw her? She comes running out on that stage and she says, "I feel beautiful." The first time I saw her do that, I backed away from the television screen and I thought, my goodness, that is a pig. I mean, I looked at her closely and I found that she had frizzy hair. You know, she was obviously overweight. She has an oversized nose, droopy eyes. But have you ever seen Miss Piggy come running out on that stage and say, "Oh, I don't like me. I'm overweight. Oh, my nose is too big. Oh, I couldn't do a thing with my hair today." Oh, no. Do you know what Miss Piggy does? She always comes out on that stage and she thinks and she acts and she looks like a winner. And that's exactly what she has become. In fact, Miss Piggy is one of the most popular characters ever in the history of television. You know why? Because she feels beautiful inside. You see, she's quite aware that she is not, quote, a perfect 10. She knows that. She knows that she does not have perfect features, but she doesn't concentrate on them. You know what she does instead? She concentrates on her strengths instead of her weaknesses. And she has the I like me philosophy. She says you don't have to be perfect to be beautiful. So she smiles and she thinks and she acts and she looks the part. Ever since I saw her come out and make her first appearance there, for me to see her anyway, I looked at her and I thought, you know, I like me too, Miss Piggy. I know that I don't have perfect features. I know that there are a lot of things that I can improve upon, but I am doing pretty well. There are a lot of things that I like about myself. I've made a lot of my dreams come true. You see, I've traveled all over the world. I've had an exciting career with meeting with people just like yourself. And I've made a lot of my materialistic goals. I drive the kind of automobile I want to drive. I live in the kind of home that I want to live in. I do a lot of the exciting things that I used to dream about simply because I developed the I like me philosophy a long time ago. Everybody repeat with me. I like me. Everybody louder. I like me. Those of you home, come along with us and repeat it with me. Say, I like me. And she's falling off her little prop here, but at least she made her point, right? So every time you see Miss Piggy from now on, let her be a constant reminder to you that it's okay. If you're not exactly perfect in all of your features, you're never going to be perfect. None of us are. But as long as you say, I like me, it's easier for you to say, I like you too. And I can believe in myself. You see, until you learn to like yourself, it's impossible to develop the faith in yourself that's necessary to make your dreams come true. Another mentor I had was a lady by the name of Mrs. Sadie Mae Peacock. She was a vibrant, red-headed English teacher. And she was the type person that when she entered a room, the room just lit up. And you got excited just to be in her presence. So you might imagine that everything that happened to me, both good and bad, I wanted to share with Mrs. Peacock. Well, one particular day I was so excited I went running up to her and I said, oh, Miss Peacock, guess what? I've been nominated to compete for the title of Miss Forest High School. And she said, Earlene, that's wonderful. She said, that's so exciting. I'm so pleased for you. And then she stopped and she looked at me and she said, but my goodness, why are you crying? This should be one of the most happy, exciting moments of your life. I said, oh, Miss Peacock, I said, I can't compete in the title or compete for the title of Mrs. Forest High School. Miss Forest High School it was. And you know what she did? She looked at me and she said, why not? Why can't you participate? Why can't you compete? I said, oh, Miss Peacock, my family wouldn't be able to buy an evening gown for me. And even if I were fortunate enough to get in the top 5 of the competition, I would have to have an evening gown. My family can't afford one, and I would never ask them to buy one for me. Do you know what Miss Peacock did? She looked me straight in the eye and she said, Earlene, that is just an excuse. She said, you go ahead and you compete, and you'll find a way to get that gown. Well, because I had so much confidence and belief in Miss Peacock, and at that time she believed more in me than I believed in myself, I went ahead and I participated. And let me share with you this beautiful evening. It was one of the most exciting events I'd ever participated up until that time. It was also one of the most uncomfortable positions I'd ever found myself in, because I stood there in a beautiful floor-length white evening gown that was exactly one size too small for me. I bought it from a first cousin then by the name of Peggy Hart. And she was a skinny cousin. I mean, all of the dieting, all of the exercising did not make me comfortably fit into that gown. So you might imagine how I looked. Anything but poised. I was just as stiff as I could be. But somehow as I walked in front of the judges and kept a smile on my face, they made another dream come true that evening. And I immediately began to search the faces out in the audience for Mrs. Peacock. And I found her in about the 3rd or the 4th row out in front of the stage. She had a beautiful, vibrant smile on her face. And then I saw tears just glistening down her cheeks. And I couldn't help it. I just went running off that stage, and we embraced, and Mrs. Peacock held me close to her, and again taught me one of the most important lessons that any teacher, any parent, any friend could ever share with another person. And it was simply this. She said, Earlene, don't ever forget this. She said, congratulations, but whether or not you'd ever won the crown was totally insignificant. She said, the moment you decided to take the risk, you were an automatic winner. She said, in order to win in life, you've got to participate. Participating means that you're going to have to take risk after risk after risk. And I'll never, ever stop appreciating that beautiful, exciting teacher with that lesson. What a tremendous influence it's been on my life to learn and to appreciate the fact that in order to win, you've got to do those things that are uncomfortable until they become a comfortable habit. And I can tell you one thing, of all the cotton that I used to pick, it never became comfortable. But do you know what I dwelled and I concentrated on? Wearing the store-bought dresses that money that I was going to earn from picking cotton was going to provide for me. So I picked a lot of cotton. And one day, as I got a little bit older, I picked 247 pounds of cotton. And that was a mistake, because my father patted me on the back and he said, sweetheart, he said, that was good, but if you've done it once, you can do it again, he said. So I did. I picked a lot of cotton, and with the combination of the lessons that my parents taught me and the exercise of the mere fact that if you want something and you commit yourself to that goal or to that dream, whether it's having a store-bought dress or whether it's those other dreams that we so often think about, travel, having the home of our dreams, and all of these things, you can have it if you simply remember this. You can have, you can be, you can do anything as long as you're willing to remember that winners do the things losers don't like to do. And we're going to talk more about the things that losers don't like to do right after this.
The tide is in at Atlantic Waterbeds. We're stocked to the gills with every type of waterbed. Choose from king, queen, double, or super single. Medical research proves that waterbeds give better support than regular beds, and at Atlantic we have the most waterbeds on display in the Delaware Valley. Open 7 days, Atlantic also offers free local delivery and installation. We've been in business for over a decade and pride ourselves with personal customer attention and quality merchandise. A better night's sleep is waiting for you at Atlantic Waterbeds.
Sharing powerful insights into personal and professional relationships and achievement. Here are the motivational experts that are sought after by America's top corporations. In-depth presentations from the nation's most qualified trainers. People like Mark Victor Hansen, Ed Foreman, Jane Warford, and Don Hudson will join me for a great week. You can fly to the islands on Delta Airlines. Delta gets you there. Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success promises life-changing insights on professional success and personal fulfillment, but space is limited. To place your reservation, call 1-800-942-3445 today. Learn how your Dawn cruise can be a qualified tax deduction. Call toll-free 1-800-942-3445. Join us for an unforgettable experience in one of the most gorgeous spots on Earth. For more information on making your reservation for Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success, call 1-800-942-3445 now.
TV 65, and he's issued an all-points bulletin for you to catch him weeknights at 6:30 on TV 65.
I want everything that goes with it.
All right, then tune in weeknights and catch the smoothest private eye this side of Hollywood as he effortlessly stops criminals in their tracks.
Is that all up?
No, because there's always more with Peter Gunn, only on TV 65.
Now, let's go back to Ms. Peacock's favorite pupil, and understandably so, Earlene Vining on Dawn.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that helps me to maintain a positive self-image is because I do teach in the Wonderful and the Exciting Successful Life course. I have the opportunity once a month, sometimes twice a month, to share with my terrific and enthusiastic teammates, Patrick O'Dooley, Kay Kerr, Ed Foreman, and a lot of our other associates. And together, we help instill in people the joy of putting more laughing, loving, and living into your life. And our basics and our very basis for the attitude there comes from the bumblebee itself. You notice that I'm wearing a little bumblebee on my shoulder. Well, that's the logo of Executive Development Systems, and the reason we selected the bumblebee is simply because of his story. Many of you know it. Aerodynamically, the bumblebee is not supposed to be able to fly because of the size of his little wings in proportion to his little fat body. But the bumblebee doesn't know that. So he just flies anyway, which says that attitude is always more important than facts. Now, I have a lot of other mentors in my life, and I could tell you about several of them. I could go on and on and on, but I'm just going to mention 2 or 3 of them today. And another one is my mother, a beautiful, tremendous example in my life. You see, because my parents never had a lot of material wealth to bestow upon me, but they bestowed a lot of love and caring and sharing, and they always took the time to say, Earlene, I love you. You're special. You're an exciting individual. You can do, you can have, you can become, and they were always reinforcing in this type of support to me. So they were a lot of help in creating a lot of the lessons that I learned in my life, and helped me to set a lot of big dreams for myself simply because they did give me that reinforcement. One day, for example, my mother was standing there and I was crying, and she said, sweetheart, she said, what's wrong with you? And I said, well, Mother, you know, I've told you before, I don't like wearing these dresses made from flour sacks. A lot of the other little girls in my classroom have store-bought dresses, and I don't feel comfortable in wearing these dresses made from flour sack prints. I just don't like them. She took me by the hand and she took me over to a mirror. And she said, now look at yourself in this mirror. She said, tell me. She said, is there anything physically wrong with the dress that you're wearing? And I said, well, I don't think so. She said, well, I mean, is there a tear in it anywhere? Because if it is, I will mend it. I said, no, ma'am, I don't think it has any tears in it. She said, well, is it too long? Because if it is, I'll shorten it. And I said, no, ma'am, it's not too long. She said, well, if it's too short, I'll let the hem out of it. And I said, no, ma'am, it's not too short, but it's made out of flour sack prints, and I don't like it. She looked at me and she said, Earlene, she said, there's nothing wrong with the dress that you're wearing. You've just admitted that. She said, what's wrong is how you are feeling about yourself in that dress. It's how you see yourself in the dress that's making the difference. She said, start imagining yourself as an exciting, wonderful little girl wearing this dress. And she said, as you begin to feel better about yourself in this dress, others are going to see you differently, because it's not what's on the outside that counts. It's what's right up here that counts. It's your attitude that makes the difference. How you see yourself, how you see others, and how you see life. Sometimes people ask me, they say, Earlene, if you had just one message, just one point that you could share with a group of people, when asked the question, what's the most important, significant thing that you could leave with a group, I would say just simply this. You've got to do those things that you're afraid to do until it becomes a comfortable thing to do with you. For example, you notice that I have a few butterflies just sharing with you here today. I've always had them. I probably always will. One day I got very concerned about this, you see, because I've been speaking for 10 years. And I went back to my speech instructor and I said, I don't understand it. I said, I've been doing this for quite some time now, and I still have the opportunity to face hundreds out in the audience, and I always have this little bit of a butterfly that's flying around the pit of my stomach, and it makes me terribly nervous. It doesn't feel good. You know what he said to me? He said, Earlene, that's perfectly natural. He said, if ever you lose those butterflies, he said, stop what you're doing, go and do something else. Because once you lose those butterflies, you will lose your concern for leaving a meaningful message with your audience. And I began to think about that. I thought, okay, well, what I'll do is I'll just teach them to fly in formation. So I continued to do what it scared me to death to do for years and years until it became a happy, exciting thing to do. And I simply remind you, I don't care what it is, whether it's a position that you really feel like, gee, you know, that's really what I'd like to be doing. I'd like to have a promotion into this particular position. You know, what I'd like to do is find just exactly the type mate that I'd like to live life with to its fullest. I would really get excited if I knew that if I knew I couldn't fail, that I could have any type home that I wanted to live in. If I could have a wonderful, dynamic, successful family, that would be a goal, wouldn't it? But you've got to remember, you've got to work at it. You've got to discipline yourself to do those things that are uncomfortable until they become a comfortable habit, because we concentrate on the end result, as my mother taught me. One day when she greeted me at the front door and she presented me with this beautiful gift wrap package. And I was so excited about that package, I went tearing into it, and I pulled out a cotton sack. Now that's one of those things for you non-cotton pickers that you pull behind you, and you put cotton in it. And I began to cry, because there was no doubt that that cotton sack was mine. She had embroidered my name right across the top of it. And my mother looked at me and she said, "Sweetheart," she said, "I know that you thought this was going to be a store-bought dress in this package, didn't you?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am, I did." She said, "Well, Earlene, this cotton sack is going to be the tool for you to get not only those store-bought dresses that you're always so excitedly talking about," she said, "this cotton sack is going to help you to earn a lot of the other things that you're always dreaming about, talking about." Do you know that she got me excited about picking cotton? And do you think that I dwelled on how badly I hated to pick that cotton? Do you think I dwelled on how badly my hands hurt, my back hurt, and they did hurt, every part of my body hurt as I picked that cotton? But do you know what I dwelled on? I dwelled on traveling to far, far places, seeing all the wonderful destinations that I dreamed about. And I had some wonderful big dreams. You see, I was always very much physically in that cotton field, but I was never there mentally. I was traveling, I was wearing the type clothes I wanted to wear, and I was concentrating on that one dress that I was going to be able to buy at the end of the week after I'd earned so much money from picking cotton. And I did. I picked a lot of cotton, as I told you. I actually picked up 247 pounds of cotton. I never got quite that amount of cotton again, but I did continue to pick a lot of cotton. I earned enough money to totally support myself almost all the way through high school. And through that, they taught me that tremendous lesson. And it's simply this again, that you've got to do those things, discipline yourself to pursue your goals, do those things that are uncomfortable until they become a comfortable habit. If you'll do these things, you will have more laughing, loving, and living in your life. Thank you, and God bless you.
Oh, Earlene, that is wonderful. I love that. That's wonderful. Now listen, don't you go away. I want to ask you a question. Isn't that fabulous? Now listen, we have time. Now see what an appreciative audience will do? They'll take up all of your time clapping. Did you notice that? Aren't they wonderful? They playing their parts well. Tell me just quickly about executive development, would you please? You talked about that, and it's such a fabulous experience for executives, and you and Ed and Pat and all the others do that. Give me a 30-second thumbnail on that, will you?
Okay. I could do more than 30 seconds on executive development systems,
sure.
because it's what we do and enjoy, and probably that is the most fulfilling thing that I do, Ty, and the reason for it is that we have people just like our audience who come from all parts of the country,
yes,
from every type background, and they're there for many, many different reasons. In fact, we have multimillionaires in an audience. We have household executives in an audience. We have administrative people in an audience, and they're all there saying, you know, I'm doing pretty good, but I can be even better. I'd really like to become more alive. I've lost some of my enthusiasm. I'd like to be more enthusiastic and turned on about life. And so that's what we strive to do, is to basically help them to think about themselves and their goals. For the first time in many of their lives in a long time, do they take 3 days just for themselves and say, you know, this is what I'd like to do. This is how I feel I could get more out of life.
They do things like climb mountains.
Yeah.
In Kerrville, Texas. Did you realize there's a mountain in Kerrville, Texas? And it will never be the same after Ed, Earlene, Patrick, and all the rest are there with the executive development. Wonderful having you here. We'll be back in just 1 minute on Dawn. But also from the Experience Library of Personal Success. Well, this guy has it. While working his way through college, Don Hudson earned more money than most of his professors. His proven track record in the selling profession has made him an extremely sought-after international consultant. People want to know how he's become so productive at such an early age. Don gives the credit to proper motivation. Here to explain for you and for me, one of America's most dynamic young men, Mr. Don Hudson on Dawn. Don, sure enjoyed that last segment when you were here. You were just terrific.
Thank you.
This audience is here eager to hear more from you.
Wonderful.
Say hello.
Thank you very much. Got a question for you right here at the outset, friends. How many of you have noticed that you never see a mule running in the Kentucky Derby? Have you noticed that? You see, a stringent task is for a stringent achiever, is it not? What about our level of personal motivation? What about our personal level of productivity? You know, when we stop and think about the way we have our mind set on what it is that we want to accomplish in this given period of time we're on God's green earth, sometimes, friends, we have a need to erase our barriers and see things in a more positive and vibrant perspective. What is your expectation mindset? You know, friends, whatever we think we're going to accomplish is what we're usually going to get accomplished. Isn't that true? It's all a matter of perspective. Do you know on his deathbed, J. Paul Getty was asked by an interviewer, Mr. Getty, you're one of the richest men in the world, but I must ask you at this moment one question. He said, Mr. Getty, if you had your life to live over, what would you do differently? And J. Paul Getty, without even a pause, said, oh, that's an easy question to answer. He said, I'd go for bigger deals. A billionaire at his death. You see, friends, it's a matter of our mindset, is it not? And so often the perspective that we have is going to influence our level of motivation. I happen to believe that there's a correlation between the commitment we have to a cause and the achievement that we really and truly experience, and the motivation that we have, and the energy that we enjoy. The greater and the deeper our level of commitment, the more energy we will have. It will become internalized for us. It becomes a natural thing so often. Any of you hear about the kamikaze pilot who flew 188 missions? Let me tell you, friends, that sucker was busy, but he was not committed, okay? There are a lot of people who are busy, but they're not committed. They're simply not getting the job done. And as a result of that, we tend to analyze why. Well, in working with organizations throughout the world, I've had the privilege of dealing with some very high achievers, some motivated people. I've looked at some people who I've wondered, you know, with all that potential, why are they not doing better? Have you seen some people like that? Maybe you know some in your very own organizations, maybe even in your family. Have you ever seen these people? And you know who I'm talking about. Kind of person who projects an image that they just like to arrive without having made the trip. That ship won't float, right? Our great challenge is to understand motivation and productivity. One of the great experts on motivation was an individual by the name of Bob Bale, and the late Bob Bale was a master at understanding motivation, especially as applied to the concepts of achievement. Well, I was with Bob Bale at our National Speakers Association and convention in Phoenix many years ago. And Bob Bale, incidentally, if you've never been to a convention of the National Speakers Association, you would find it an amusing event. Nobody can get a word in edgewise. No listeners, lots of talkers, okay? At any rate, Bob Bale and I were chatting. I said, Bob, I've got to get your opinion on something. I'm totally curious. You're recognized as one of the true experts on human motivation. I said, Bob, I want your definition of motivation. Would you share it with me? And he very humbly said, Don, I'll be glad to give you my definition of motivation. You're welcome to use it until you can find one better. Friends, that was many years ago. I've never heard one half as good, much less one any better. Bob Bale said motivation is an idea, emotion, or need from within a person, which incites or impels that person to act or not to act. May I repeat that for you? Motivation is an idea, emotion, or need from within a person which incites or impels that person to act or not to act. And the key words in that definition, friends, are the words from within. All motivation is self-motivation. I'm convinced of that. So we think of this challenge of motivation. Years ago, I was doing a management seminar for about 500 people in Atlanta in a ballroom of a hotel. I was down front in the room there preparing my visuals and getting ready for my presentation. I thought I was in the room by myself. All of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I spied a guy walking down the center aisle toward me. He walked up to me, and here was an individual, as I looked up, friends, had on tennis shorts, tennis shirt, sweatband around the forehead, around the wrist, tennis racket in hand. I couldn't imagine where he was on his way to. He walked up to me, he said, you must be Don Hudson who's going to conduct that seminar for our company this morning. I said, that's correct, that's me. He said, well, Don, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but it's your management seminar this morning. Attendance is not mandatory, attendance is voluntary, and I ain't coming. I said, well, that's fine and good. If it's voluntary, I guess that's fine. But obviously you're here for some reason. I'm kind of curious what it is. Is there something I can do for you? He said, yeah, as a matter of fact, there is, Don. He said, you see, I'm running my branch, and I'm doing a pretty good job. We're well ahead of last year. He said, I'm not number one, but we are pleased and proud of our performance and our productivity thus far. For the year, he said, I really got my act together as a manager, Don. He said, the only thing I want to ask you is one simple question. I thought I'd come down a few minutes early, ask you this one question, get your answer, then I can still make my tennis date on time at 9 o'clock. I said, I'll help you if I can. What's your question? He said, all I want to know is, how can I motivate my people? I said, oh, is that all you want to know? He said, yeah, that's all. I said, you can't. Have you got any other questions? That response intrigued him to the extent that he elected to stay for the seminar. Now, folks, admittedly, he was ill-attired, but he was there. And he understood well into my seminar that morning what I was talking about when I said to him, you can't motivate another person. What was I really saying? As I elaborated on that premise, my belief is, from what I learned from Bob and Bale and my personal experience in sales training, speaking, dealing effectively with people, has been that you don't directly motivate another person. Motivation is accomplished through an indirect process. If we're going to motivate a customer to buy, if we're going to motivate our spouse to respond the way we want them to respond to a certain subject, if we're going to motivate anybody, we don't do it directly, we do it indirectly. How do we achieve that? We achieve that by creating an environment and an atmosphere around them which will serve as an inducement for them to motivate themselves. And friends, if you don't get but one idea from this program this morning, it can be an idea that will change your life and the lives of those people you touch, and that one idea is that all motivation is self-motivation. Don't wait on somebody else to motivate you. We are all on the periphery of greatness just for living in a free society. We've got to motivate ourselves to get out there to make it happen. My favorite story on motivation was the kid who was on his way to baseball practice. Had a coach who would not tolerate tardiness. Unfortunately, this little kid was running late. Well, he could see the baseball field over there some 300 yards away, but he couldn't go straight to it because between where he stood and the baseball field was a large fence. Big pasture. He looked out across there, hey, friends, let me tell you, this pasture unfortunately contained the meanest, largest bull in that part of the country. I mean, a bull that had a reputation for goring people. Well, this little kid realized he couldn't go through the pasture. He'd have to go all the way around. He would undoubtedly be late and be severely disciplined as a result of that. Well, that being the case, he was going to start to walk around, and all of a sudden he looked down there. He saw the old bull who appeared to be sleeping. Well, he thought, hey, I'll just get over that fence, all the way across the other side of the fence, home free, on time, no problem. And he was a gambler. He thought he'd go for it. And he knew, friends, if he went for it, he had to make it all the way across the pasture, because there was nothing in the center of that pasture for protection except for one very large tree, the lowest branch of which was 18 feet off the ground. He knew that wouldn't help him, right? Well, this little kid decided to go for it, and he sneaked over the fence and took off. Had any of you ever tried to run and tiptoe simultaneously? Well, that's what this kid was doing, running and tiptoeing simultaneously, and he's making his way across that pasture. He looked back, thought he better check his progress. Look back, friends. The bull not only was awake, the bull was up and chasing him. Needless to say, friends, this little kid is now motivated, right? From within, no question about it, right? He is motivated. He looks back, sees that bull, looks like a locomotive coming after him. He could feel that ground rattling. Friends, he was turned on. This little kid is picking him up and putting him down. He's moving wide open across that pasture. Look back again. There's that bull now not 15 feet behind him and gaining. Oh, friends, this little kid was motivated. Perspiration pouring off his forehead. He's running wide open across that pasture. Looks back one more time. There's that bull now not 18 inches behind him. He could feel that bull's breath right on the back of his neck. Could I see the hands of those of you who have ever felt bull breath? Well, I understand it is one terrific motivator. Well, friends, this little kid knew he was never going to make it to the other side of the pasture, but he was almost to the big tree with the 18-foot limb. He looked at that 18-foot limb with apprehension, but with motivation. He could still feel that bull right behind him. Friends, that limb was way up there, but he had to go for it. And with all the motivation he could muster, the kid leaped up into the air for that 18-foot limb. And he missed it. But he caught it coming down. Proof positive, with the proper intensity of motivation, we can make positive things happen, right? Now, if we're going to motivate ourselves sufficiently, what is the objective of motivation? The obvious objective of motivation is for us to achieve something productive as a result of that inner motivation we feel. You see, to be motivated and not to take action is the greatest waste in the whole world. I've always heard that the average human being functions on 16 to 18% of his or her brain power. For an above-average, well-educated group like we've got here today, and I'm sure our viewers at home, hey, what we're talking about there are people who are maybe functioning on, what, 30, 40, 50, 60% of their brain power. But friends, it tells me that there are incredibly powerful and significant untapped resources of talents and abilities within the minds and bodies of each of us. What is our job? To tie into that source and power of motivation and not to look for it externally, let's do it to ourselves because we are at the helm of our own ship. Now, in the next half of this program, we're going to talk about how we're going to make that creative motivation more productive for us so that we can be better achievers than we've ever been. Thank you. Thank you.
According to the Army, the classified rank of Phil Silvers is sergeant. But at Fort Baxter, he marches to a general's tune.
It's time to face facts. You, Sergeant Bilko, you run this post. Oh, sir, I couldn't do it without your cooperation.
It's the Phil Silvers Show, weekdays at 5 on TV 65. Weekdays at 5, so tune on the stars with TV 65.
Dawn presents the wisdom and wit of Danny Cox with his Passport to Potential, a proven step-by-step course showing how anyone can develop barrier block potential. Danny used the ideas in this in-depth program to break down his own barriers when he was frustrated and seemingly at a dead end. You'll be breaking down barriers and setting records of your own once you've mastered the simple steps Danny shares in this exciting album. Topics include the genesis of a high achievement life, developing a plan for accomplishment, and using untapped potential to break barriers. This exciting Danny Cox album normally sells for $50, but Passport to Potential is available through this exclusive TV offer for only $39.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling. Place your credit card or COD order by calling toll-free 1-800-345-DAWN. That's 1-800-345-DAWN. Or send check or money order for $39.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling to Dawn, Box 612486, Dallas 75261. Call now, 1-800-345-DAWN.
Television's hottest motorsport show found on TV 65 Sunday mornings at 11:30. The Superchargers. High-speed action featuring the unique combination of non-stop racing along with Hollywood superstars as co-hosts. Insight and exciting performances from virtually all major racing sanctioning bodies is here with the Superchargers. So grab a trackside seat for America's #1 motorsports entertainment series, The Superchargers, found Sunday mornings at 11:30 on TV 65.
Well, if motivation is the thing that helps us to get those things we'd like to have, to do, and to be, let's go back and find how. Here's Don Hudson on Dawn.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, in our discussion of motivation, so often people say things like, Don, motivation's fine and good, but you know, motivation just doesn't last. Well, friends, I have an interesting rebuttal to that. A bath doesn't either, but it's a good idea to take one once in a while, right? Hey, it doesn't have to last forever. Inherently, when we experience that process, that feeling of motivation, that can energize us and make us get out there and make positive things happen, right? Now, what is a deterrent to motivation and productivity? Oftentimes, one deterrent is people say, well, it's easy for all those other people to be motivated and fired up, but for me, it's tough. Because for me, things don't always go just right. Hey, things don't go just right for anybody, right? You see, our success is not determined by how much crow we can eloquently dish out. Our success is determined by how much crow we're willing to eat. How much rejection can you experience? You see, you experience a situation where you interact with somebody and it doesn't go really well. Let me ask you a question. When you have that experience where you get rejected by another individual, what does it do to you? Does it ruin the rest of the day? The week? A month or two? A career, maybe? Hey, friends, there's some people who handle rejection very poorly, but the real pro in any given job task is the individual who experiences rejection and negative events, and in the very next split second, they are as good as they've ever been at whatever it is they do. The proverbial water on the duck's back concept, they don't let it get to them. They function from a posture of confidence, believability in their own ability to get out there and to make something positive happen. So they are motivated, right? And there's some people who handle that motivational process so poorly, when they experience rejection, they just can't motivate themselves. They just can't bear to deal with anybody else or to do anything else. Why do you think movies are open downtown in the daytime? They're for people who've just been rejected. I know, because I've seen them there lots. But, no, only kidding, right? All right, so we're going to motivate ourselves. What is the desired result? The desired result of that internalized motivation is greater achievement, higher productivity, right? How many of you have ever had a slump in production at whatever you do? Thank you for admitting it. Everybody has slumps. Everybody's individual productivity is cyclical, is it not? We all have peaks and valleys. But I'm going to suggest to you, friends, I hope you never ever have another slump, but if you do, I'm going to give you a couple of tools and techniques that will help you get out of that slump, okay? Is that okay with everybody? Can you use that? Great. Maybe you'll never have to experience another long-term slump for the rest of your life. Maybe you'll make more money than you've ever made before. Is that okay with everybody too? Yeah. Great. Hey, I'm seeing some turned-on people here now. Why is it that money is such a universal motivator? I don't know, but it is, isn't it? That's okay. Let's go over here to a little equation I'd like to share with you. This equation is called the productivity equation. That's what the P stands for. And I'm going to give you two key words right here. And in this equation, we're going to say that skill times effort equals productivity. Skill times effort equals productivity. Now, I'm talking about a skill factor at whatever it is that you do, an effort factor at whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. Let me give you some examples as to how this little equation can work. Incidentally, if your mental attitude is reasonably positive, your level of motivation is at least reasonable, and the market conditions in whatever business you're in are at least reasonable, I am convinced, friends, this is a totally valid and extremely valuable equation, okay? The application will be there for you. First example will be the individual who we will say is relatively unproductive. The man or the woman who we will say their production in the past 6 months would probably best be described by management as underwhelming, okay? They just don't have the acts together, okay? We're going to say that this is the person who, as we analyze that individual's productivity and performance, we find that person possesses only 1/2 a degree or unit of skill. In other words, when it comes to the required knowledge level to be good at what they're doing, they have a deficiency here. Now, the interesting thing is that when this deficiency is here, most people feel that. Most people know when they don't have the skills. Now, of course, there's some people who don't know what they're doing, but they don't know that they don't know. We call these the unconscious incompetence, right? Need to put them in a cage and keep them away from customers before they screw something up, right? All right. This individual right here is the individual who we say possesses 1/2 a degree or unit of skill. Now, what is that going to do to the human psyche? Is there any speculation here? How's that individual going to feel about him or herself? Not very good. You said it, a lack of confidence. Friends, a lack of confidence is the most easily detectable negative attribute a person can have. We've got to function from that posture of confidence, right? This person doesn't muster confidence because they don't have the skills. The beautiful thing about our jobs, skills are always available. We can learn skills, can we not? The people who don't have skills are so often the people who've not been diligent enough in their quest for skills. It's out there for us if we want it badly enough. Predictably, these people will possess only 1/2 a degree or unit of effort being put forth. Now, this is an example of the relatively unproductive person. They're not fired up, so they experience a reluctance to really work diligently, maybe 1/2 a degree or unit of effort. So in this equation, we're obviously equaling 1/4 a degree or unit of productivity, so that's the person who's just not cutting it, okay? Now, let's go to the average producer. We're going to say the average producer is the individual who possesses, well, let's say 1 degree or unit of skill, puts forth 1 degree or unit of effort, and creates 1 degree or unit of productivity. Average across the board. Okay, so that's acceptable. But let's also talk about the superstars, the true achievers. Many of you are in this room today. Many of you are viewing right now. The true achievers are the people who are most diligently seeking ideas and skill-building concepts and techniques, right? We're going to say that those extraordinarily high producers, those achievers, are the people who have a very high skill factor, usually a result of the fact that they've had a hunger for knowledge and excitement for information that has been unparalleled when compared to their peers. These are the people who we say might well possess 2 degrees or units of skill. You name it, they know it. They've got the proverbial act together. What happens to these people psychologically? They feel good about where they are, do they not? They're confident. They're competent. So often these are the people who are out there not possessing reluctance to produce. They are out there eager to put forth the effort, so often putting forth maybe 2 degrees or units of what? Effort. Working twice as hard as the average person is working, creating, in this example, 4 degrees or units of productivity, ironically 16 times greater than our first example. So there's a geometric and very positive force right here, is there not? But let me also say to you that these numbers don't have to be the same horizontally, okay? There might be an individual, for example, in your business or industry or profession or your walk of life who we will say is a true encyclopedia of knowledge. You name it, they know it. Maybe possessing 3 degrees or units of skill. Boy, they have got the proverbial act together in terms of their true knowledge and ability to perform. But they got a problem. You see, in addition to being so skillful, they are also well-intentioned. They go home at night, they set the alarm for 5 o'clock the next morning. 5 o'clock the next morning, that alarm sounds off, and that individual jumps out of the bed, claps his hands, almost bumps his head on the ceiling. He's all fired up. I mean, just like you got up this morning, right? You didn't, okay. Anyway, He's all fired up, right? And with all of that vigor and motivation and all that positive feeling, that individual goes charging into the bathroom to shower and shave, and he successfully accomplishes that task. At which time he does an about-face and comes out of the bathroom, but as he does, he catches just a fleeting glimpse of himself in the mirror, and he's captivated, struts confidently back over to that mirror, about like I'll bet you did this morning, sir. I can just see you right now looking into that mirror saying some things like, "You handsome devil, don't you ever die." Did he say that this morning? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well, anyway, some of these people have a tendency to have great intentions, but they don't deliver. You see, this individual gets in front of the mirror and says, "You are absolutely fantastic. You are a high producer. You can really make it happen." And they've got all these great intentions, and they're at the top of their voice most of the time. The only problem is the bum then goes back to bed. Not you, sir. You're here with us, right? But you see, if the effort factor is 0, we all know that 0 times anything is what? Certainly is. Isn't that a sad state of events? Here's an individual who has everything in the world going for him or her except a willingness to put forth the effort. And it's like dragging a ball and chain around for their entire lives, right? We've got to put forth the effort. We've got to implement and utilize the skills. And when the effort's not there, friends, the productivity is not going to be there either. This individual who has the deficiency of effort, friends, that is a self-imposed problem, and I don't have any sympathy for those people. It's a self-imposed limitation. In training, we refer to these people as those who are inflicted with the mineral disease, which denotes an excess of lead in certain parts of the anatomy, right? Okay. So that being the true challenge, then, if we want to motivate ourselves to greater heights of excellence, may I put everything in capsule form for you? May I suggest to you that in terms of motivation, we've got to accept the fact that it's an idea, emotion, or need from within us, which incites or impels us to act or not to act. And it does come from within. And we've got to take our responsibility and accept the fact that we are accountable for our own productivity. It's not an external thing. We can't rely on others. It's up to us individually. That's one of the greatest benefits of living in a free society, but it is also your responsibility as a member of that free society, is it not? So I'd like to suggest to you that today, in the future, you think about the fact we create and control our own level of motivation. We can be productive to the extent that we arm ourselves with the skills and that we motivate ourselves to put forth the effort. And if you'll do that and do that consistently, I'm going to promise you a very highly productive future. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don, you were fabulous. We'll be back on Dawn right after this.
Come on, America, the team really needs your support. Send your contribution now.
Dawn can make it possible for you to hear Don Hudson over and over and over. Dawn has a special offer so that you can have these helpful and enriching tapes. There are 6 full-length audio cassette tapes in this album, which Don calls Techniques and Tactics of Professional Selling. And whether you are in professional sales or whether you have to sell yourself and your ideas, you need to polish up on those sales techniques and tactics. Don's tapes run the full gamut of selling. Some of the titles of his presentations are Profitable Prospecting, or Where Do I Find Those Who Want What I Have? The Science of Nonverbal Communication, Is What I'm Saying Being Drowned Out by What I'm Doing? And finally, Closing the Sale. If you don't bring home the order, you haven't been successful. Just think, you can listen to these presentations over and over until they become a natural part of your technique.
How many of you have a tendency to worry once in a while? Would you raise your hands, please? All right, looks like pretty well all the way around the room. If you didn't raise your hand on that one, you probably didn't understand the question. If you could find out what worry is and then how to get rid of that troublesome pestilence in about 20 seconds to help you to be happier and healthier, more dynamic and vibrant for the rest of your life, you'd probably want to know how to do it, wouldn't you? Say yes. All right, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. Worry is nothing more or less than the misuse of your imagination. I'll put it another way. Worry is thinking about what you don't want to happen in the future, or dwelling on an undesired past happening. See, worry is thinking, oh, I bet we don't get that contract. And if we do, we'll probably lose our shirts because we bid it too low. Worry is thinking, oh, I bet I can't pay off that note at the bank. Or if you're a banker, thinking, oh, I bet they can't pay off that loan I made them. See, worry is thinking about what you don't. It's thinking, oh, I bet little Johnny or Mary flunk out of school. Little moron did bad last year and probably going to do bad again this year. See, worry is dwelling on an undesired future outcome. And what does it do? It begins to knot up your gut, doesn't it? It begins to increase your blood pressure. It starts the shortening of your life, and it begins to program you for that failure. Now, having told you, and a lot of people say, boy, if there's anything that old boy knows, he knows what worry is because he's very adequately described it just now. Now then, having told you what worry is, I'm going to ask you to share with me a little exercise to help you to begin to program yourself away from worry. Everybody think right now, just close your eyes and think about your most outstanding number one burning desire, your number one goal in life. Just think about, maybe it's to have that beautiful home in the country, that condominium in the city. Maybe it's to achieve that ideal body weight and size. Maybe it's to develop a better loving, communicating relationship with your son or daughter, husband or wife or sweetheart. Whatever your number one goal is, right now, with your eyes closed, vividly imagine yourself enjoying the fulfillment of the realization of that goal. Smell the smells. Hear the sounds. Feel the feelings that you will have upon the fulfillment of the realization of that goal. Isn't that a wonderful feeling right now? Doesn't that feel good? You can all open your eyes right now. You know, if you'd be up here and you'd look around this group, you know what you'd see? You'd see a lot of great big smiles. That's right. In fact, folks usually laugh right out loud during that exercise. You know what that feeling is called that you had just now when you were thinking about what you wanted to happen? You know what that's called? That's called happiness. You see, when you think about what you want to happen, you immediately feel happy, don't you? Now let me ask you something. Do you do your job better, Ray, when you're happy? Yes. Why, of course you do. Do you get along better with your husband or your wife or your sweetheart whenever you're happy? Why, of course you do. You do your job better? Do you feel healthier when you're happy? Why, of course, see, all of those are easy to answer in the affirmative. But in addition to feeling happy right then, here's the thing about it. You begin to program your subconscious mind for the fulfillment of the realization of that you desire. That you are beginning to feed into the computer the end result. You're feeding into the automatic pilot the destination that you desire to achieve. And the subconscious mind does not care what's fed into it. It immediately goes to work to bring it about. Therefore, the person that says, I just know we're going to get this contract, and when we do, watch our flame. You see them 6 months later and they say, hey, we not only got that contract, we got two that are better than that, and look where we're headed now. You see that individual that says, I just know we're not going to get that contract. And if we do, we'll probably lose our shirts. You see them 6 months later and what they say? Oh, we went bankrupt on that one. We're not even in business anymore. I'm working over here at the corner service station and working the docks at night. See, because what you think about is exactly the way you begin to program yourself. So anytime in the future you begin to find yourself knotted up with anxiety, frustration, and worry, immediately stop yourself right then and say, wait a minute. Is this what I want to happen? And the likelihood is you're going to say, well, of course not. That isn't what I want to happen. And then you say to yourself, all right, what do I want to happen? And when you capture in your mind an image of what you want to happen, you begin to program yourself toward the fulfillment of the realization of that you desire. That right there is the definition of what worry is all about. Worry is nothing more or less than thinking about what you don't want to happen. It's negative goal setting. While happiness and success is thinking about what you do want to happen. Vivid imagination of the desired outcome helps it come about. Now, if I were to ask you right now, what do you think is the most powerful? Your imagination or your willpower? What would you say? Your imagination. You're a very intelligent group. Your imagination must be 20 times as powerful as your willpower. Anytime your imagination and willpower are in conflict, I can guarantee you your imagination is going to win out. For instance, let me give you an example. Supposing that I were to take a 4-inch thick timber, 12 inches wide, 20 foot long, and I'd place it right here on this platform. And I would say to you, Barbara Vescovo, come up here and walk from one end of this 4x12 down to the other end, and I've placed a $100 bill down there. And when you get down there, you can have that $100 bill. Could you do that all right? There, she started smiling. Yes, before I finished the question, you'd bounce right up here. You'd go right down that 4x12. You'd pick up that $100 bill, and the likelihood is you'd come right back down, probably do a little curtsy right here, wouldn't you? That'd be an easy $100, wouldn't it? Now, if I were to ask any of you in this audience today, or any of you listening or watching, if you could do it, you'd say, well, of course, try me, let me do it. But now, supposing I were to take that same 4 by 12, 20 foot long, put it up here between two 20-story buildings. One end, I'd put the $100 bill over here, one end on this building, one end on this building. And I would say to you, Barbara, walk from this end of the 4 by 12 over to this end. Are you likely to do it? Not likely to do it, are you? And why wouldn't you do it? You'd see yourself falling, wouldn't you? And see, and what's likely to happen to her? Ah! Splat, isn't it? Now, when it's here, what does she see? She sees herself safely walking across it, picking up the $100 bill and coming back. Yet when it's up there, what does she see? She sees failure. What do you see in your life this year? Let me give you just another little quick example of how the subconscious mind is programmed and how the subconscious mind does not care what you feed into it. It immediately begins to program you for the fulfillment of the realization of that you say or that you see or that you imagine. Supposing you're going down a trail at night. You're going down a trail, there's a moonlight night, and there's a bush beside the trail. And as you look down there behind the bush, you see this great big bag of garbage. But as you look at that bag of garbage, you think to yourself, you say, oh my goodness, look at that big grizzly bear behind that bush. Now let me ask you something. Is there going to be an immediate change in your physical makeup? Is there? Well, of course, your heart is going to start beating more rapidly, isn't it? Yes, you're going to have an increase in blood pressure. You're going to become fleet of foot, you're going to spin around, and you're going to run as fast as you can from that bag of garbage. And now, let me ask you something. Right now, you see, all it was, your subconscious mind did not care what was behind that bush. All it did was respond to it. Do you have a tendency sometimes to look for bugaboos? Do you have a tendency to look for failure when there could be success there? Let's turn it around. Supposing you're going down a trail at night. You look down that trail, and beside that bush is a big grizzly bear. And you look at that grizzly bear, and you say to yourself, my, that bag of garbage looks a lot like a grizzly bear. Is there going to be an immediate change in your makeup? Why, of course not. What happens is you proceed right on down the trail, and the likelihood is that the bear recedes from the scene because that which is feared and faced is overcome. Do you face those things you fear? Do you say, I have the power, I have the strength, if she can do it, if he can do it, I can do it, therefore I will make it happen? Then you have learned how to overcome anxiety, frustration, and fear. Recognizing that worry is nothing more or less than thinking about what you don't want to happen, whereas happiness and success is dwelling on the desired outcome. It begins to program your subconscious mind toward the fulfillment of the realization of that you desire. Now, if there were an easy little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-step formula that would guarantee that you could get what you want rather than having to want what you got out of life, you would probably want to know how to do it, wouldn't you? Say yes. That's exactly what we're going to get on to as we come back in the second section.
Have attended Ed Foreman's Successful Life course to learn how to have a good day every day. Now, through the special Dawn offer, you can have the highlights of that course on the special audio cassette to listen to in your home, car, or office. This tape features each major area covered in the 3-day seminar. Also included in this special offer is Ed's tape on mind-controlled relaxation and how to develop a healthy, trim body through proper weight control. In addition to the 2 tapes, this special package also includes the best-selling book Stand Up, Speak Out, and Win, featuring 16 of America's most positive thinkers, including Ed Foreman. If purchased separately, you would pay over $30 for this book and the Ed Foreman tapes, but you can have all three of these inspiring and motivational tools for only $19.95. Call Dawn's toll-free hotline at 1-800-345-DAWN. That's 1-800-345-DAWN. Major credit cards and COD orders accepted. Or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $2.50 postage and handling to Dawn, Box 612-486, Dallas, Texas 75261. For quickest service, call 1-800-345-DAWN.
South Jersey and the Delaware Valley, one of the most complex weather regions in North America. That's why WSJT-tv 65 will bring you exclusive AccuWeather maps and forecasts by award-winning meteorologists 7 days a week. TV 65 brings you the up-to-the-minute forecast for your hometown, plus resort travel and farm weather updates. Spring, summer, fall, and winter, TV 65 has your exclusive AccuWeather forecast every day at the half hour. AccuWeather, your weather when you need it on WSJT-tv 65.
Ed Foreman on Dawn. Hey, hey. Ain't we having fun? Yeah. If there were a guaranteed little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-step formula that would guarantee that you could get what you want out of life rather than having to want what you got, to get away from worry and anxiety and frustration, you would want to know how to do it, wouldn't you? All right, now that's what we're going to talk about here. Now, if you could write this little formula, say if there were a formula that you could write that would guarantee you whenever you started to be faced with worry, you could take that out and read it. Maybe not a formula, but just a little written description that you could take it out and read it, and it would take your mind off of worry and put it on success. What would that be? What would that written thing, what would that list be? Anybody? A list, you go, you get an A. That's right. You write down a list of what you want to happen. So anytime you get yourself faced with those things that you don't want to happen, you take out the list of the things that you do want to happen, called goals. Now, what is a goal? Anybody? What is a goal? Come on. Am I moving too fast for y'all? What is a goal? All right, it's a desired end result. What is the difference between a goal and a wish? What is a wish? All right, a hope for. You know, whenever I ask that question, the difference between a goal and a wish, in one of our 3-day successful life course programs that we do for young people, teenagers, junior high to high school, I asked that question, and a little 14-year-old girl from Plaquemine, Louisiana, said, well, she said, you know, a goal is a burning desire that you can see yourself enjoying, and you begin to develop a plan to make it happen. Whereas a wish is a hoped for that you never expect to happen. That's kind of hard to improve upon, isn't it? A goal is a burning desire that you can see yourself enjoying, and you begin to develop a plan to make it happen. Whereas a wish is a hope for that you never expect to happen. Now, can a wish become a goal? Yeah, sure. All you got to do is begin to see yourself achieving it. Begin to program it into your subconscious mind. Begin to develop a plan to begin to bring it about. So let's take a look right now. What is a goal? A goal basically is anything that you can have, that you can be, or you can do. For instance, a goal is home improvements. It's a new home. It's a new automobile, a boat, a motorcycle, a cabin on the lakeshore, in the mountains. A goal is anything that you can be, such as an elected representative in your community, or a supervisor or officer of your company. Maybe to develop additional business interest, or inventing new widgets, or to write a song or a book or a poem. A goal is anything that you can do, such as to improve your health and stamina, to improve your family relationships, to run 2 miles in 20 minutes 5 times a week. See, a goal, now there are a couple of goals that are written down here. One that it says lose 20 pounds in 12 months. That is a negative goal, and it should not be on there. That is written there strictly for an example to show you what not to do. How would you improve that to a positive affirmation? Instead of lose 20 pounds in 12 months, what would you say? Exactly. I see myself weighing my ideal weight of so many pounds, my ideal waist size of so many inches in so many months. There is another one that is written in the negative there, and what would that be? To stop smoking. Instead of saying stop smoking, what would your goal be? I see myself enjoying strong, healthy, dynamic, vibrant lungs, clean, fresh-smelling breath, clean, fresh-smelling hair, a dynamic, vibrant body. So what you do is you write out a vivid description of what you want to happen. So let's get into the basic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps on exactly how you begin to make this come about. Number one, what you do is you decide what it is you sincerely and earnestly desire. I'm not talking about what you half-heartedly want or might occasionally want. I'm talking about what you sincerely have a burning desire for. And whenever I talk about desire, I'm reminded of a situation a friend of mine was telling me about here a while back. Said he went into the Neiman Marcus department store and said as he walked in, said this lovely, shapely young sales lady come walking up and said when she walked, she just walked all over her whole body. He said, I looked up one side of her and she looked so good, I just looked right back up the same side. And she said, yes, sir. She said, what is your desire? And I said, young lady, my desire is to sweep you up in my arms, take you up to my apartment, turn the music down low, mix a pitcher of martinis, and smother you with kisses. But he said, I need a pair of socks. Now, what I'm talking to you about is that there's a tremendous difference between needs and desire. You need an automobile to take you back and forth to your place of employment. You need a home to live in, but you desire that lovely, comfortable, luxury automobile. You desire that neat little sports automobile. What do you sincerely and earnestly desire? Now, once you decide what it is you desire, you then write it down. Be specific. Write it out in all. I see myself enjoying the fulfillment of that. Write that out very thoroughly and completely. Then you set the date of accomplishment. By January the 1st of this coming year, I shall have this. I shall do this. By July the 1st of this coming year, I shall do this. I shall have that. So therefore, you are doing away with the someday I'm going to syndrome. See, you can go all the way to the grave saying, well, someday I'm going to get myself in shape. Well, someday I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Put the date on it and say, by this time, have you ever been going home on Wednesday afternoon and say, by Friday morning, I got to come up with an answer to such and such, and maybe on Thursday afternoon, bing, it pops in your mind? See, you put the subconscious mind to work for you. Then you read it 3 times a day. You begin to think of it as often as possible. Imagine yourself enjoying the fulfillment of it. You begin to develop a plan of action. Well, the first thing I can do, if I want to be better in music, I'll sign up for music lessons. I'll take piano lessons. I'll take guitar lessons. If I want to learn to speak Spanish, I will sign up for Spanish lessons. So what you're doing is you take that first step in that plan of action. Don't discuss it with others, because if you discuss it with others, what do those closest to you have a tendency to do? They have a tendency to discourage you. And why would a person close to you who loves you very much have a tendency to discourage you toward the fulfillment of the realization of your goals? They may not have the initiative, but even more importantly than that, one that many times on big goals that a close friend will have a tendency, or mother or father or husband or wife will have a tendency to discourage you, is because they don't want to see you get hurt. So you keep those personal goals yourself. Now, on family and business goals, you may want to selectively share those with the members involved, and you get in on the planning together. But keep them to yourself. And the last one, the last step here, is to act as though you've arrived. Act confident. Act like the person you would like to be. Here's the thing about it. When you act like you're happy and enthusiastic, when you act like you're confident and successful, what happens? You begin to become happy and successful. You begin to become confident. You begin to make those things. You begin to attract it unto yourself until you begin to bring it about. Interesting thing, my good friend Bob Richards was telling about a program here a while back that we were participating together at the University of Texas at Arlington. And he was telling about back many years ago, one Sunday morning he was lecturing to about 50 young people in Los Angeles, California, and he was talking to them about some of these things that I'm talking to you about right here. Things that I put to work in my life to help me enjoy a greater fullness of life. And he said to these young people, everybody think right now about your most outstanding #1 burning desire, your #1 goal that you would like to have in your life. And he said, take out a paper and pencil and start writing it down right now. And he said they all started writing it down, and there was one little girl in the group, about 50 pounds overweight, had glasses about a 1/4 of an inch thick, I mean legally declared blind in California at the time, who started writing away, and she just started jumping up. She said, oh boy, I'm going to be the outstanding tennis player, be an outstanding tennis player. He said, I looked at her and I thought, sweetheart, I just done went and oversold here this morning. You might be the outstanding apple dunking champion, but he said, you ain't going to be the outstanding tennis player. I thought to myself. But he said, I'm glad I didn't say that, because he said that little girl, Billie Jean Moffitt, went on to become Billie Jean King, the world's outstanding tennis player. Now, how was she able to do it? She captured in her mind a vivid image of what she wanted to have, be, and do. She then began to think and act like that person would act. And when she thought like it and she began to act like it, she began to develop the habit patterns of a winner. And therefore, she began to, and it did not happen to her again in her life. When she said, I have become someone and something that I did not want to be, and therefore I am saying to you now, I am a better person than what I've been, and I'm going to become that person. She showed it to us then. Now then, lastly, I will say this to you. If you saw a hunter go out into the woods and fire a shot into the woods and says, boy, I sure hope something runs into that, ain't likely they're going to have anything on the supper table, is there? But if you saw a hunter go out into the woods and they pull a bead down on the goal of the game that they're hunting, and then they fire the shot, they're likely to have something on the supper table, aren't they? Now, what that is, it's exactly coupling what we've been talking about in this program. And that is that a positive mental attitude and action plus specific identifiable goals equals supper on the table. But let me tell you something. You cannot have a positive mental attitude and no goals. You cannot have goals and no positive mental attitude and expect to have success. You can't have one part of the time and the other part of the time and expect to have success all the time. But I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, if you will practice the daily menu on how to have a good day every day that we've talked about on this outstanding Dawn program, if you will write down those specific identifiable written goals, I can tell you right now, you're going to enjoy more of the health, wealth, and happiness and vitality of life more than you've ever known before. Put that to work and good things are going to happen to you. Thank you. God bless you and be with you. You're a wonderful group. Hey.
Gotta have a good day.
Terrific. What a great crew you got here today.
It is terrific.
Yeah.
When you're in the company of Ed Foreman.
Yeah.
I don't know when
Thank
he'll
you,
be
Ty.
back, but it won't be long, I can tell
Thank you, Ty.
Ed,
you,
thanks so much.
You're terrific.
Ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen, Ed Foreman will be back on Dawn right after this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
A lot of muscles, right? Well, our guest today had 32 professional fights with 21 knockouts. But his real ability lay outside the ring. Like most of us, he had dreams. But he developed the ability to put muscle in his dreams, mental muscle. Muscle that allowed him not only to set goals, but to set standards. Several of his books have become business classics. His training films have been translated into 17 languages. He's here today to help us put muscles to our dreams. Please help me welcome our special guest today on Dawn, Mr. Joe Batten. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Ty. Good to see you.
Great to have you here from Des Moines.
We're going to have a ball today, right?
We're going to have a ball. Thanks for coming, and they're all yours, both sides.
Well, good to see you all this morning. How you doing?
Great.
Let's hear it. How are you doing again? Great. Okay, did you expect to hear about dreams from tough-minded Joe Batten? See, one of the things I'd like to clarify right at the outset is, of course, that tough-mindedness has nothing to do with rigid, cold, hard guy stuff. The tough mind is the open, growing, stretching mind. And so we find that one of the most practical things that you can do, and possibly the most practical thing, is to formulate dreams. Dreams that give your objectives, your standards, your action plans, your timetables, that give all of your life dimension and specificity and direction and growth. I'd like, in fact, to share with you some lines that I heard clear back when I was down in the hills of southern Iowa, kind of a hillbilly many years ago, that gave my life a lot of purpose. I'd like to share these with you right from the heart. Ah, great it is to believe the dream, as we stand in youth by the starry stream. But a greater thing is to live life through and say at the end, that dream is true. And I wonder how many of you have seen the movie, the play, South Pacific. Maybe you remember Bloody Mary's beautiful song in there. Remember Bloody Mary, who sang Bally High? But there was another song that left me with a real feeling that I've kept with me for years. She sung, you gotta have a dream. If you don't have a dream, then how are you going to make that dream come true? And so I want to say to you this morning, right from the heart, with every bit of clarity and energy and belief that I can muster, that it is crucial to help, if you're going to raise your children, if you're going to help your colleagues to lead lives that are of surpassing practicality and effectiveness and productivity, to help stimulate in them a dream. And it's so important, as we consistently say, to start with that man or that woman or that young boy or girl in the mirror. I really can't think of anything more important. You know, it really transcends shelter, food, these basic items, to help your son or your daughter or the team that may follow you and make you a leader, to help them develop, clarify, and stimulate a meaningful dream that provides guidance, self-correction, stretch, purpose, and dynamism in your life. So I want to give you this morning 6 ingredients to put muscle into your dreams. I'd like to ask you to imagine that there's a line running down vertically, and this line contains 6 letters, and they are G, R, O, W, T, and H. And the G stands for goals and vision, dreams and basic values. It's based on the idea, of course, that the total value of you and of me is the sum of the values between our ears in this toolbox that we carry. Just as the total value of you or of me is the sum of our strengths. But it's our dream that we're talking about. Now I'd like to give you the 5 other elements that put muscle into those dreams. The R stands for, and this one, of course, I love to talk about. The R stands for the realistic assessment of strengths. And I'm going to share, before time runs out on us this morning, a specific technique for acquiring new strengths. But the O, I want to get right on through the GROWTH, the growth plan. The O stands for openness and vulnerability. Again, many people are amazed when they hear this so-called hard guy, Joe Batten, the ex-Marine, the ex-prize fighter and all, say that openness and vulnerability are key elements of the successful high-level achiever. You see, if there's one way that you can kill off and stultify and destroy your future, it is to get very defensive, very invulnerable, to shut the world out and say, my idea about the American dream is to go out and get all I can get. One of the things I'm so delighted about with my colleagues on these dawn programs is they are not saying to any of you, go out and get all you can get. I think without exception they are saying, the go-giver gets the most, the go-getter ultimately gets God. And to do this, it's so important to realize that we don't need to defend really against anything. We're talking about emotional vulnerability here. In fact, I'll just share briefly with you the notion that if the Super Bowl champions came to your town, played 4 quarters of football against your local high school boys football team, what would happen? What do you think would happen? Well, if I impose one condition, it changes the whole thing. Now, here are these great football players playing against those fine young boys in your hometown. But we're throwing in one condition. The Super Bowl champions must play only defense. And no matter how good they are, you see, there's no way they could possibly beat that boys' local high school football team. And if that's the case, why should any of us take into relationships, into work, into the home, particularly into spouse relationships, and the relationships within our families, any defensiveness at all? In other words, the measure of a man, the measure of a woman, the measure of a big person, and I've known giants who are 5 feet 2, and I've known midgets who are 6 feet 6. The size has nothing to do with the scales and the tape measure. The measure of the size of a person, by and large, I submit, has to do with not only the size of their dreams, the size of their values, the size of their commitment, but the amount of vulnerability which they exhibit. I give many speeches, in fact, entitled "Vulnerability is Invincible." You see, it's the only way that we're going to be able to walk into life every day with our guards down, figuratively and in reality, and let the world in and let ourselves out, to let ourselves truly interact synergistically, or as my old friend Vince Lombardi was fond of saying when we worked together, symbiotically. Vince and I, in the years that we worked together, used to have a lot of fun with this word synergistic symbiosis or symbiotic synergism. But what it really meant was 2 people and their efforts add up to 3 or 4 or more. While the efforts of 5 people add up to maybe 12, because there's a caring, sharing, building, and vulnerable relationship among them. And the W stands for, how I love this one, the W. Tough-minded Joe Batten. The W, you see, ladies and gentlemen, stands for a sense of wonder. Able to look at the world and without the eyes of not synergism, but cynicism. To look for and perceive the essential truth and beauty that we can find in anything if there's enough feelings of truth and beauty in this person, the one you see in the mirror. You see, every great breakthrough in history scientifically, I wonder if you've ever thought of it this way. So many have been brought about by people without a great deal of scientific training or philosophical training or mathematical training. But it's by people who had a single-minded pursuit of truth and beauty. Again, as you get up in the morning, if you're going to look at the world through the eyes of wonder and let it in and let you out, instead of looking for what ain't and what didn't and what couldn't, we're looking for what is, what can, what will. We're looking for strengths. We're looking for love. We're looking for positives. We're looking for a chance to build and create, move, grow, stretch. A sense of wonder cuts to the very heart of that. I've learned so much about that from some wonderful people. And to quickly finish the other two, the T stands for tough-minded expectations. And the H stands for, can you guess that four-letter word that gets to the heart of everything? The H stands for that beautiful thing called hope. Hope is why we get up in the morning. Hope is why we continue to do everything that we did. And in just a few moments, I want to share with you a little bit more about what I learned from a 13-year-old girl that gave me insight into tough-minded expectations. Be back in a moment.
The beautiful SS Independence, site of the 1986 Cruise to Success, sponsored by Dawn, the Dynamic Achievers World Network. Hello, I'm Ty Boyd. Beginning January 18th, this will be the setting for one of the most exciting success seminars ever held. For 7 days, we'll cruise the beautiful Hawaiian Islands. Seminar and sailing schedules allow for island excursions at 5 fascinating ports of call. Each day, America's most dynamic personalities will lead seminars on success, sharing powerful insights into personal and professional relationships and achievement. Hear the motivational experts that are sought after by America's top corporations. In-depth presentations from the nation's most qualified trainers. People like Mark Victor Hansen, Ed Foreman, Jane Warford, and Don Hudson will join me for a great week. You can fly to the islands on Delta Airlines. Delta gets you there. Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success promises life-changing insights on professional success and personal fulfillment, but space is limited. To place your reservation, call 1-800-942-3445 today. Learn how your Dawn cruise can be a qualified tax deduction. Call toll-free 1-800-942-3445. Join us for an unforgettable experience in one of the most gorgeous spots on Earth. For more information on making your reservation for Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success, call 1-800-942-3445 now.
Say, men, Moorville says goodbye forever. Yes, Moorville has lost their lease and is closing their last store in Moorestown Mall. At Moorville, you'll find a select group of men's suits, values to $275, reduced to $99.90, and sport coats and blazers, values to $195, reduced to $59.90. Also, Moorville offers wool gab and flannel slacks at $29.90, and entire stock of dress shirts at 2 for $20. Pure silk ties reduced to 3 for $20, and fine wool sweaters at half price. Remember, all roads lead to Moorville, the fine men's store at Moorestown Mall, where Moorville says goodbye forever.
Tough-minded Joe Batten is not only here to teach, but to learn. He shares some of those lessons on the second half of Dawn today. Joe Batten.
What a joy it is to share with you the thought that I'm going to share with you now. We've just run through, as you know, the G, R, O, W, the T, and the H. Goals, strengths, openness, wonder, vulnerability, tough-minded expectations, and hope. The whole idea of tough-minded expectations, since then, the event I'm going to tell you about, which is 15 years ago, when I was driving down the street with my little 13-year-old daughter, the thing that I'm going to share with you, which will take just a few moments to tell, caused me to later on write a book called Expectations and Possibilities. And we created and produced a film called Expect the Best. No, excuse me. That's a theme in it, called Keep Reaching, which is Motivational Film of the Year, which is viewed all over the world, and all kinds of course materials, and literally thousands of seminars, not that I've presented, but our company has, all over North America, all came from a little conversation, an episode that happened that I want to share with you. Wendy and I were driving down the street. It seems to be today my day to tell stories about Wendy. I have an equal amount of aid and inspiration and applied love from daughter Gail. But Wendy and I were driving down the street. She was just 13. We passed the home of an old friend, and I had known this fellow for many years. He had a daughter, 13 also, a friend of Wendy's. And as we drove by his house, I'll never forget, to my consternation, when he said, "You know, I don't think Becky's dad loves her very much." And I thought, boy, if there's a good father that I know of, it's her dad. And I turned to Wendy in some astonishment. I said, "What do you mean he doesn't love her very much?" "Why, he talks about you more than he talks about her more than I talk about you. He's a fine father." She said, "Well, sure he is." She said, "He really means well. He's a nice man." I said, "Then what do you mean he doesn't love her very much?" And this was from a 13-year-old. I didn't learn this from a college president or a corporation executive or a clergyman. Wendy looked at me and she said, "Dad, he can't love her very much. He makes things too easy for her." And so you see, right there we begin to get at muscles in one's dreams. When we expect the best from people, we're giving them a tribute. We're giving them a gift. We're giving them something precious. We're saying, "I think you're unique. I think you're real. I think you count. I'm going to care enough and use the effort to find out what your possibilities and strengths are. And then because I love you, or because I care a great deal about you, I respect you as a colleague or what have you, I am then going to consistently expect your best." And this will be a gift. So a whole body of principles, films, etc. grew out of that remark. But again, let me share it with you. He can't love her very much. He makes things too easy for her. And over the years, I've gotten lots of mail, lots of reactions from parents who say, "You know, I took that to heart." And of course, when we made the film, Keep Reaching, which is a story, a dramatic story, about a man, and we see what happens in his family and on the job as he learns what real motivation means. That you have to stimulate it from within. You have to grow it and cultivate it internally. But that one of the best ways to translate and convert love and positives and strengths into high achievement is to consistently expect the best. You see, if you just did one thing that I'm suggesting this morning, just one thing, and that is that you started expecting the best from that man or woman in the mirror, and then you, in everybody that you meet, but particularly in your family, you said, "I'm going to expect the best based on my study of, my ongoing continuous study of, my never-ending study of the strengths in my spouse, the strengths in my kids." I'd feel wonderful about that because I know what would happen. We've heard it, we've seen it happen hundreds, thousands of times across the nation and indeed across the world. We helped sow these seeds, incidentally, in Japan in the early 60s. And these were the genesis, the seeds, of what became known as the Japanese approach to productivity. It was a macho society. It was a brusque, rigid society. But they saw the sheer practicality of this idea of expecting the best from people as a way of showing respect for them. And always we say within reason. I'd like to share one quick story about something I learned from and heard daughter Gail say. Well, she was 20. That's been a few years ago. She wouldn't appreciate me putting it like that. It was a few years ago, and many of you recall the despair that seemed around in the land, the strident shrilling of Vietnam protesters, and on and on. A lot of sad things were happening in the country, but perhaps worst of all, young people didn't seem happy. And Gail was at that time engaged in training a horse for what she had hoped would be a tryout for the Olympic equestrian team. And on this particular Sunday afternoon, she walked into the backyard from 2 weeks of exacting training in the hot sun by a man in his 70s that she loved dearly because he expected her best. He worked her very hard. And on this particular Sunday afternoon, she pulled in, unloaded the horses, came round in the backyard, and there I sat with this old friend of mine who was moving back from California, a man the same age as I, with 2 daughters, but they were quite a bit younger than our daughters. And as Gail walked around there looking splendidly fit, she'd been really working hard, bounced around. I'll never forget, she sat down and my old friend Hal said, "Gail, how you doing?" She was 20. It was the midst of that era. And she said, well, you know, when I woke up this morning, I lay there out at the ranch and looked up, and I thought to myself, I'm the happiest girl in the world. Well, very quickly, he seized on this. He said, you're 20. He said, these days, I haven't seen a happy 20-year-old. He said, and you really feel you're the happiest girl in the world? And she said, yeah. And he knew that she wasn't just given to loose statements. A very tough-minded, dedicated young lady. He said, well, Gail, why are you that happy? And this I'd like to share now, her answer, because as usual, she said it a lot better than I could. As both daughters, indeed, my wife, can all express these things a lot better than I. I've learned so very much from them. And I'd like carefully now to quote what she said, because I think it cuts across everything that I've shared with you this morning. She said to this man, she said, well, you know, I think I can answer that very quickly. She said, from the time I was a baby, my parents have given me 3 things. And I sat there without breathing, and I didn't know what it was going to be. She said, they've given me a lot of love, a lot of trust, and they've expected my best within reason. May I give that to you again as you think about everybody that you know, in your family, at work, in every dimension of your life, school, church, community. Give them these things. These are gifts, precious gifts. She said, they gave me 3 things. A lot of love, and of course love is the toughest-minded emotion there is. A lot of trust, and of course that shouts very loudly beyond what you actually say. A lot of love, a lot of trust, and they expected my best within reason. And so I think it's possible that all of us can learn so very much from the people in our own immediate families. I'd like to share with you very quickly, in fact, I was chatting just earlier this morning with somebody who said, Joe, why do a lot of marriages fall apart? How do people fall out of love? What happens to destroy those feelings that they had when they were married? And I thought a moment, and I'm going to try to say it very quickly. I believe this is the answer. I said, you know, when most people are courting, I don't know the modern term, it's a term I've used for years, what a man feels or a woman feels they're marrying in the other person is the sum of the strengths they've perceived, if you think about it. And really, a man proposes to the strengths that he sees. The woman accepts the strengths that she sees. And then, interestingly enough, because of the conditioning of our society, very quickly, all too quickly after the marriage, they begin to look traditionally, stereotypically, at the weaknesses of each other. That begins to blur and destroy the reality of the way they see each other. See, the only reality of you or of me, of a husband or a wife, is the sum of their strengths. Now, those couples who decide that for the rest of their lives together, they will continue to search for new strengths in each other. These are the people who are going to stay in love. And love, again, is the toughest-minded of all emotions. It is that condition to reach for, cherish, and share pervasively with everybody around you. This is Joe Batten, wishing you excellence in every corner of your life.
Joe, how tough, how wonderful, great to have you.
Thank you, Ty.
I got a couple of questions. How many films have you today?
We have 27 films I've been in that are on the market.
27 films, Batten and Batten. And how many books?
9. I have 5 new ones that are all in the process of being published, though.
And
I was on a roll recently.
boy, are you ever on a roll. Joe Batten, our special guest on Dawn. Just terrific, huh?
Thank you,
Joe, thanks a great bunch. You bet. Hey, listen, stick around. More for you on Dawn, right here. Back in a minute. Take reference to his diminutive height, but I am going to resist that. Although Danny Cox from California is only 4 feet 17 inches tall, he stands tall in stature in the esteem of his colleagues and his audiences all over the country, and they love him. He's a man dedicated to the here and now. He has some insight that may help you shift your focus into the present tense as well. Please welcome a little bitty buddy, couldn't resist that, from Orange County, California, Mr. Danny Cox to Dawn, right here. Danny, welcome back.
Thank you.
They asked for you. That's what they did.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Marvelous audience here today, too.
Absolutely.
You're going to love them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Self-imposed barriers. What is a self-imposed barrier? A self-imposed barrier, my definition is this. It's not a wall in your life. It's simply the margin of your life where you haven't written anything yet. And that has to start in the now. Not in the future, not in the past, but in the now. Some people say, someday I'll do that, when they really mean some now, because that's all someday is, some now. We hit this barrier, we say, well, I've never done any better than that. I've never done anything different than what I've already done. That's a self-imposed barrier. I hit that barrier a while back. Matter of fact, a number of years ago, I'd spent 10 years in the Air Force, and I said, it's not going to take an awful lot for me to really shape up the Air Force. Because I had been there for 10 years, and they had yet to use the first suggestion that I'd made to them on how they could improve their organization. So I said, everything else has failed, I'll use Plan B. You've always got to have a strong Plan B. Well, I knew this was going to work. I sent in my resignation, showing how upset I was. And they had a little surprise planned for me. They signed it, and I was a civilian overnight, trying to figure out what I was going to do with the rest of my life. Well, I said, I'm going to have to try something else. Well, I was known throughout the Air Force as the sonic boom salesman. Also the distributor for quite a few of them, I think, too. But I decided that I was going to go into the sales business because if I could sell a sonic boom to an upset, hostile audience, surely I ought to be able to sell a product or two. So that's exactly what I did. But then after selling for about a year, they gave me an office to manage. I didn't do a whole lot, just showed up every day. And then after a year of showing up every day in that office, supposedly as a manager, they gave me the #1 office out of the 36 office chain, and I managed to destroy it for them. They were not pleased with the progress I had made. I had taken it from #1 to 36 in 3 months' time. My boss came out, he said, my boy, I really made a mistake by making you a manager, and I feel it only fair to let you know I'm now looking for your replacement. I explained to him in clear-cut terms that that was not only the shortest but the finest motivational seminar I'd ever attended. I said, I'm going to have to learn how to do this. He says, you don't have much time. Well, I went to work on me, and I found out some things. I found out that the people that worked for me did not want to be more of me, they wanted to be more of themselves. And as a result of me growing and them growing, we all got a turnaround started in that office, and within 120 days we were back up to #1. We used that. Really, it's an inertia. And when you have a turnaround in your life or a turnaround in a company, you can use that inertia to go right through where you once were if you don't shut off at that self-imposed barrier. Well, we broke all kinds of records. I really started studying people's lives and how did they do this? Because we had the same group of people that were in there before, basically. There were a couple of three that left because they didn't like me as a manager. But as we all grew, we found out that that put a synergy in the organization. Synergy is a beautiful word, S-Y-N-E-R-G-Y. You become more than the sum of your parts. And these were all people who came from all different backgrounds. They were not cut out of the same piece of cloth. That was the start of a real education for me. And since that time, I have done my best to learn about high performers. And I found out that they don't put off things. They make it happen right now. Once they make the commitment, it starts now. That's the only time that you can work with it. You can't work with the past, you can't work for the future. You can get ready for the future, but you got to do it in the now. Well, I found out some things about these great people. I found out that, first of all, if you're going to be a high achiever right here and now, you've got to develop a streak of unorthodoxy. Now, a streak of unorthodoxy helps you build your creativity. Now, I've had creative people working for me. As a matter of fact, they're generally the kind who will drive a manager up the wall and over. I have used an old line to describe them. Perhaps you've heard it, but I can't think of a better line to describe them. They're the kind who'd rather ask forgiveness than permission. I've had industry leaders working for me. I know what I'm talking about. Folks, I know what it's like to come by in front of an audience of 75,000 people. 75,000 while I was flying my airplane at 700 miles an hour, just under the speed of sound, 25 feet off the ground. That's a thrill, by the way, to watch the top of a tree slip past your wingtip at 700 miles an hour. That is a thrill. Anytime that I had to roll into a turn to get a little bit better lined up, at 25 feet, you also got to remember to gain a little bit more altitude before you roll into a turn, because you don't want one of those little short, stubby wings back there striking the ground at 700 miles an hour. I'd never done a 700-mile-an-hour cartwheel, but I didn't want to do any of them either, I'll tell you. And I know what it's like to swing out in front of that crowd, a teardrop-shaped turn, come back in front of that crowd 100 miles an hour slower, but upside down. Folks, that is a thrill to watch a concrete runway slipping past the top of your canopy at 600 miles an hour. By the way, during an air show, I never wanted to hear myself use the word oops either. Oops was not a good word. Well, I did not get these gray hairs from flying that way. How did I get them? From having very unorthodox, very creative industry leaders working for me. That's how I did it. Oh, they're the kind who will walk into a manager, I had them do it to me, and they say, Denny, I just tried this with this customer, and here's what I did. And you did what? I said, well, it worked. He bought. I said, oh, congratulations. You got to be quick as a good manager, right? Or they might say, I tried this. It didn't work worth a darn. Well, what are you going to do about it? I ain't ever doing that again. They'd learn from that, too. I read not long ago about a company that when they had a project where they just poured their whole heart and soul into it, and it went belly up on them. It died on them. That great project they'd all worked so hard on. They said, oh, with that particular thing, we had a perfect failure. A perfect failure. Isn't that a great concept? Are you having perfect failures in your life? Are you actually learning from all of those experiences? Oh, you've got to. Otherwise, you're going to have to repeat them again. You know, we had a guy back in my hometown. His name was Ticky. Poor old Tick was not playing with a full deck. I'm going to guess maybe 36 cards, maybe max. His elevator didn't go all the way to the top, if you know what I mean. Well, back there we said his grits were not in the center of the plate. But he stumbled into Ori Heifels' blacksmith shop there one day, and Ori had just taken a horseshoe out of the fire, and he'd laid it down there, and poor old Tick stumbled over there, and he looked at that thing, and he reached over barehanded and picked up that red-hot horseshoe. Of course, he screamed, and he threw that thing down. Ori turned around and looked at him and said, oh, Ticky, did that burn you? He said, no, it just don't take me long to look at a horseshoe. Well, I think sometimes the reason we laugh at that is you're probably saying, Danny, you wouldn't believe how many times I picked up the same stupid horseshoe. Some of us, we need scorecards. Some of us say, oh, there I did it again. Better mark it off again. Old Tick said, I ain't doing that anymore. He'd learned from that. He really learned. I never saw him pick up a note, hot or cold. I knew him for 20 years after that. Oh, yeah. You see, he was a little smarter because he'd had that experience and learned from it. Matter of fact, the great Peter Drucker, the great corporate management expert, the world's foremost authority on management leadership, he said it this way. He said, a crisis must never be experienced for the second time. We got to learn from it. Otherwise, you get to do it one more time. That is what I'm talking about. Unorthodox, creative, these are the people who will learn from experiences on both sides. Well, what else can I tell you about these great people? There were so many interesting facets of their lives, but let me say one thing that always stood out was their goal orientation. They had a goal orientation that allowed them to make very tough decisions. You see, I find it very interesting as far as goals go because not enough of us set goals. Why don't we set goals? Because we refuse to accept responsibility for how good we really can become. That's why. We've got to learn to set those goals. And sometimes we'll work on what we really need to work on the most. We'll start out with a lesser problem, still knowing we had that bigger problem. We had one case when I was flying, we had a friend of mine asked me one night, he said, Danny, what's your biggest problem? What is your biggest problem that you've got out there in your squadron? I said, sonic booms. I said, people do not like to have plaster fall and hit them in the face at 4 o'clock in the morning. They don't like windows being broken day and night. He said, what are you guys doing about it? I said, oh, we're not doing anything about it. He said, why not? I said, well, we're trying to learn to, I hated to finish that sentence. Trying to learn to what? Live with the problem. You mean we do that? Yeah. And you see, that's when I decided that I was going to take it upon myself to go out and become known as the sonic boom salesman. Now, you people may think that you've sold a product in the past with a high objection factor to it. Try one of those. Oh, let me tell you. And the problem was that about halfway through that talk, the audience generally figured out this guy's not only the salesman for these doggone sonic booms, he's a distributor for about 90% of them. And I don't know if you ever had an audience come at you before, but that's an exciting experience. And what did I do? What did I say to those people? Well, I'm going to tell you about that right after we come back from this break. Thank you.
Say, men, Moorville says goodbye forever. Yes, Moorville has lost their lease and is closing their last store in Morristown Mall. At Moorville, you'll find a select group of men's suits, values to $275, reduced to $99.90, and sport coats and blazers, values to $195, reduced to $59.90. Also, Moorville offers wool gab and flannel slacks at $29.90, entire stock of dress shirts at 2 for $20, pure silk ties reduced to 3 for $20, and fine wool sweaters at half price. Remember, all roads lead to Moorville, the fine men's store at Morristown Mall, where Moorville says goodbye forever.
Motivational experts that are sought after by America's top corporations. In-depth presentations from the nation's most qualified trainers. People like Mark Victor Hansen, Ed Foreman, Jane Warford, and Don Hudson will join me for a great week. You can fly to the islands on Delta Airlines. Delta gets you there. Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success promises life-changing insights on professional success and personal fulfillment, but space is limited. To place your reservation, call 1-800-942-3445 today. Learn how your Dawn cruise can be a qualified tax deduction. Call toll-free 1-800-942-3445. Join us for an unforgettable experience in one of the most gorgeous spots on Earth. For more information on making your reservation for Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success, call 1-800-942-3445 now.
I only play with winners. That's why I teamed up with Century Ford and Delran, the A-team for great truck deals in South Jersey. At Century Ford, we offer the greatest lineup for 86 in Ford history at 8.8 or 10.9% APR financing. Choose this rugged 1985 Ranger pickup for only $59.88, or this sporty 1985 Bronco 2. Century Ford's price just $10,788. Century Ford, Route 130 South in Delran, New Jersey.
Now let's return to Dawn, the Sonic Boom salesman, Mr. Danny Cox, our special guest.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, you all are a good audience. Can you all be in Orlando tomorrow? Always like to solve audiences with good, friendly faces. Well, we were talking about goal orientation and how that allows you to make tough decisions. And I said that I had a tough decision to face. I decided that I would go out and become known as a Sonic Boom salesman. Now, the Air Force did not assign me that job. I decided that that's how I would handle the problem. And I put a little speech together. Matter of fact, that was the first place I started speaking. A little speech. It was 30 minutes long. It was called Better Boomed Than Bombed. It was a very hard-hitting and direct speech. And I'd go out in front of those hostile audiences. I'd put on my little go-fast suit with all the medals up to about here, you know. They were what we called ego medals. E period, G period, O period. Stood for everybody got one, but they didn't know. And I'd get out there in front of these hostile crowds and I'd lay it on them. Oh, I'd hit them with apple pie and motherhood and the American flag and the whole thing. But about halfway through that program, when they said, this is the guy who's been breaking all these windows, that's when I would immediately stop whatever thought I was in, and I would pick it up from there, and I would start laying it on them. Oh, would I lay it on them about how I'd take my teeny tiny body out there and strap it that enormous jet fighter that was 70 feet long, weighed 22.5 tons, literally messing with a man in it, taxi out across the windswept taxiway in the middle of the night, line up on a nice slick runway, less than a 16th of a mile visibility down that runway, and feel 34,000 pounds of thrust, 79,000 horsepower, hit me in the middle of the back and rocket me down that runway from 0 to 200 miles an hour in less than 13 seconds, breaking free from the ground at sea level, 1 minute and 32 seconds later, being level at 35,000 feet, doing over 1,200 miles an hour. I said, ladies and gentlemen, I would literally fly that airplane right up to that ragged edge of uncertainty, stare across that chasm into the face of the Grim Reaper, and laugh my head off because I simply knew I was up there defending my country. Oh, yeah, they did the same thing. They said, oh, yeah. You talk about the right stuff, that's it, right? Oh, yeah, But I didn't tell them the other half of the story. I didn't tell him about the guy that rode back there in the back seat. I always told him before we left the ground, I said, in case I tell you to eject during this flight, do not say, huh? You will be talking to yourself. There'll be no time for a question and answer period. You'll be all alone up here. Oh, yeah. What if I ask you those questions? What's your biggest problem that you haven't solved yet? And what are you doing about it? Would you say the same thing that I almost said? Well, I'm just trying to learn to live with it. What else about these great people that I learned from? Some of it worked for me. Oh, yes. I also found out that they had made a commitment for dedicated hard work. They knew that that's the way they brought out the best in themselves, was through dedicated hard work. You've seen those kind of people. What do we say to them? Oh, you work hard. What do they say? No, I don't. I love what I do. I get good ideas at 4 o'clock in the morning, they tell you. They get up, they can hardly wait to get downstairs and write out that plan, get to the office early so they can lay it out. Oh, I love to be around those kind of people. I see them in companies as I travel this great country of ours. I go into these companies and I see them, they come shooting by me, they go, I say, who is that? Oh, that's one of the many committed, dedicated hard workers we have here. Who was it? I don't know. Got to catch you when he comes back by. Oh, yeah, that's old so-and-so out there burning up the track, making things happen, setting goals, achieving goals. And what words of encouragement do they get from their own co-workers sometimes as they come shooting by them and breaking records and all that? What words of encouragement do they get? These great words of encouragement. You better slow down. You're going to ruin your health, you know. With this all-knowing nod, folks, I got to ask you, when we say that to those great people, are we really that concerned about their health? No! Then why do we say it? because we got to get them slowed down. Don't you know how that makes the rest of us look out there working like that in a little turnaround market like we got going on? We don't know this is going to go on for another 3 or 4 years. Meantime, we're going to keep on repeating yesterday just like it was a bad market into a good market. You mean you can do that? You sure can. Through mental attitude, you can bring a bad market right into the middle of a great market. That's the way those people, because the great ones have made the discovery, you don't die of hard work in a job you love, you die of hard work in a job you hate. Because that's when you start to develop duodenal ulcers, which is a form of cannibalism, and you start to eat up the person you ain't real happy with anymore. That's the way that little circle goes. Whew, the stuff's heavy. All right, what else about these people? They also are realistic. They look at things as it is. They're not ones to sit around and cry and say, oh, did I tell you what happened to me about 3 or 4 weeks ago? Yeah, you told me 7 times yesterday. This is 4 times already today. You've seen people like that? Maybe you work with them. Oh, isn't that awful? They don't say, it happened, I'm going to take care of it. Folks, I'd like to tell you about how realistic I was as a test pilot up there, 50, 55, 60,000 feet, up there where you can look out from that cockpit alone and see the curvature of the earth away from you. What a sight that is to be up there alone. And to come up over the top, maybe 62, 63,000 feet, by definition, a couple of miles out into space at 1,200 miles an hour, 20 miles a minute. That is exciting, but I know what it's like to be up there in 1,200 miles an hour, 20 miles a minute, 60,000 feet on fire. It's not good. As I'd watch that cockpit fill up with acrid smoke, my eyes starting to burn, I'd say, you better let somebody know you got a problem. And I always had this little motivational talk I did for myself before I reached over to hit that microphone button to call the control center. I'd say, Cox, be realistic. Be realistic. You are a test pilot. The right stuff, right? I mean, you be cool. Well, I know what it's like then to reach over and hit that mic button so cool, so calm, so collected and say, Control, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. I'm at 60 thou, upside down, on fire. I never had to open the door and leave the building, as we said. I always got it back on the ground somewhere. Maybe not at the right air base, but the close one anyway. And I got every one of them back. But it's a scene that happened often. When I'd finally get back to the control center there at my base, they'd say, come on in, Daddy, we taped all that. Thought you might want to listen to that. I'd go in there and stand in front of the tape recorder, and they'd hit that button, and it generally came out like this. Mayday, Mayday, I'm at 60,000 feet. I'm up here, I don't want to be up here. I said, all right, who's messed around with the tape again? I know I was cooler than that. I know that well, sometimes they'd even have the prayer recorded that I used. It was called the test pilot's prayer. It went like this. Okay, God, get this thing back on the ground. I'll taxi it in for you. I've used that a time or two in the civilian world, too, like when my boss said, I'm looking for your replacement. I said, get this thing back on the ground, God. I'll taxi it in for you. Oh, like I said, I'd like to be able to tell you about how realistic I was, but you see, I'm working all these points, too. I'm not a perfect 10 on any of them. How are you stacking up on these? And another thing I found out about those great people that just put the icing on the cake as far as I was concerned, those great industry leaders that worked on that team, people would say to me, boy, you had a great team. I said, yeah, but we weren't a team because we were weak and then went in there and leaned on each other. We got to be a team because of the growth, that learning to stand on our own 2 feet. And once they saw growth in themselves, they wanted to pass it around. That's the point. The great ones have this desire to help others grow. And when they start saying, hey, you've grown, I've grown, have you noticed? Have you noticed our manager's grown? Have you noticed our owner's grown? Have you noticed the president's grown? Oh, that builds that synergy that I referred to earlier. Synergy. Well, I think one of the greatest hints that was ever given me was by one of those people who wanted to see me grow. It was one of those salespeople in my company when I was just first starting out, that great big company. Oh, everybody told me, said, you stay away from him. I said, why? They said he hates all other salespeople, especially new salespeople. They said, you look both ways before you cross the parking lot. You'll hear that rubber out there burning on those tires. He's got you lined up with his hood ornament. I said, that much he hates people? Yeah. But I kept going into the office, and I noticed that he was the one with all the trophies and the plaques. Now, somebody likes him. I found out who it was. His customers. Do you think that could have been professional jealousy? I think it was. I think it was. And he helped get me straightened out one time like I'd never been straightened out before. He knew that I was reluctant to go out and do some prospecting like I wanted to do. He saw what my problem was. And he said to me, he says, let's go out and do some prospecting. I said, I don't want to do it today, Jim. He said, oh, why not? I said, oh, I got some other things to do here at the office. Oh, was he setting me up. He asked me what I'd do if he just handed me $500. I said, why, I'd go pay some bills with it. He said, wrong! I said, that wasn't the right answer, was it? He had me draw up a picture in my mind of exactly what I would do with that money. Oh, I got so excited telling him about that, and when I finally hit that first door to do some prospecting, I was so excited, and did we have great success that afternoon. Oh, it was, and I lived that dream that I told him about in the car. That's exactly what happened about 4 or 5 months later, because you see, I'd already paid for the trip. But he put the ending to it. Oh, did he put the ending to it. As we were driving back, he said, I'm going to tell you something, Danny, and I don't want you to ever, ever forget it. I said, Jim, that time I was motivated. I said, you tell me, man, I'm going to write her down. I don't want to ever forget what you're about ready to tell me. And here's what he said. He said, you never work hard to pay bills. You work hard to have fun with the money. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough to do either one of them. Pay bills or have fun. I said, my gosh, I've been working hard to pay bills. It never happened again. So I challenge you to never be less than your dreams. I challenge you to quit repeating what you know doesn't work. Try something new today, and may your lives expand until your destinies are fulfilled. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
You hit a home run for our audience today, my man. Oh, listen. The guy's a giant, isn't he? Join me. Celebrate a giant. Hey, listen, your day's going to be better because you met Danny Cox. We've got more for you in just a moment on Dawn. Terrific.
$500. Only you, I think, can answer that. If I could show you not one way, but 9 different ways in which you could buy a property and put up to $10,000 cash in your pocket. And I think by now we've dispelled the thought that you can't do it. We've had too many people here doing it. Would that be worth $500 to you? If at this junction in the economy, the greatest time to buy real estate in the last 50 years, I could show you over 100 ways of buying property for nothing down. Think about it if you'd had that technique 8, 9 years ago. How much would it have meant to you? $30,000, $40,000 if you'd only bought one house? Would that be worth $500? If I could show you how to cut $2,000 to $4,000 off your income tax this year, would that be worth $500? And finally, and this technique I'm excited about because so many people have cash flow problems, if I could show you a safe, systematic way by which you could generate $2,000 to $4,000 a month within 90 days following the course, would that be worth $500? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you add all that up, it comes out $2,500. And I do this just to give you perspective. Because, in fact, these items that I just went over are only a small fraction of what you're going to get in the No Down Payment Seminar for the 1980s and the Home Study course. You could order this course right now for $295. Ladies and gentlemen, $295 will not alter your standard of living. Most of us know that. It breaks down to about 80 cents a day. But this course will change your life. Because the world doesn't care if you ever make it. That's your responsibility. May God bless each and every one of you.
You know what the difference is between a millionaire like Ed Beckley and you? Knowledge. If you knew what Ed knows, you'd be a millionaire too. 11 years ago, Ed learned the hard way by learning from his mistakes. You don't have to learn that way. Now you can benefit from all of his years of experience. Ed has distilled all of his money-making secrets into his best-selling Millionaire Maker No Down Payment Home Study course. It's knowledge that's powerful, not position, not upbringing, not even age. For example, Rodney Warner wrote to us, "Since your seminar last month, I have purchased a 5-plex with a positive cash flow. I'm living free in it and paid nothing down. I also bought a single-family home which I sold while in escrow and made $5,000. I have no tenant problems and I'm eternally grateful to you. P.S. I'm only 19. You don't even need a job, cash, or credit. David Forrester of Houston, Texas wrote, "Since taking the course 4 months ago, I have purchased 11 pieces of rental property. I've done it all with no money from my pocket, with absolutely no personal credit. I would say that the Beckley course was the turning point of my life. These powerful no-money-down techniques can work for you, too. And now's the time to make it happen with the Millionaire Maker's Home Study course. Ed's 200-page manual and 15 hours of audio cassettes revealing over 100 ways to buy real estate without cash, credit, or even a job. Retire comfortably in 3 to 5 years, working the equivalent of 1 weekend per month. Pay 0 income taxes legally and safely. Get 6 to 10% loans. And 20 ways to develop positive cash flow immediately. And much, much more. And remember, you'll also receive Ed's best-selling No Down Payment Formulas book. And there's more. This indispensable guide to writing offers 125 irresistible purchase offers, giving you the contracts to make dozens of no down payment deals that mean money in your pocket. It's an incredible television offer. The 15 hours of cassettes, the 200-page manual, the best-selling book, and the 125 irresistible offers. Thousands of people have paid over $600 for these money-making secrets. But if you act now, it's yours for only $295. And it's risk-free, because if you're not completely satisfied, Ed will buy back your course. His special money-back guarantee is not for 10 days, not even 30 days, but for an incredible 6 months. Don't miss this very special television offer. And if you order right now and use your credit card, you'll not only save COD charges, but you'll also receive this exclusive bonus absolutely free, Ed's Equity Participation Workbook, detailing 4 proven and powerful equity sharing techniques that cost $8,000 to develop. But it's yours absolutely free if you order now. Don't miss this opportunity of a lifetime. Call now.
To order, call 1-800-334-6000. That's 1-800-334-6000. Or to save COD charges, send your check or money order to The Millionaire Maker, P.O. Box 1687, Department 49, Fairfield, Iowa, 52556. That's The Millionaire Maker, P.O. Box 1687, Department 49, Fairfield, Iowa, 52556. Don't miss this opportunity of a lifetime. Order now.
You know, folks, there are 3 reasons people fail financially today. Number 1, procrastination. And you know what that is. We just keep putting things off. See, that's what the poor people do. And if you want to get wealthy, you've got to watch what the wealthy people do. Take bold, decisive action and begin to move forward. Second reason is risk. People are afraid, boy, what could I lose? I might lose a lot of money. I might lose a lot of different things. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate risk in life is never having even tried. Looking back over your life and said, I had a unique opportunity. I had the opportunity to gain the knowledge and move forward, and I let it slip on by. The third reason is, I couldn't do it. How could I possibly do any of this? I don't know anything about real estate, and I don't know anything about business. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had over 50,000 graduates from all walks of life going through this program. Bricklayers, PhDs, high school dropouts, people from all parts of the country operating with these money-making principles and being successful. The other one, it costs too much. Ladies and gentlemen, the true cost is not even getting started. Now, if you look back over that, your real insecurity in life is going toward the end of your life and never even getting involved in any kind of program. Please don't suffer from poverty consciousness, and you know what that is. We're too busy bending over, picking up the pennies, and we let the dollar bills fly on by. Invest in this program today. It'll change your life.
Don't miss this incredible television offer. The 15 hours of cassettes, the 200-page instruction manual, the best-selling no-down payment formulas, and the 125 irresistible purchase offers. All complete with Ed's incredible 6-month money-back guarantee. And if you order right now and use your credit card, you'll not only save COD charges, but you'll receive Ed's bonus equity participation workbook absolutely free. Don't miss this opportunity of a lifetime. Call now.
Well, because of all the success he's already enjoyed, Patrick O'Dooley has been accused of having the luck of the Irish. But Patrick believes that luck comes when hard work and preparation meet
opportunity. His warm manner, combined with his enthusiastic life, his terrific personality, has made him an internationally sought-after platform speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome again my good friend from Dallas, Texas, Mr. Patrick O'Dooley. Hey, hey!
Good to see you.
Welcome back, brother.
Thank you. It's good to
see
be back
you.
at the Dawn program.
They've all been waiting for you.
Great. Thank you.
Good luck.
Hey, thank you, Ty. Hello, everybody. It's good to be back here with Dawn again. You know, there's an old saying going around right now. You know it's going to be a bad day when? You know it's going to be a bad day when your twin brother forgets your birthday. This side's a little smarter than this side over here. You know it's going to be a bad day when you're going down the interstate and your horn gets stuck on behind a group of Hell's Angels. Or you know it's going to be a bad day when you show up at your office and there's a 60 Minutes film team waiting for you. Well, see, I can laugh about that right now, but that's exactly what happened to myself and my two partners just about 3 years ago. Walked in our office there on LBJ Freeway in Dallas, Texas, and here came Morley Safer, and it looked like 100 cameras streaming in our office and said, "What is this? You Texans going all around the world telling people you can have, you can be, and you can do more with your lives, and you're charging for it. There must be something to it. We're going to expose you to millions of people." Well, they came down there and shot that. Because what we do, we spend 3 days a week. What we do is we spend 3 days once a month down in Texas or San Diego, California, bringing key leaders just like you from all over America, showing everybody how to have one good day. And I can see several of you right now. You say, wait a minute. You spend 3 days learning how to have one good day? That's exactly right. Because if you get the formula on how to have one good day and you do it 7 days in a row, what do you have? I'm not coming on too strong for this, Sam. Side over here. Now, if you get the formula how to have one good day and you do it 7 days in a row, what do you have? A good week, exactly. If you do it 52 weeks in a row, what do you have? A good year. And you notice the questions get harder as I'm testing you all this morning. But do you know a majority of the people actually get up on Monday morning and go, "Oh no, God, is it time to go to work today? I can hardly wait till Wednesday," because what's Wednesday? Hump day. Yee-hoo! On the way down now, baby. Hardly wait till Friday gets here. They go through a whole week and say, "Man, this has been a tough week. It's been real hard on me. I better get down to happy hour as quick as I can so I can get happy." And they do it 52 weeks in a row, and they say life is kind of dull and boring. It seems to be passing me by. You know, I found out that life is dull and boring primarily to dull, boring people. Life is exciting, enthusiastic, and happy to exciting, enthusiastic, happy people who look forward to every single day, and that's what we do. We bring people in and show them how to use the bumblebee attitude, and that's exactly what my little tack is. This is the logo of my company, Executive Development Systems in Dallas, Texas. And for people who don't know the story of the bumblebee, according to recognized aerodynamic facts, the bumblebee cannot fly because of the shape of its little fat body in proportions to its little bitty wings. But the bumblebee can't read. It doesn't know that. You see, and it goes ahead and flies anyway. And that's what I teach people to do. Who don't think you're supposed to be happy, healthy, and successful, to utilize the bumblebee attitude, and you can be what you want to be. You can do what you want to do. In fact, this past week, I was getting on a plane coming back from Boston, and as I got on there, the flight attendant reached up, grabbed me by the tie, yanked me over to the first one, said, "Look at this, look at that thing he's got on his tie. What are you, in the exterminating business?" The other one said, no, he's not in the exterminating business. He's in the honey business." It still goes back to the bumblebee attitude. In fact, I was doing a program down in Houston not long ago, and according to a NASA engineer who came up and told me that our spaceship, Columbia, was not supposed to be able to fly either. But they used it as a logo for them. And next time you see that big 200-ton spaceship landing, recognize that that spaceship is slightly less aerodynamic than a bumblebee. But they did what they did. They made things happen. They utilized the bumblebee attitude. And that's what we do. Once every month, when we bring leaders like you down to our program, we show them how to enjoy life with the 3 prescriptions for the good life. One of them is a daily prescription you do every single day to make sure you're on track. The second one is a weekly prescription, helping you to stay organized. And the third one is one that you do once a year to kind of take inventory of what you're doing. And that's what we're going to be talking about this morning. The prescription number 3 of how to have a good life, how to enjoy life a whole lot more. Because what we encourage people to do is once a year to go out somewhere where you're completely alone outdoors, like the seashore, the country, the mountains, the park, somewhere where no one will come and talk to you or at least bother you. If you're on a beach, go to a desolate part of the beach or go to a part of the mountains or a park where no one's going to bother you, because place is very important for prescription number 3. And what you're going to do during this first 2 hours, you're just going to sit, stroll, lie on your back, and just watch the clouds drift across the sky. Let your mind wander aimlessly as you think about all the good things, only good things that have happened. Just put it in neutral, in other words, and let it just keep on going. And then after you go back to that first 2 hours, you let your mind wander aimlessly. It's just amazing what will come to mind. I remember the very first time I ever took prescription number 3, I went out to the beautiful pine trees of East Texas and can remember laying on those soft pine needles, looking up at the sky, smelling that clean pine-scented air, and just all the wonderful things that came to mind that I'd forgotten completely about. And after those first 2 hours dwelling on the good things, what you're going to do now, you're going to go back to the second 2 hours. What you're going to do now is go back to your very earliest recollection in childhood, and very slowly and gradually bring yourself right up to the present, dwelling only on the good things that come to mind. In fact, I remember it like yesterday. My first time I went back there, my earliest recollection in childhood, I was 5 years old. My daddy took me out to Love Field right here in Dallas, Texas. And we went out there, and there's an old dirt road that paralleled the runway. And we went out there and parked our car and sat on the hood of the car, along with hundreds of other people, watching these airplanes for hours upon end. We'd see these great, big DC-3s that would come in and land. And we'd see all the happy people get off, other happy people waiting to see them. And we'd see other happy people get on that DC-3 and they'd take off to some unknown, wondrous destination and say, "Oh, Daddy, 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 I want to ride in one of those. In fact, I'd like to drive one myself." Well, as I started bringing myself up to the present, I remember the next important time of my life. I was 8 years old. My Cub Scout den was going to take our very first airplane ride. It took me 2 months to save the money to get on this first airplane ride. We went out to Love Field again right here in Dallas. And back then, they didn't have the ramp that went out to it. You had to hold each other's hands and walk out to the airplane. My hat blew off and it scared me to death. Got out there and it was a brand new DC-3. For people who don't know what that is, the tail dragger. Meaning when you climbed in this airplane and you walked up to the very front where I always was, you had to almost like you're walking up a set of stairs. You walked way up to the front, and I got in right behind where the captain was so I could peer in those dials and see all the instruments that he had in there. And I even had to get the flight attendant to come by and help me with my seat belt. She still does too, by the way. And I was in there and thought how beautiful she was, and then all of a sudden I saw them. 2 great-looking guys in dark blue suits, stripes on their sleeves, great-looking hats. Looked like they came right out of Hollywood movies. And they walked right in to that airplane, that sashayed right up, climbed right up to the front of it. Oh, man, they looked great. And they sat down on either side. I'm telling you, they threw a couple of dials, and I was watching, and with so much excitement. And then the captain on the left side pulled back that window, and he stuck his head out as only a captain can do and yelled, "Contact!" And with that, these 2 great big old radial propeller engines started. And the fumes and the smoke just drifted right back through the cabin. Oh, it was fabulous. We got down there and taxied down to the end of the runway, ran the engines up a couple of minutes, and then he taxied out onto the runway. And I looked in there and I saw him take those throttles and I saw him push them forward. And we ran down that runway, and we'll be right back to tell you exactly what happened. So don't you go away. The
beautiful SS Independence, site of the 1986 Cruise to Success, sponsored by Dawn, the Dynamic Achievers World Network. Hello, I'm Ty Boyd. Beginning January 18th, this will be the setting for one of the most exciting success seminars ever held. For 7 days, we'll cruise the beautiful Hawaiian Islands. Seminar and sailing schedules allow for island excursions at 5 fascinating ports of call. Each day, America's most dynamic personalities will lead seminars on success, sharing powerful insights into personal and professional relationships and achievement. Hear the motivational experts that are sought after by America's top corporations. In-depth presentations from the nation's most qualified trainers. People like Mark Victor Hansen, Ed Foreman, Jane Warford, and Don Hudson will join me for a great week. You can fly to the islands on Delta Airlines. Delta gets you there. Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success promises life-changing insights on professional success and personal fulfillment, but space is limited. To place your reservation, call 1-800-942-3445 today. Learn how your Dawn cruise can be a qualified tax deduction. Call toll-free 1-800-942-3445. Join us for an unforgettable experience in one of the most gorgeous spots on Earth. For more information on making your reservation for Dawn's 1986 Cruise to Success, call 1-800-942-3445 now.
Weekdays at 5:30, join TV 65 for The Millionaire.
My name is Michael Anthony. The dictionary defines tycoon as a businessman of extraordinary wealth, power, and influence.
Come with TV 65 and see how a gift of $1 million can affect the lives of otherwise ordinary people.
Now, hold on just a minute. Who gives away $1 million? My employer.
So remember,
Hold everything, Alma.
for The Millionaire, weekdays at 5:30 on TV 65.
Well, we were last at the end of the runway, and we were heading toward a takeoff position. His name, Patrick O'Dooley. Back to Dawn.
Thank you. You're all with me now. The captain just gave those throttles that pull, push forward, and here we go, rolling down that runway at Love Field. That old DC-3 started slowly, and then it started picking up speed, and faster, and faster, and faster. That old thing just started bouncing and shaking and bouncing. In fact, how many people here remember your very first airplane ride? Woo, were you like me? Is this thing going to get off the ground? Come on, get faster, faster, faster. And finally, we lifted up and went right up through the clouds. And we flew from Dallas to Fort Worth. For you people who don't know where that is, that was 18 miles away back when Fort Worth used to have an airport. But you would have thought I was on the Concorde going over the Atlantic. It was one of the most brilliant, thrilling experiences I'd ever had in my whole life. Here I was peering out at the clouds, looking down at the little people, the cars, the trucks, the buildings. Oh man, this is great! And then I thought a minute. Wait a minute. These two guys in the front of this airplane get paid to do this. They get paid to fly airplanes and enjoy this all the time. And right then and there, Patrick O'Dooley found himself at home at 8 years old, because I said, I want to do this for a living. I want to do this the rest of my life. Do something I would do for free if I could. Well, from then on, my whole life evolved around aviation. I became something known as a hangar rat. I would hang out at airports, around pilots or planes. Anywhere there's aviation, old Patrick O'Dooley was right there, learning more about aviation and falling more in love with it every day. Went on, worked at the airports in the summers and went up into college. When I got into school, the military paid for my aviation pilot's license for me. They paid for my license for me. Back then, they were having a war, and they were shooting down quite a few pilots, so I had to get a little extra start on everybody. So they paid for me, and I learned to fly right up in Norman, Oklahoma. Got out of school, went to flight school in the service, went overseas, flew overseas, got lots of hours, came back to the States, and when that happened, there was a little recession going on, so they were laying pilots off. They weren't actually hiring them at that time. But I kept going towards that goal I had. So I went to work for IBM during the day. I mean, I was a perfect IBM guy. Dark suit, white shirt, wingtip shoes, plugged me in. I loved it. I was great. But at night, I came home, took off those shoes, took off my pants, put on my flight jacket, my jeans, and my boots. and I became Patrick O'Dooley, super pilot. And what I used to do is fly all over the country at night on my own time, carrying mail, checks, films, all kinds of things, just to keep my hand on the stick, building hours, going towards that goal I'd had my entire life. Oh, it was just within arm's reach. And as luck would have it, Braniff Airlines hired me. Now, not actually in the cockpit yet, but in a flight training mode, which was going to be a little interim job until a spot opened up in the cockpit. So what I was right there. I was just that close to fulfilling my #1 goal of my whole life. So happy and elated it had all come together. And I'll never forget, it was just like the other day, December 24th, Christmas Eve, and I was building a fort for my little boy, Kelly. He was just 3 years old, and I'd spent all day long making this magnificent fort, I thought. And there he was standing right beside me and said, "Oh, come on, Daddy, hurry up, I want to get in that fort." And I was hurrying as fast as I could. I was putting those nails in there, just enjoying and patting myself on the back for such a good job I'd done. And I was hitting this last few nails, and I hit this one nail slightly off center. And it came right back and struck me right in the eye. And even with emergency surgery, I lost that eye. More important than that, I'd lost the goal I'd had my entire life. In one split second, I had it all taken away from me. I found out real quick there's just not much of a demand for one-eyed airline pilots. And I don't mind saying, I hit rock bottom. I spiraled down. And as I was bouncing on the bottom, trying to figure out some way to come up, in my own self-improvement way, because, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had a challenge in your life yet, you will. And it's not what happens to you as your reaction to what happens to you. And I hit bottom, but on the way up, it was only me that was going to pull me up, I found out. I had to do it. I read something that said even tragedy builds character. Look for the good in any situation. Well, I looked, and I couldn't find any good. I said, why me, Lord, so close just to have it pulled away? Well, as I look back now, well, I can see a lot of good in it. Sure enough, if I was working for Braniff Airlines, I'd have had a pretty hard few years coming up. And the exciting thing about it is I still fly today. I'm the best one-eyed pilot since Wiley Post. I fly all over the country, doing something to me far more rewarding than just flying big airplanes around, having a good time, meeting people just like you. But it took the tragedy to make me appreciate what I have. You see, I get a chance now to appear on Dawn, to go around and meet wonderful people, whether it's in the East or West Coast, sharing some ideas that I'm telling you, it happened to me and it can happen to you. It's not what happens to you as your reaction to what happens to you. Now, so that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be thinking about the good things in your life, and you bring yourself right up to the present, where you are today, dwelling only on the good things during the second 2 hours. And then what you're going to do during the third 2 hours, you're going to think about where you are here and now today. Think about what's really important to you, your family, your friends, your business associates, whatever in the world makes you keep going all along. Think about the important things that you're looking for. And what you might do is maybe update some of your goals to encourage and maybe makes your family part of what you're going to do. Look at the things they're going to be doing with you. Because what you're doing, you're actually taking an inventory of your life. You're saying, here's where I was, here's where I am, and here's where I want to go. I mean, they do it in school. They give you final exams. Airline pilots, you know that the man with the most hours every day that fly airplanes, the captain, the head daddy rabbit himself, every 6 months he has to go back and get checked out again. Now, it's not so much as learning to fly because he's got thousands of hours. He goes back every 6 months to make sure he doesn't pick up any bad habits, you see. As we all go along smoothly through life, there's going to be those things that can come in our life. And we have to go back and take inventory. Here's where I am. Here's where I want to go. And when you get that inventory completed, you'll recognize what really is important to you in life. You'll look back and say, this is what I want to do, and here's where I want to go. because it's never too late to get started. And when you do that, you recognize it's the desires of life that really keep us going, that make us fun and happy. In fact, as a good friend of mine was telling me, there's this young man walked in, a good friend of mine walked into the Neiman Marcus store there in Dallas, Texas. And he said a lovely young sales girl walked up to him. In fact, he said when she walked all over. He said, she walked up to me and I looked down one side of her. She looked so good. I just looked back up the same side. And she came up to me and she said, "Yes, sir? What is your desire?" He said, "I couldn't help it." He said, "Young lady, my desire is to sweep you into my arms, carry you back to my apartment, turn down the lights, turn up the music, mix a couple of martinis, and smother you with kisses. But I need a pair of socks." So you see, in this life there's lots of differences in the needs and desires we have. We all need food, shelter, and clothing. It's the desires of life that get us excited. And when you think about those desires, go back to where you are. Remember that prescription number 1 in our program is a daily program. Every day you got to keep online. Prescription number 2 of our program is one that you do weekly to keep you organized, ready to go. And prescription number 3 you do annually, or like many of us do every 6 months. Sometimes you have to take a little more inventory more often than you have to other times. So what you do the first 2 hours, just relax as you let your mind wander aimlessly, as you kind of sit, stroll, lie on your beach and watch the clouds drift across the sky. And then the second 2 hours, what you're going to do, go back to your earliest recollection in childhood and bring yourself right up to the present, dwelling only on the good things of life. And then the third 2 hours, plan and project from here on. Because when you do that, you'll recognize you've taken an inventory of your life and you know where you were, where you are, and where you're going to go. And with that, you'll recognize that life really is for laughing, for loving, and for living. Y'all have been a fantastic audience. Have a wonderful new dawn. God bless you, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Terrific. Hey. You've packed it in there, Patrick.
Thank you, Ty.
I got to get those 3 steps down in my life. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ty.
Patrick O'Dooley, our special guest today on Dawn. Don't go away. You either the Speakers Hall of Fame Award, the coveted Oscar of Public Speaking, the Cavett Award was named in his honor. And in everything he does, he is a real, unqualified professional. Just absolutely the best at what he does. He's here today to share some of the ingredients of professionalism that can help all of us, you and me as well. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cavett Robert, right here. Oh, my goodness, Cav, great to have you on the program again. They asked for your return.
Really?
And here they are, right here.
Thank you, Ty Boyd. Whenever I get an introduction like that, it reminds me of a story of a fella who saw a book advertised. It's one of the finest books you'll ever read. In fact, after you read this book, you wonder how you ever made a living without it. He sent for the book. He came, he read it. It was a soul of mediocrity. In fact, he could never remember when he'd ever read such a lousy book. So he sat down and wrote to the publishers. He said, "Why didn't you let the guy who wrote the ad write the book?" Well, whenever I get an introduction like that, so brilliant. Oh, Todd, you know, Todd, if you're a sergeant, he makes you a lieutenant. If you're a lieutenant, he makes you a captain. I guess why we all love him so. You know, I can't help but wonder why on Dawn, any of these meetings we have, the women are so much better looking than the men. They really are. Of course, I can say that because I out-married myself a long way. I married Miss South Carolina of 1929. I at least wanted my kids to have a 50-50 chance of being good looking. But I have to leave her an awful lot. And someone had me a little poem the other day that made me mad. It was called The Lament of the Speaker's Wife. And it went like this. A speaker's wife knocked at the pearly gates. Her face was worn and old. She stood before the men of fate, seeking admission to the fold. "Well, what have you done," St. Peter said, "to gain admission here?" "Well, I've been the wife of Speaker for many, many a year. He would come home only once a week, and then just to change his clothes. What he did the rest of the week, I'm afraid the good Lord only knows. I hung his picture on the inside door and told the kids it's sad, but if a man knocks who looks like that, let him in, because he's your dad." I mean, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make you 3 quick promises, and then ask you if you just make me one. Now that's fair enough, isn't it? 3 for 1? Sure, there we are. The first thing, I'm amazed, I really am, that the officials of Dawn would let anybody come here and talk to you who's ever practiced law. Now the reasons are too obvious to need elaboration. You see, a lawyer never says in 10 words what he can say in 100. He burns down a house to roast a pig. He distills a gallon to get a drop. I heard a guy say about a lawyer the other day, it's not the trespass on time he fears from a lawyer, but it's encroachment on eternity. He said he heard a lawyer speak for an hour and 15 minutes, and the only way the guy could have said less would have been to speak longer. Well now, even though I've been in law over half a century, I'm going to be brief, straight to the point. I'm not going to steal one more of those non-refundable fragments of eternity than are allocated to me. The second thing I promise, I'm not going to stand here and tell you how to run your life or operate your business. Long ago, I joined these disciples who feel that a man should never give good advice until he's too old to set a bad example. I'm not quite that old, but I was flying from Honolulu the other day. I was speaking. I was on the plane, and the guy said, "Brother, how old are you?" I said, "I'm 77, which I am." He said, "77? I wouldn't want to be 77. I said, "Bud, that's because you ain't 76. But I tell you, there are some things you have to give up when you're married. They gave a big luau out there. You ever been in a luau? All the dancers, fancy again, carry on. I know you have got it. And they had roasted pigs bringing in everywhere you look. Free lemonade, free lemonade, free lemonade. I found out the next morning they call them Mai Tais. Mai Tais. I learned one thing at my age, my friend. If you're going to fly with the eagles in the morning, you better not hoot with the owls all night. Whenever anybody gets up and talks down to me and tells me how to run my life, immediately I put him in the category of a butcher at a vegetarian's convention, or sheep herd at a cattleman's convention, maybe even an illegitimate child at a family reunion. Anyway, you around a guy like that 5 minutes, you start believing in retroactive birth control. My friend, let me tell you something. So many people will say to me, "Look, Cabot, tell me this. You things are getting so bad that maybe we ought to step out a while and take a little time off." All right, let me tell you, I'm not going to try to predict the future. So many speakers get up and act as though they've got a little private pipeline to heaven. If I stood here with a crystal ball in this hand, a Ouija board in this, told you I was the seventh son of a seventh son, that I'd majored in clairvoyance, telepathy, psycho-prediction, all the other extrasensory perception, you know my guess is no better than yours. All we know, we got to face the future with hope, faith, and courage, because that's where you and I are going to spend the rest of our lives. Oh, my friend, look, I'll tell you, I heard one time, sometime down in Mississippi, an old politician was asked by the Macon Beacon, a little town in Knoxville County, how he stood on the whiskey question. What a horrible thing to do to anyone in the state of Mississippi who's running for office. You be darned if you do and be darned if you don't. But I thought this politician acquitted himself in the most admirable fashion. Because this is what he said, wrote back to the paper. He wrote back and he said, "Sir, I had not planned to discuss this controversial question at this time, but far be it from me to sidestep any issue, regardless of the nature and regardless of the result. But I want to be sure I understand you now, sir. If, sir, when you say whiskey, if you mean that devil's brew, that poison scourge, that bloody monster that defiles innocence, thrones reason, creates misery and poverty, yea, takes the very bread out of the mouth of babes. If so, when you say whiskey, if you mean that vile drink that topples a Christian man and woman from the pinnacles of righteous and gracious living into the bottom of the pit of despair, deprivation, shame, hopelessness, and helplessness, destroys homes, creates orphans, and depraves the community in general. Sir, if that's what you mean by whiskey, I want you to put in your paper, I promise my constituents if I'm elected, I'll fight to destroy this demon with all the strength I possess. But if, on the other hand, when you say whiskey, if you mean that oil of conversation, if you mean that philosophic wine and ale that's consumed when good fellows get together, puts a song in their heart, laughter in their lips, warm content in their eyes, sir, if you mean that medicinal spirit that puts the spring in the old man's step on a frosty morn, if you mean that nectar of the gods, the sale of which puts untold millions in our treasury, tender the care of our little orphan children, blind in the deaf, halt in the main, aged in the infirm, yea, build great highways, schools, hospitals, and make this world a better place in which to live. Now, sir, if that's what you mean by whiskey, I want you to put in your paper, I promise my constituents if I'm elected, I'll fight to protect this essence of divinity with all the strength I possess. Then I thought he had the crowning climax, the capstone of it all. He said, "Sir, now that I've answered your query without equivocation, I hope you'll in good conscience put in your paper that I'm a man with the courage of my convictions. This is my stand. I will not compromise. This is my stand." Now, the reason I like that story is that you and I disagree on a lot of things, don't we? That's the way it should be. You see, if you and I agreed on everything, one of us would be unnecessary. I don't know which. But there's one thing that everyone agrees upon, and you wouldn't be here today. And that is this: whether a person is an introvert, extrovert, megalomaniac, Casper milquetoast, octogenarian, child prodigy, doctor, lawyer, merchant, chief, priest, prophet, pawnbroker, or peanut vendor, you can't survive today unless you're a pro. You see, the doctor bears his mistakes. As a lawyer, I never lost a lawsuit in my life. Now, my clients lost about half of theirs, but I got paid. Not so most of the time. You got to be able to perform. You know, we all have hobbies. My hobby has been talking to colleges and universities. I love these young guys. I really do. And I try to let them, we try to do something for the university, put a little scholarship if they let me speak for 3 hours to the graduating class. I love these guys. I don't understand them. They're great. They talk about pot and trip. When I was a kid, a pot was something you kept under the bed to keep from making a trip. But I just don't get, even my own kids don't understand me. I tell them I used to walk 5 miles to school every day, uphill, both ways. They won't buy it. I have one kid just finished Princeton. He's been there 9 years. Has an A.B., M.A., Ph.D., everything but a J.O.B. I tell these young people, if they do 3 things, I've told everyone who came to work in my company, if they will dedicate their lives to 3 principles, the day they go into it, they already are a success. They may have to wait for the fruits of success, but I'll say they're already wealthy, and someday they'll have money to prove it. And as soon as we come back from a little short break, please don't run away, I'm going to give you these 3 great reasons.
Meet Mike, a high school senior and a good basketball player. Mike likes to work on cars and made a big decision. He's not going to college. Instead, he's enrolled at Lincoln Tech to study automotive and diesel technology. He'll make a living doing what he likes to do. What about you? Check out Lincoln Tech. There's big money out there if you've got the training. Right, Mike?
Check it out. For this free booklet, call 800-331-1008. That's 800-331-1008.
Do all of these organizations have in common? They and hundreds more are benefiting today from techniques and principles learned from the national bestseller, The 1-Minute Manager. This single publication has had more impact on management practices in American business than any how-to book in history. The 1-Minute Manager teaches how to avoid misunderstandings, relieve stress, and improve performance. Here is a short, readable, practical guide to effective management that works. These same techniques are equally effective in family or social situations. This best-selling hardback edition of the 1-Minute Manager plus this 2-cassette album and action guide have sold thousands at $27, but you can have all 3 for only $24.95. Place your credit card or COD order today by calling 1-800-345-DAWN. That's 1-800-345-DAWN. Or send check or money order for $24.95 plus $2.50 shipping and handling to Dawn, Box 612-486, Dallas, Texas 75261. Call today, 1-800-345-DAWN.
In 1/2 hour, CNN Headline News takes you around the nation and around the world. CNN's global news gathering organization works around the clock to bring you the latest national and international developments, plus business, weather, sports, and human interest. Headline News, programmed for people without a lot of time. Fast, fresh, concise, updated hourly. CNN Headline News, weeknights at 7 on TV 65.
The founder of the National Speakers Association, Mr. Cavett Robert.
Okay, let's go. What are these 3 great principles? Let's consider it kind of a little stool with 3 legs to it. Okay, and ask yourself, you know, the hardest person to ever be honest with is yourself. Who's it said? I believe it was, I don't know who it was, said when you get what you want in the struggle for self, and the world makes you king for a day. Go to the mirror, look at yourself, see what that guy has to say. You can fool the whole world down through the years. Get pats on the back as you pass, but it leads to heartache and tears if you try to kid that guy in the glass. So I ask yourself this question. First of all, do we believe and do we practice the fact that school is never out for the pro? My friend, you cannot today train yourself once, put it in a bottle, put it on a shelf. What was right and plausible yesterday is questionable today and might even be wrong tomorrow. You've got to run to stand still. Oh, I wonder how long we'll tolerate that sick sentimentality. Just because we did something one way, that's the best way or the only way. We constantly must be pushing back the walls of understanding. We do. I love the story. The little fellow walked into a drugstore and he said, "Mister, can you use your telephone?" "Sure, Johnny. 266-3504. I want to get a job as a gardener." "Oh, you got a gardener? Is he a good gardener? You sure you're not going to change? You're perfectly satisfied with him?" "Well, thank you." Anyway, he starts out whistling. Storekeeper says, "Come back, Johnny. Don't be discouraged. You'll get a job as a gardener." Johnny says, "Who's looking for a job as a gardener?" "Now, wait a minute, Johnny. I'll let you use my telephone, but you're not going to lie to me. I heard you ask for a job as a gardener." He dug his toes, twisted his button, said, "Well, sir, you see, it's this way. I'm the gardener. I'm just checking on myself to see how well I'm doing in this." My friend, when's the last time you ask yourself how you're doing? Do you constantly? I have on my wall a cartoon of an old half-wit farmer standing out in the middle of a field with a rope in his hand, scratching his head, looking like a tree full of owls. And in his confusion, he can never quite decide whether he's lost a cow or whether he's found a rope. My friend, let me tell you something. If we aren't constantly training ourselves to keep up, someday we'll say, "Look, have we lost our economic direction compass or found ourselves in a new era of operation we do not understand?" I just came back from New York. I spoke to the largest textile company in the world. And I was walking down the hall with the president. He said, "This is our creative obsolescence department." I said, "You what?" "Our creative obsolescence department." I said, "What is that?" "These are the 3 highest paid men. They are trying to put us out of business." And I said, "You pay them?" He said, "Yes, I do." He said, "They are working, trying to find our present methods antiquated." He said, "Did it ever occur to you that one generation cannot have the imagination to ascend to the heights of the accomplishment of the next?" And he gave me some examples. He said, "Did you ever hear the little clock? Who's that Dick? Little funny paper clock they had? Can anybody tell me?" Good, you were listening. He said, "Did you know that it was so funny that anybody could do a thing to hear through a clock, a watch? They put it in the funny paper." He said, "Did you know that an instrument the size of the stem of that clock can do more than that clock can do today?" My friend, listen, we've got to run to stand still. The second ingredient, I think, is this. I would like to find that colossally insane person who started that rumor that experience is the best teacher. It is not, my friend. We don't live long enough to learn through trial and error. Only an animal does that, and they learn imitation. Now, I'm not saying you can't learn that way, but the tuition is too high. I heard someone describe suicide as the sincerest form of self-criticism. But you got a chance to be sincere just once. Like the man being hanged, this is going to be a good lesson to me. It's, my friend, let me tell you something. You don't live long enough. I was looking through the list of Dawn, the people who take part in it, and as near as I can tell, it was over 3,000 years of experience. You can't live long enough. Why not learn the professional way? OPE, other people's experience. What do you think of a surgeon? He's a pro, isn't he? What if he tried to learn through trial and error? My patient died. What did I do wrong? Hey, this one got well. What did we do right? Engineers don't invent the wheel every generation. What change do you think would have invented the computer if we had taken the assembled information of generations and started from there? I know people in business 1 year. You do too. Far more experience. Those 20 years. Why? Because they learn the way you're seeking to learn. Ideas that I stole from one place, that he stole from another, that he stole from another. That is, I think Mark Twain expressed it so beautifully when he says the only time experience is the best teacher is when it's the other guy's experience. He says, for instance, if a cat sits on a hot stove, he'll never sit on a hot stove again, but he'll never sit on a cold one either. My friend. So my friend, and the third one is this. Oh, my friend, many of you have heard it. Remember, you've got to have continuous, learn through other people's experience, and then please remember this. You know, I think old Maxwell Malt told us so beautifully in his psychocybernetics. He said your brain is made up of 2 parts. 1/10 is your conscious mind, 9/10 is your subconscious. You learn quickly here, but you forget quickly. Once it gets in your subconscious, you never forget it. He said it takes 21 days of repetition to get down there. He said if you have your waste paper basket on this side of your desk, you change it to this side, for 21 days you'll still be throwing trash on the floor over there. Now, my friend, this is the most important thing I'm going to say on this darn program. Listen. You give thoughts from your conscious mind, but you give feeling from your subconscious. You can educate, inform, and entertain from here, but you never get action except from here, because action comes from feeling. Opinions here, decisions here. Prospects here, followers here. In other words, you tell your story from here, but you sell it from here. Oh, my friend, if we just realize how wonderful it is, if we could tune on every day to Dawn, give a little inspiration every day, OPE, other people's experience. It's the only way that we can ever learn. We can ever learn. And I'd like to learn, this has been a great group, and I think so much of you. I enjoy being here. And I tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to leave you with a little toast that I mean from the bottom of my heart. I've been meeting most of you. I've been listening to these speakers, and I've never in my life seen anything that I think is more professional. You see, when we organized the National Speakers Association, we thought the only thing you had to do is teach people to be good speakers. But the world does not make a beaten path to the door of the individual who makes the best mousetrap. You can be the best speaker in America, and yet the best kept secret. Oh, no. I'll tell you, you better remember one thing. You will not live long to learn in any way except through OPE, other people's experience. I know it's so often that when I make a speech somewhere, it always wakes up the fact that if I don't do a good job, if I lay an egg, they don't blame me. They blame the guy who invites me. And sometime when I do a fairly good job, I'll get a letter from the executive, thank you for making me look good. So this gives an opportunity for the whole public. And I think when we first went into the National Speakers Association, we found that only about 3 or 4% of the corporations and associations used outside speakers. Now, thanks to outfits like Dawn, who've given us an opportunity to be exposed around, about 20 to 30%. So I want to just leave from the bottom of my heart a little toast to the precious, wonderful people that I have met in Dawn. They are really great, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. As long as you live, I hope and pray that every member of Dawn will be cursed, don't get mad, cursed with the gift of dissatisfaction and divine discontent. I hope you'll have an unquenchable thirst to continue to help the great speaking profession that'll never let you rest in peace. I hope you'll always be in grace with your God, favor with your friends, harmony with your conscience, yes, even in balance with your banker. I hope your kids will have rich parents. You deserve kids like that. I hope in this greatest and noblest profession, helping other people, every morning when you wake up, you consider it a gift to be enjoyed and not as a sentence to be served. I hope your faith will always exceed your fears. No price is too great to go through life unafraid. Hope you think your best, work your hardest, and love your fullest. And may the hinges of friendship never rust. May the wings of love never lose a feather. And may your great devotion to your wonderful work go deeper and stronger each year and not be broken as long as you live. Because they tell me that a bell ain't a bell until you ring it. A song ain't a song until you sing it. Love was not put in our heart to stay. Love is only love when we give it away. So here's to those we love. Here's to those who love us. Here's to those that we love that love those that love us. So let's keep this Dawn a loving, dedicated organization as long as we live. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Oh, Kevin. Now listen. About a dozen years ago, Cavett Robert began an organization with some of his speaker friends, about 50 in number, that was called the National Speakers Association. Today, there are 2,600 members of that organization, and here's the guy who started the whole thing. And just like the hub of the wheel, there are spokes in every community. And what they are doing for a profession is what he's talking about in being professional. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cavett Robert, special guest on Dawn. The treat you're in for today on Dawn. Let's not waste another 1 minute of time. Please help me welcome the one-minute manager himself, Dr. Ken Blanchard, right here. My goodness. Great to have you back. That didn't take long. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming. Enjoyed your last program, and you're going to enjoy these folks today. Good.
Good. It's nice to be back with you, and what I want to do is share with you today some stuff about leadership. Leadership is an influence process. Anytime you're trying to influence someone else, you're engaging in leadership. And in the third in the One Minute Manager series called Leadership in the 1 Minute Manager, we tell all about it. I wrote this with two colleagues and friends, Pat and Drea Zagarmi. And the book and the concepts are really an outgrowth of some work that Paul Hersey and I started back in 1968 when we first developed a concept called situational leadership. The concept around situational leadership is that there is no one best leadership style. The style or way you go about influencing people depends on the situation and who you're dealing with. There are 4 leadership styles rather than 2. Years ago, when people were thinking about leadership style, the way you go about treating people and influencing them there was only 2 ways to look at it. You were either autocratic, you told people what to do, how to do it, when to do it, or you were democratic and you involved them in decision making and the like. And the thought was that these were 2 extremes. And you either were at one extreme or the end or somewheres in between. And the problem with these 2 extremes is they would shout at each other that I'm right and you're wrong. The autocratic types would say to the democratic, you're too easy, you're too soft, you're giving away the place. The democratic types would shout back at the autocratic, you're too tough, you're controlling, you're ruining creativity. And what often happens is that we would be at one extreme and then all of a sudden that wouldn't work and we would throw the baby out with the bathwater and boom, we would go in the other extreme. It's like the last presidential election in 1980 before Reagan got reelected. The first election, they did an informal poll to find out, you know, who was the former president that people would like to have seen, you know, in charge if he was still alive. A lot of people thought Kennedy would win. You know who really won? Harry Truman. And Harry Truman was known for 2 statements. What were those statements? The buck stops here, and if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Now, does that sound like participative management? Obviously not. Harry Truman was a little sawed-off autocrat. The only participation he used was, you know, what's the next decision? Now, why would people want a guy like Truman as president? Well, they had enough of the other extreme. You know, when Jimmy Carter was young, he cut down a cherry tree. His father came to him and he said, Jimmy, did you cut down a cherry tree? He said, Father, I cannot tell a lie. I might have or I might not have. So, the same kind of flip-flop kind of thing that has occurred in schools where we had all this humanistic education and people said the kids might feel better, but they're not doing well, they can't read it. So now, boom, who's back in? The itty-bitty teacher used to tell you to shut up, get in your seats, and drill you. Now, what we have found in our work is that looking at these 2 things as extremes isn't really helpful. What you really need to look at is 4 different leadership styles that are a function of the amount of direction and support that you give people. And the directive behavior is the amount of which you tell people what to do, how to do it, when to do it, where to do it. It involves structuring people's relationships, controlling and supervising. It's related to the old democratic, but it's not at one end of the continuum. It's a different behavior. Supportive behavior is the second behavior that people engage in when they're in leadership positions. And this is the extent to which you listen to people, you encourage them, praise them, facilitate them. It's associated with the old democratic, but again, it's not on either end of a continuum. They are 2 separate dimensions. And when you recognize that directive and supportive are 2 separate dimensions, now you have 4 leadership styles rather than the usual 2. You have the old autocrat, which we call directing, because you're telling people what to do, how to do it. And then you have the old supportive, where you tell people, you know, support them and praise them and listen to them. So you got those 2 extremes. But now you got 2 leadership styles that the old continuum couldn't deal with. You have coaching, which is high on both direction and support. You're telling people what to do, how to do it, but you're also asking their opinion. And then finally you have another style that the old continuum couldn't deal with, delegating, where you just leave the people alone and say, take care of it. So for example, if there was noise out in the hall that was bothering us, and if I said to Ty, go on out there and tell those people to move their conversation down the hall. And when you finish that, report back to me. What style is that? That's directing. I'm telling them what to do, how to do it, where to do it. If I was using a supporting style, I would say, Ty, there's a lot of noise out there that's bothering us. What do you think we should do? And I would ask him for the solution. See, the difference between directing and supporting is in directing, I am filling the barrel. I'm telling them what the knowledge that they need. In the supporting style, I am drawing out of their barrel of knowledge and experience. Now, if I was going to use a coaching style in noise, I would say to Ty, there's a lot of noise out there that's bothering us. What I think you ought to do is go out there and tell those people to move their conversation down the hall. What do you think? Do you have any questions? Do you have any suggestions? And then finally, if I was using a delegating leadership style, I'd say, Ty, there's a lot of noise out in the hall that's bothering us. What would I say? Take care of it. Now, with the same goal of doing something with the noise out there, you notice I'm using 4 different leadership styles. So the first skill that you have to develop to be an effective leader is flexibility. You have to know that there are a variety of leadership styles that can be used in different particular times. And so flexibility often helps people become better leaders. Now suppose you can't be flexible. You don't have a variety of styles. Then what you need to do is get yourself in a situation that is very good for your particular style. If you're a person who likes to direct and coach and control and supervise people, then you ought to get in a situation that has short time demands, that has inexperienced people who need direction and supervision. If you're a person who likes to be supportive, who likes to delegate, then what kind of situation should you get into? What you ought to do is get yourself in a situation where you're dealing with competent, motivated people who just need support maybe once in a while.
Spreading his message of humor and optimism and hope. Today he's here to share it with us. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, motivational teacher, Mr. Zig Ziglar, right here. Good heavens!
Great to see you again, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. Great to see you.
Hey, Sid. Well, I just want you to know I don't appreciate all that, but I certainly deserved it. John Jones was in New York City. He wanted to go to Boston. He went out to the airport. He bought himself a ticket. Had a few minutes to kill, and so as he was walking down toward the gate, he saw a pair of scales. He stepped up on the scales, inserted his coin. Down came his fortune. Your name is John Jones. You weigh 188 pounds, and you're going to catch the 220 to Boston. Well, that absolutely flabbergasted him because it was 100% right. He thought to himself, boy, somebody is trying to play a little trick on me. He stepped down off the scales again, or reached in his pocket, pulled out another coin, got back up on the scales, but this time he pulled his hat way down over his ears, inserted the coin, down came his fortune again. Your name is still John Jones. You still weigh 188 pounds. You're still going to catch the 220 to Boston. Well, now he was really floored. He knew somebody had to be pulling his leg, but he wasn't about to let anybody get the best of him. So he took his bag, he went into the men's room, completely changed clothes, came back out, stepped back up on the scales, inserted another coin, down came his fortune. Your name is still John Jones. You still weigh 188 pounds, but you just missed the 220 to Boston. You know, the Dawn series really is dedicated to all of those people in life who've been missing the 220 to Boston, or who in one way or another have been missing out on the good things of life, which really is what the 220 to Boston is all about. I was on the plane the other day, which is generally the way I fly. Now, I was seated next to an old boy, and I could not help but notice that he had his wedding band on the index finger of his left hand. Well, I could not help but comment on it, so I looked at him. I said, friend, I can't help but notice you got your wedding band on the wrong finger. He said, yeah, I married the wrong woman. Well, of course, I don't know whether he married the wrong woman or not. I'm delighted to be able to say that I did not marry the wrong woman. As some of you know, my wife and I recently celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary. So obviously, I did not marry the wrong woman. Thank you. Now, don't misunderstand now. I did not say we'd been married 50 years. We've only been married 37 years. But you see, we had heard so much about that 50th wedding anniversary that we just decided to go ahead and celebrate early. And folks, I am here to tell you that is some more celebration. As a matter of fact, we're going to repeat it this year. And I would encourage you folks who are married to do exactly the same thing. That red-headed wife of mine, incidentally, when I talk about her, I call her that redhead. She's a decided redhead, meaning simply that one day she just decided she was going to be a redhead. That redhead and I noticed here about 7 or 8 years ago in Dallas, the new cafeteria had opened over on North Central Expressway. Well, I love to eat in cafeterias because, you see, in a cafeteria you can go down the line, and I like to pick out exactly what I'm going to get. I like to look at a salad and say, I'll take that one right there. And when I go down the line, and especially when I get to the cornbread, I like it with lots of brown on it. So when I say, I want that, no, the one in the back left, that's it, the one with all of the crust on it. I love to eat in cafeterias. Well, this was especially a good one. I knew it was because every time we would ride past, the line was all the way out the door. Well, finally one day we decided that we were going to see if we couldn't get in there to eat because the line was not all the way outside. So we parked and we walked in, and then we understood why the line wasn't outside. Because as we walked in, there confronting us was a line about 30 feet long of solid people. Well, the redhead and I have lots to talk about, so we decided to stay, and we walked down the line 30 solid feet. We turned around to go back the other way, and there's another solid line, 30 feet of people. And so we were walking back down, still talking, and then we made another turn, and here's another long line of people. But this time, the only thing standing between us and the food was the line of people actually getting served. And so I had an opportunity to take a good peek at what was over behind the counter, you know, and I thought to myself, I believe I'm going to have me some of that. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. Believe I want some of that. Yeah, and that sure looks good. Believe I'm going to have some of that. Now, this is very important because I don't care how prodigious your appetite is, you simply cannot eat some of everything in a large cafeteria line. Well, finally I got down to the end we did where the trays were. I picked up my tray and the tools, you know, to go along with it. And I was walking down the line, no problem at all, because I'd already decided what I wanted. And I said to the ladies behind me, I'll take me some of that, and I want some of that, and give me some of that. Oh, listen, I had already picked out, I was picking all the good stuff. Got down to the end of the line, I reached in my pocket and pulled out my money, and the little lady at the end said, no, you don't pay here. I said, when do you pay? She said, after you've eaten and you get ready to leave. I said, you mean to tell me you're going to let me eat all of this food before I pay for it? She said, yeah, that's the way we do it. Well, you know, folks, I've thought about that literally thousands of times. Because in a way, that's exactly the way life is. It's a cafeteria line. And we can go down the cafeteria line of life, and we can pick and choose, and we can get the things out of life that we really do want. We have a choice. We go through life making choices. And so life is very much like the cafeteria line. But in one sense of the word, it is 180 degrees apart from the cafeteria. Because you see, in the cafeteria, they permitted me to eat and then pay for it. But in the game of life, what you do is you pay and then you eat. In other words, the farmer plows the ground, he plants the seed, he fertilizes it, he lays by, he looks after it, he does all of those things, and then he brings the crop in, stores it in this barn, takes it out, down to the marketplace, and then and only then does he receive his reward. We go to school, study the lessons, pass from one grade to another, finally graduate, get a job, and after we have worked, then and only then do we receive the reward. But the question I would ask of you is, what do you want out of life? And I'll bet you viewers on Dawn all agree with me that most of us want exactly the same thing. Is there anybody here, for example, who does not want to be healthy? Is there anybody here who would not accept a bonus or a raise if it were offered? Listen, you're supposed to smile big now when I talk about bonuses and raises, aren't you? Okay? Now, most of us would accept those things. We want to have friends. We want to have peace of mind. We want to have security. Isn't that what all of us really want? Say yes. That is very definitely what we want out of life, isn't it? Okay? Now, what I'm really saying is we want the peace, we want prosperity, we want the good things over here. So we decide what we want, and then we need to take a little inventory of what we got. And if what we've got is way short of what we want, then we better check up and find out how we've got what we've got. And And what we're going to discover is we've gotten what we've got by our performance. So if you want to change what you got, change performance. But before you change your performance, you got to change your attitude. Because you see, your attitude controls the performance, which determines what you get. But before you can change your attitude, you got to change your way of thinking. But before you change your way of thinking, you got to change what you put in your mind. Now, you Dawn viewers will discover over and over in these programs, we will be telling you that you're what you are and where you are because of what's gone into your mind. And you can change what you are, you can change where you are by changing what goes into your mind. So what am I saying? Very simple. If you really want health and prosperity and peace and friends and security, if that's what you want out of life, then what you've got to do is come over here and plant health and friends and peace and security. Because you see, the seeds you plant today will be the crop you will reap tomorrow. How many of you would agree with that?
Everybody say honey.
Welcome to the Bear Family Reunion.
Hold still for one more.
There's Mother Bear and Father Bear and Buster Bear, Cousin Leonardo Bear, the famed painter, Auntie Mine Bear, the actress, and her husband, the very rich banker bear.
What's your view of Wall Street?
I'm bearish. Jogger Bear has stubbed his toe, and Nurse Bear advises,
Just grin and bear it.
while Cheerleader Bear cheers her way into everyone's hearts.
Hey, Teddy!
No run-of-the-mill bears, the Bear family has roots in a noble tradition. With a humped back, round body, long arms, big feet, jointed legs, arms, and head that mark the true Teddy, each bear lovingly handmade of 23 parts, even a tiny tongue, mouth, and sweet nose hand-sewn, a collector's joy. This portrait of the Bear family reunion and the bears themselves make every home a happier place. And it's so easy to build your collection. Simply call 1-800-345-8600 and Mother Bear will soon arrive, complete with summer hat, scarf, and flower basket. Then, each month, another member of the family arrives, 12 in all, each only $16.95, a remarkable price for handmade, authentic teddies of this quality, far less than you pay for comparable quality in retail stores. Best order by credit card or pay COD with a $1 service charge or mail your check or money order for $18.90 payable to Bears, Box 800, Bear, Delaware. There's no risk. You may return any bear within 30 days to Kent Collectibles. The adjustable stand, this parchment scroll of the Bear family tree, and the full-color portrait are yours. No added charge. Bring the Bear family into your family. Call 1-800-345-8600 and get ready to open your arms and heart. One word of caution.
Have you got any honey?
Dawn continues with Zig Ziglar.
Two things I want to emphasize, and I'll emphasize it over and over. One I've already touched. First of all, you are what you are and where you are because of what's gone into your mind. And you can change what you are, you can change where you are by changing what goes into your mind. Now, I want to emphasize that is whether you're 5 years old or whether you are 85 years old. Yes, Dawn literally is for everyone regardless of their age. Now, the second thing that I will share with you is that I'll never tell you this is easy. See, I don't think life is easy. I think life is tough. Whether you're a household executive, a salesperson, whether you're a school teacher, an educator, whether you're a business executive, a doctor, a lawyer, whatever it is that you do, I happen to believe that life is tough. But this I know. I know if you are tough on yourself, that life is going to be infinitely easier on you. And I'll say one thing repeatedly, and that is you can get everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. Want to stress that's an attitude, and when I say the magic word attitude, you see, attitude enables us to do so many more things with our life. Attitude literally gives us energy to perform our jobs. Why let's start? Because it was the biggie. It's the one you've been looking for and planning for. I mean, listen, this is what's going to turn your career around. It was the deal of all deals. You want to get an early start. So you leave home an hour, or you plan to leave home an hour early, but as you walk out, lo and behold, there's a big old flat. And that's the best thing that happened to you all day long. You finally get the fat flicks, you get cleaned up again, you know, make the mad dash to the appointment, and you're greeted with a little sign on the office door. Sorry I had to leave town. Thought it over, have no interest in what you're talking about. Don't call me, I'll call you. Oh, and then you get on down to the office, your administrative assistant can't come in that particular day. And on top of that, the electricity had a mysterious cut off and you're not able to function there. And all day long, one thing you have to know, then finally at 5 o'clock, you come struggling in. You're not whipped. You are whooped, and there is a difference. You can't put one foot in front of the other. And you walk in, and of course, your cheerful, loving, highly motivated, very enthusiastic, caring, concerned wife gives you a big old hug and a big old kiss and says, honey, I'm so glad you didn't have to work late today, because today is the day. Today's the day for what? Oh, honey, don't you know? We've been planning on it. Today is the day that we clean the garage. Oh, no, honey, not today, not the garage. Oh, yeah, honey, you know, we've been planning on it. It's not that big a deal. It won't take you more than 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 hours at the most. I'm going to help you myself. We'll get it done together. Oh, honey, I can't put one foot in front of another. I'm too tired. And the telephone rings. The voice at the other end says, hey, partner, I just got us a tea time out at the country club. We can tee off in 12 minutes if you feel like playing 9 fast holes. Can you make it? If I feel like it, can I make it? Man alive, listen, I'll be there in 5 minutes flat. How many of you know exactly what I'm talking about, all right? Now, what am I saying to you? I'm saying that you feel like doing what you want to do. You've got the energy to do what you want to do. So at dawn, one of the things we're going to be doing is sharing with you how you build that energy to do the things you got to do so that you then can do the things in life that you really do want to do. Yes, attitude literally is the great builder. It creates energy. It creates employment. It gets jobs. How many of you remember a couple of years ago when we had a, quote, recession? Can I see your hands? Okay. Now, let me point something out. I personally believe that that recession was jawboned. They kept talking about the recession we was going to have and going to have and going to have and going to have until finally the day came when we literally did have that recession. I well remember January of last year, that was about 19 months ago, when there was the highest rate of unemployment ever before right here in the city of Dallas, Texas. And a lot of people's tail feathers were dragging. I mean, they were really singing the blues. One of the things that I agreed to do on a volunteer basis was conduct a series of seminars just for the unemployed. Those people who literally wanted to get themselves a job. Well, we held them one night a week for 6 weeks, and on the first night there, I opened with a series of questions, and just for the moment, I want you to pretend, those of you in this audience, and those watching us on TV, I want you to pretend that you're unemployed, and I'm going to be talking right here to you. Now remember, you don't have a job, and you've now shown up for a seminar where you're going to learn how to get a job, and here's the question I would ask of you. How many of you in this audience tonight would like to have a job? Can I see your hands, please? Okay. Let me ask you a question. How many of you, if you knew and knew for a positive fact that there were 20 million new jobs going to open up this year, how many of you believe you could get one of those jobs this year if 20 million new ones were going to open up? Can I see your hands, please? All right. How many of you, if you knew that this month there'd be 1,660,000 new jobs open, how many of you believe you could get one of those jobs? How many of you believe that if 400,000 new jobs would open up this week, how many of you could believe you could get one of those jobs this week? Now, you really just want one job. I mean, you're not going to be greedy and try to get two, are you? I mean, you will settle for one, won't you? The answer is yes. You'll be willing to do that, won't you? Okay. Now, here's what I want to remind you of. Actual fact not a fallacy, not trying to get you just motivated. Want you to face a beautiful fact. In America, the rate of turnover is roughly 20% every year. People die, they move, they get transferred, new businesses open, and they go into those new businesses. New jobs are created, the husband or the wife are transferred, and they move. There are 20 million Americans working on jobs right now which are different from the 20 million that were working this time last year. Now, I want to tell you something. When you go out tomorrow to look for that job, I don't want you to go out there thinking, man alive, there are 8 million people who do not have a job. What I want you to do is go out there tomorrow thinking to yourself, boy, oh boy, oh boy, there are 108 million people who are working, or 110 million people who are working, and there are going to be 400,000+ new jobs open this week, and I'm going to get me one of those. What are we doing? We are concentrating. We're emphasizing the positive. Now, let me ask you a question. Does that make sense to you? Answer is yes. It really does, doesn't it? Let me tell you what happened. Over 60% of those people had jobs before the 6 weeks were up. That's right. You see, your attitude makes a difference. Then there's a second thing that I really want to share with you that is so critically important, and that's the fact that you got to get started. I was raised in the little town of Yazoo City, Mississippi. Now, I know that a lot of folks who go around the country trying to impress people by claiming to be from Yazoo City. But I really am from there. When I was a little boy, we lived next door to some rich folks. I know they were rich for 2 basic reasons. Number 1, they had a cook. Number 2, the cook had something to cook. I was over there for lunch one day, as I tried to be every day. And don't misunderstand now, even though there was a depression on, we had plenty to eat at my house. I know we had plenty because if I ever passed my plate for seconds, they'd always tell me, no, you've had plenty. So I know we had plenty. Cook brought the biscuits out, not exaggerating, those biscuits were not as thick as my wristwatch. And so I looked at those biscuits and I said, Maud, what in the world happened to your biscuits? Well, Maud reared back, gave a big old tummy laugh and said, well, I'll tell you about those biscuits. She said they squatted to rise. But she said they just got cooked in the squat. Do you know somebody who gets cooked in the squat? Oh, they take full advantage of the greatest labor-saving device in history. It's called tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to do this. Tomorrow I'm going to do that. Tomorrow I'm going to do the other. As soon as they bring out the new models, I'll get busy. As soon as we get us a new senator, I'll get busy. As soon as the rate of interest comes down, I'll get busy. As soon as the advertising program starts, I'll get busy. As soon as Aunt Matilda moves out, I'll get busy. As soon as John gets on the day shift, I'll get busy. As soon as the kids get back in school, I'll get busy. When the weather changes, I'll get busy. When these things out there begin to change, then I will get busy and do something. Let me tell you something, folks. As beautifully, as clearly, as fervently, as sincerely as I can ever tell you anything, I'm going to tell you that when you wait for things to change out there before you get started changing in here, my friends, you're going to end up getting cooked in the squat. You need to get started. The most beautiful words, the most important words of all, you can't do everything at once, but you can do something at once. And you can do that something beginning right today. Do the things I've been talking about. Buy these ideas. Get busy. And if you do, then I'll close by saying, if you do, then I truly will see you. And yes, I do mean you at the top. Thank you.
I never saw a guy get more out of 20 great minutes in my life. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. My goodness.
The incredible Zig Ziglar. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Weekday mornings on TV 65 is the place to be for information and entertainment. At 10 o'clock, issues that many women face are discussed on Good Housekeeping, A Better Way. At 10:30, it's heartwarming drama with Family Affair. Then at 11, everyone aboard for the laughs on Petticoat Junction. After that, at 11:30, there's action and adventure with Sherwood Forest's favorite son, Robin Hood, followed by the show that catches people acting as themselves, the new Candid Camera Show, weekdays at noon. An all-star morning is shining, weekdays on TV 65.
million-seller Zig Ziglar how-to book featuring a common-sense approach to a successful life. Step-by-step instructions on how to change the way to think about yourself and your surroundings. It's available now in a special package to Dawn viewers. You'll also receive this 400-page volume with procedures to help executives, teachers, parents, and others sell their ideas and concepts. Secrets of Closing the Sale is not just a salesman's handbook. Norman Vincent Peale wrote, "This Zig Ziglar book will help anyone live a fuller, more productive life." You'll also receive this 2-cassette album, Zig Ziglar Sharing Secrets of Success and Motivation. All 3 items, 2 hardcover books and the double cassette album, feature the wholesome humor and penetrating insight of Zig Ziglar. They're available through Dawn, not for the normal selling price, but only $29.95 when you call the Dawn hotline, 1-800-345-DAWN. Credit card and COD orders accepted, or send check or money order for $29.95 plus $2.50 postage and handling to Dawn, Box 612486, Dallas, Texas 75261. Call now, 1-800-345-DAWN.
I want to thank Zig Ziglar for being our very special guest today on Dawn. We want to thank you for making us a part of your morning. We hope you'll join us each weekday as America's most dynamic achievers share their personal secrets for successful living. For the Dynamic Achievers World Network, I'm Ty Boyd. Remember, success comes with each new dawn. To schedule a Dawn guest, call 1-800-345-DAWN. That's 1-800-345-DAWN. World. He's a high-energy speaker who's advanced the art of motivational speaker to an unbelievable high. Just wait. Don't take my word for it. Listen and watch. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Dave Yoho. Hello, David. Good morning. Welcome to Dawn. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Motivation. Probably one of the most overused, over-recorded, overwritten of words in all of the human resource development fields, based on the assumption that if you do things properly, you will motivate others to do things your way. Based on the concept that if you follow a pre-conditioned, pre-structured motivational concept, you will be a success and be happy in life. Now, my third-year professor in psych told me if you want them to remember this, the chances are you better give them this. And what he was really saying, if I'd like you to remember something that is factual, empirical data, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give you a little story to hang it on. So I call the message that I give, I'm telling everybody. See, for some reason, which we cannot clearly define, Friday nights are the most popular nights for confession in the Catholic Church. I'll let it lay a minute because the Protestants get a big kick out of hearing that. Now here is a friend of mine, Catholic priest, small upstate New York community. He confirms this. He says, in addition to which, his parish is about half Irish and half Italian. Come Friday night, he is standing by the confessional, and an old man walked up and tugged on the priest's cassock and said something like this. He said, "Father, I want to tell you something. 6 weeks ago, I met a young lady. She was out on the town having dinner. Had a couple of drinks with the young lady, took her home, had a couple of more drinks, smoked one of the finest cigarettes." He said, "Father, we had what you call a romantic liaison. She is 26, I'm much older. That's 6 weeks ago, I've been back 8 times, I'm going to go every chance I get." Priest said, "Just a minute, sir." He said, "How old are you?" The old man said, "Be the good Lord willing, I'll be 78 next week." "Fine," he said, "and what is your name?" He said, my name is Mary Gross. The priest said, just a minute, sir. Are you Jewish? The old man said, certainly, what else? So he said, well, why are you telling me? He said, I'm telling everybody. See, here's how the concept works. If you have something that makes sense, you'll want to tell everyone. But let me give you my first power statement when we talk about motivation. See, the keys to motivation are well-defined and well-established. I started out by telling you it is the most overworked, overused, over-recorded, overwritten word in the lexicography of human resource development. And it is so because you believe that by listening to someone who is espousing theories or doctrines such as mine that you could be motivated. So I'm going to give you in just a moment the 5 basic rules. Now there are many, many more, but the 5 basic rules of motivation. And they will be startling to you. Before I do, let me give you a power statement. The power of any idea will be measured by the degree of resistance that it encourages. Hear me, the power of any idea. Measured by the degree of resistance it encourages. I didn't say the idea was right. I didn't even say it was workable. I didn't even say it was good. I said it's powerful. All powerful ideas breed resistance. And when you leave this environment, which is supportive in nature, and you go back to whatever environment spawned you to come here, then you meet the real resistors, because you come from here with an idea, and you're happy, and you're smiling, and you're buoyant. You say, today's going to be a great day. But then you meet the resistor who says, what are you smiling about, honey? You tell him, I just came from a program where somebody talked about upbeat things and positive reactions, and what's great about America. Now your friend will look you right in the eye and say, you don't have both oars in the water, honey. You may be about 1 brick shy of a load. I'll tell you why. Then they will begin to recite what's wrong with our economy, what's wrong with the national budget, what's wrong with the people in power, what's wrong with the United States of America, what's wrong where you live, what's wrong with the society, and what is going to go wrong within the next 24 hours. Now, for that moment, you remain buoyant. You carry this environment with you to a little degree. But that isn't where it gets you in trouble. Here's where it gets you in trouble, darling. When you one-on-one, belly to belly, eyeball to eyeball, meet the next human being that you're going to send an idea out to, and you get some resistance because all that negativity that's been fed into your brain by that 3 to 5 minute conversation with your friends is permanently recorded. Never to go away. God gave you the greatest computer in the world. He put it in your head. He called it a brain, and everything you're ever involved with is recorded permanently. Let me give you the first rule of motivation, though, in case you've been thinking that because you're in sales or marketing, or because you are a parent, or because you are the leader of a corporation, or because you are an influential person in whatever environment you're in, that you can motivate people. Here's the simplest rule. Rule number 1, you cannot motivate anyone to do anything at any time. Now, it doesn't kind of work that way. I look out there, sir, and I say that you have long hair and you have a beard. And I often say to myself, I wonder what your father said when he saw that you had nice long hair. How old were you when you first got long hair? What, 16, 17, right? You came home, your father was happy about it, right? He went absolutely nuts. If he was in the military, he said, come on down the base, son. I want everybody to see your long hair and your beard. Maybe you put a little rubber band back here and a ponytail. No, he didn't. Here's what he said. If you want to grow up to be a citizen in the United States of America, if you want to succeed, here's what you should do. Here's what you ought to do. Here's what you must do. The rules of motivation are predicated on some very sound principles, the first of which is the avoidance of phrases which value judge other people, which are should, oughts, and must. But if you think you've been going through life convincing people that your way works, let's see how many glitches you've had in that. Let's see how many people that you have broken relationships with. First rule of motivation says you cannot motivate anyone to do anything at any time. Now, second rule seems at a tug of war with the first rule. Second rule says everyone is motivated to do what they do at all times, whether the action be in their own best interest or not. You and I have made some mistakes in our life. You and I have taken some actions or said some things or done some things that we're not too happy about, not too proud about. But I'd like you to remember this. Whenever you did whatever it is you did that you're not too happy about today, whenever you did it with the best intention. And you did it because at the time you thought it was the right thing to do. Let me show you how indelibly this is impressed in our lives. Everyone does what they do at all times because the action is in their own best interest. Example, mother and a child shopping. I'm sure you've seen this example. Mother says to the child, do not run away. Mommy is very busy today. Child runs away not once, 2, 3 times. Finally, mother says, if you do that one more time, I'll spank you. Child runs away and pulls down a stack of clothing in this store. You've seen what happens next? Mother, in irate discontent, walks over, picks up the child by one arm and slaps it on the rear end. Now the child is in the middle of the store, screaming and crying at the top of their lungs. Got the picture? Who's in charge? Oh, you got it worked out, huh? The child is in charge. Now you say, wait a minute, this child has just suffered a beating. They're red on their bottom. They hurt. They have pain. Is it more important to get what I want out of life by whatever action I take in life than to live with the conformities or patterns that are laid down as rules by other people? Is pain a worthy substitute for a lack of attention? One of the great things I think about Sonny Liston. Now here was a big black man, 6'5", 6'3", big man, mean scowl. I mean, he wilted flowers when he walked past. Here's Cassius Clay going to fight this man back when he was Cassius Clay, before he was Muhammad Ali, but still a great fighter. He's going to fight this humongous. I said he'll never beat him. Here was one of the meanest devils I ever saw step in a ring, a big man, 225, 235 pounds. Let me tell you about Sonny Liston. He was one of 11 children. His father beat him every day. He came from East St. Louis. His father beat him every day. Sonny Liston died a number of years ago, and they chronicled his death in Sports Illustrated. And here's what the writer said after the research. His father beat him every day. One day when he was 13, his father didn't beat him. And he went to his father and said, how come you didn't whoop me today? Can pain be a substitute for lack of attention? You think of the things that you've done in your life, and you think of the things that you're not too pleased with or not too proud with. If you're overweight, or if you smoke more than you should, or eat more than you should, or lack of exercise, whatever you've done in your life to debilitate whatever your feelings are, whatever action you took at the time you took it, it was because at that period in your life you thought it was the best thing to do. Here comes number 3, powerful rule. And it says, people do things for their reasons, not yours. People do things for their reasons, not yours. And take these rules of motivation and you say, now you've told us what you can't do, what are you going to tell us you can do? I'm coming to that in a minute. You can create an environment in which motivation takes place, but you have to understand the rules that are simply you. Every time you do what you do, it's because you'd rather do it than not do it. A dear departed man by the name of Dr. Maxwell Maltz wrote a thesis on this. He called it Psycho-Cybernetics. Book is still available today if you'd like to get it. Psycho-Cybernetics. Here's what he said. If you have shoes on which have laces, he did a study on this. When you put your shoes on, notice whether you put the left lace over the right or the right over the left, because that's the way you always do it. And someone says, change the way you tie your shoelaces. And it'll take you 21 days to change the way you tie your shoelaces. If it's going to take you 21 days to change the way you tie your shoelaces in an experiment, in a controlled environment, how long is it going to take you to break the behavior pattern that you may be in your life, which is detrimental and destructive to you? See, a peculiar thing, people do things for their reasons, not yours. I'm only up to the 3rd rule of motivation. So powerfully indelibilized this rule will be that you can realize that it ties, I'm going to give you number 5 now and come back to 4, it ties so dramatically into rule number 5, which says, the person that knows the most about the circumstance or situation controls. Hear it again. The person that knows the most about the circumstance or situation controls. Now, we do not control people, we control environment. 3 together. 3 is saying people do things for their reasons, not yours. And tie it into the expression of the phrase which we consider the most limiting or the most inhibiting that you can use in your life. Because when you are doing things for your reasons, you are also saying, well, that's the way I am. Why did you do what you do? Well, that's the way I am. Now, if we go along with a tide, a practice, just let me give you some examples. What would we like to see? The power of an idea can be measured by the degree of resistance. Profundity comes in very simple statements. The principles of success are so simple that they have obviously been hidden, and we call them secrets. And they're not secrets. I'll give you an example. About 3.5, 4 years ago, I was asked to do a program in Atlanta, Georgia. President of Coca-Cola did the luncheon speech, I did the keynote speech. I mean, I opened up the convention, but he was the keynote speaker. Now, the press was out, all the cameras and the people that write about what's going on in society, they were there. What did they want to hear? Something profound. The president of Coca-Cola got up to speak, and here's what he said. Ladies and gentlemen, Coca-Cola is run by some simple academic business principles. Now, they knew they were going to hear something profound. The cameras started to grind. scribes started to take out the pens and pencils to write. And here's what he went on to say. The first of which is, and here comes this pounding statement, we spend less money than we take in. That's it? That's all he's going to say? That is the most beautiful and powerful administrative statement that you can make. Now, other people would be standing on the side and say, well, but he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the complexity. That's a powerful statement. How do other people choose to solve their business problems? Look at John DeLorean. Someone this morning said to me, I look like John DeLorean. That's because I have gray hair and black eyebrows, and I'm lovely. I put that in case you hadn't noticed. I want to be sure I call that to your attention. John DeLorean is a magnificent brain, a man who went high up the ladder in General Motors. Why take such capricious, scary chances with your life and your world? What did he try to do? Save his company, or so they say, save his company by getting involved with buying $25 million worth of cocaine. Is that the way to solve the problem? If it is, tell me what we're going to do with the Continental Illinois Bank. They'll probably have to buy the whole country of Colombia to solve their problem. You cannot solve problems that way. But look at Rule 3 and Rule 5. Rule 3 says people do things for their reasons, not yours. And when you're trying to change or influence people, I'd like you to keep in mind, doesn't work that way. Interesting thing, though, you can solve problems if you are dynamically in charge of your own life and find out what your own reasons are to do what you do. Somebody said to me, okay, give us a solution. I said, well, here's what I'd like to tell you. Here's what you really do, and here's what you can do, based on the third rule. Here's what you really do. Chances are when most of you got up this morning, here's the way you got up. Threw your legs out of bed, and to the degree that you might be over 30, you felt the pain in your body. You ain't seen nothing yet, honey. Wait till you get to the mirror. Now, you stumble over to the mirror feeling all the aches and pains in your life, wondering what kind of day it's going to be, knowing that some things are going to go wrong. You walk over to the mirror and you look in the mirror and you're unhappy. You got too much hair, you got too little hair. You're too fat, you're too thin. You're too tall, you're too short. You're too dark, you're too light. And if nothing else goes wrong, start to think about all the negativity in your life. Who did you wrong? Who said the bad thing to you? You did not get the promotion. You don't have the job you want. You are less than. And you start to look in the mirror and compare this. And compare your life to others. And you are bombarding yourself with negativity. Imagine what is going to happen to the day. Now you get out and you're in the environment in which you are supposed to be happy and enjoying life, and you're doing it on a negative plane because you have fed this computer like your friend fed it when they said to you, you ain't got your oars in the water, honey. You fed this computer negativity. Maltz went on to point out that 5 minutes of negativity can affect your central nervous system for up to 20 hours. Now imagine the days you get up feeling good, and you've affirmed yourself, and then you go out and you let someone else control your destiny. You're driving down the highway, someone cuts you off, you cut them off, they cut you off, you cut them off, you start the hand hunking and the horn hunking and the yelling and the screaming, and you get the finger salute from someone. Your day is ruined. You contribute to it. You get concerned about the way you feel yourself. People say, what do you do in the morning, yo-ho? Tell you what I do. First thing I do when I throw my feet out of bed in the morning, I start the affirmations going. I feed this computer. Every day when I get up in the morning, I say, this is going to be a great day. And that's the way I say it, kind of nitty-gritty. This is going to be a great day. When I finish with the mirror, when I finish shaving in the morning, combing my hair, and by the way, I work pretty hard at it, combing my hair. I spend more time combing it where it ain't. I look in that mirror and I go, you are lovely. Now, I might as well say it, this is as pretty as I'm going to get. Do I have my face? Sure, I have my fantasies. I'd like to have as much hair as that man right there. I'd wrestle him for that much hair. I once had that much hair. Now, why do you have the fetish about hair? I talked about your hair, I talked about his. I'll tell you what my fetish is. I start to lose my hair gradually, and I wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat thinking about this. If your dog lost all of its hair, would you still pet it? So everybody is reaching a conclusion about their life that is inconsistent with reality. Let me go back to the fourth rule. Between 3 and 5, we put number 4, and we said in number 4 that an extension of any strength may well be a weakness. Listen to me again. An extension of any strength may well be a weakness. Now take a look at the composite of your life and say, where are my strengths? Would you be willing sometime later today to to do a little experiment. Do it within the privacy of your heart or your home. Write down the greatest skill that you bring to the work you do. Write down what it is. Define it. Your stamina, your understanding, your sympathy, your ability to work out problems, your reasoning process. Whatever it is that you define as the greatest skill that you bring to your work or your business or your life as a homemaker, whatever that is, define that skill. And here's what I will guarantee you. You were not born with that. You developed it. You worked at it. And you worked at it because it was important to you. And it gave you a sense of fulfillment. But all you've shown me then is behavior. You haven't shown me you. And we walk through society not understanding that the only way to be motivated is give yourself a release in life to say that whatever you are is perfect, that God in his unique wisdom gave you something that he gave to no one else. And that is where the importance lies. See, when I said that I feel well when I look at the mirror in the morning, I do an affirmation every morning. And I try to teach this to people. The affirmation is self-approval. And I say to myself, I am a unique and precious being created by God for very special purposes. I am ever doing the best I can. I am ever growing in love and awareness. For you see, my skill is the skill of verbalization, speaking. And I'm commended for my speaking technique. I start out with a stentorian tone. And when I ask you how you're feeling, I drop to a mellifluous tone. If I wanted to control your senses, I would use lacania, slow, deliberate pauses, sparse speaking. Because I would want to influence you to bring your level of excitation down. And then contrast it with speed speaking, because the only way you'll know if I'm excited if I contrast what I was doing to what I am doing. Say the monosyllabic word when necessary, and nitty-gritty, what's happening, darling, next, because the measure of all communication is not the words, not the pronunciation, not the diction, not the vocabulary. The measure of all communication is will you understand me? See, because I tell you this at the end. There's a perceptual block in what you see. I give you my verbal skills and fail to tell you the pain of my life. For you see, what you've been listening to in this session is a man who cannot speak like you. I was born with a congenital malformation of my mouth, inoperable, and for 7 years I languished in speech school, speech therapy, to say the word that you take for granted every day of your life. The medium is the message. The message is that God loves you. The message is that you are a unique and precious being created by God for very special purposes in your life. Don't sell your shirts short. You are something neat, spectacular, and worthy. God love you.
He's been the principal for 3 Los Angeles high schools, served as superintendent of schools in Southern California. He's also a respected official of the National Football League, having refereed 3 Super Bowls. Now, whether on the field, in the classroom, or as a speaker, at a speaker's platform, he's generally the man in charge. That's what we call him. Will you welcome the man in charge, Dr. Jim Tunney. Hello, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you. Ty, would you do that again? I like people to say nice things about me. I mean, I walk on the football field and people say those nice, they don't always say those nice things about me. You make me feel important. I want to tell you folks how important I really am. I spoke at a banquet the other night in front of 1,000 people. There was a very big, impressive head table. I turned to the waiter at the head table and I said, could I have a little more butter for my baked potato? Waiter said, I'm sorry, sir, but just 1 pat of butter per customer. I said, I guess you don't understand who I am. I said, I've refereed 3 Super Bowls, I've been in charge of those, and here tonight is the principal speaker in front of these 1,000 people. He said, yes, sir. He said, I understand that, but you don't realize who I am. I said, no, you got me disadvantaged there. He said, I'm the guy in charge of the butter. It kind of makes you human, you know. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you for coming. It's nice to people gather together. I like people getting together to share ideas and things like that. You know, we can communicate a lot of things in books and cassette tapes and things like that, and they do reinforce, but the real value is best is hearing it firsthand and sharing things eye to eye, and I like that sort of thing where everybody comes to learn about that. I guess the the feeling of being an educator and the idea of being an educator all my life has kind of ingrained that in me. I appreciate people who come to learn about you, and that's my favorite topic, is you. And today I'd like to take a few minutes of your time to talk about you. To talk about you and your personal power. About using your personal power to really being the best at what you do. Really enjoying life, making a commitment to always becoming better tomorrow than you were today, enjoying the kind of things like that. We're going to talk about the attributes that make some people, some companies, the best at what they do, what we might call product champions. When I think about champions, I think about the people in the National Football League. I'm so privileged for the last 25 years to get associated with those, to be associated every Sunday afternoon with the best in what they do. In fact, people ask me that question, why would you referee? I mean, you've got a doctor's degree, you've been a superintendent of schools. Why in the world on Sunday afternoon would you walk out in the middle of 80,000 people and have them yelling at you and screaming? And I say, well, I do it for two reasons. Number one, I like to be associated with champions, with winners, with people who are the best at what they do. And number two, well, I guess I better be honest with you. It's show business. I'm in show business. I'm on national television every week. People around the country. Howard Cosell knows who I am. Big deal. Somebody said the other day that John Cameron Swayze tied a Timex watch to Howard's tongue. And the watch stopped. Now, I don't know. No, it's not the show business, ladies and gentlemen, but the fact that to work with the best people in the world at what they do. What is it that makes an OJ, or a Roger Staubach? What is this thing called motivation? How do we get people to work to peak performance? The kids in your family, the staff that you work with, the people in the office that you may work with. How do you get them to work to peak performance and enjoy that kind of challenge? What does drive some people, and other people just sort of seem to be kind of laid back? A motivation we have found in our studies comes at you in lots of different ways. There are ideas, there are words, there are concepts, there are examples that motivate you. June is a great motivator for me. No, not the woman, the month. The month of June. Because June of every year I get a chance to work in the Special Olympics. The California State Special Olympics, held every June, 3,200. 3,200 mentally and physically handicapped young kids are competing in Olympic events, the same Olympic events that our champions competed in August. I saw an 11-year-old girl win the 3-meter diving championship, and she was blind. I saw a kid in a wheelchair with cerebral palsy so bad he had no use of either hand or of one leg. All he could do is reach the ground with his other foot, and he pushed his wheelchair backwards in the race to win it. He was ecstatic with his accomplishment. I saw a 26-year-old, mentally, physically, emotionally handicapped young man standing on the victory stand because he had just won his age category in the 100-meter dash. And when the judge pinned the ribbon around his neck with that gold medal hanging there, the